Please take their seats. I'm going to call to order the November 18th, 2009 meeting of the City Council. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. I make a cautionary announcement at each of our meetings that this building has a state-of-the-art fire detection and sprinkler system, and should alarms activate, please leave through the exits, and our marshals will tell you when it's safe to return. As I say, there's no reason to believe that this would happen, but I've been asked to make that announcement at each and every meeting, and I do so. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Benny Jacques, Victory Outreach Las Vegas, and please remain standing for the pledge. Pastor?
If I could have every head, please bow, close your eyes. Heavenly Father, we come before you this beautiful morning, Lord, and we pray, God, I pray, God, for the council, God, this morning. I pray, God, that you would just take full control, Lord. I pray that you would settle the spirits, God, quiet the nerves, Lord, and I just pray, God, that you would just have full order, my God, throughout the day, Lord, because we know that you're not a God of confusion, God, but you're a God of peace. And we pray, God, that you would give the council, God, wisdom. Give them everything that they need, Father, in order to be able, God, to make sound decisions, Lord. And to you be the glory, the honor, and the praise, Lord. In the name of Jesus we pray. And everyone said, Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we're going to recognize the November Employee of the Month, and I'd like to ask Larry Hogsness to please come up. Larry is our Director of Field Operations, and to join Larry up here is our November Employee of the Month, Lene Gillespie. Lene, please join us. Lene is a business specialist, too, with the Parks and Open Space Division and has been with the city since 1999. We started together. Lene has been working behind the scenes with the city's performance management system to ensure that field operations accurately tracks and reports costs. This is especially important in these tough economic times as it ensures that the city is providing the best possible services in the most efficient manner to the public. In addition, Lene has taken the lead in working with our Geographic Information System staff to track and inventory the city's parks and open spaces. This information is always in high demand because of all the beautiful parks that the city of Las Vegas has designed and built over the years. Thanks to Lene, that information is now just a mouse click away. Lene's co-workers think a great deal of her and the outstanding service that she provides to the city. On behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate Lene on being named the November 2009 Employee of the Month, and along with this beautiful plaque, which is for you, Lene will receive a $100 Visa gift card, which I have to borrow. compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union. So we're just delighted that you do such a great job for us. And Larry, let me turn the mic over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. It's always a pleasure when we have one of our employees receive the Employee of the Month. And Lene's just a great example of all the fine people that work for not only in our department but for the whole city. Her particular section has been really struggling with some issues, and I'm real happy that because of some of the efforts that they've done, they've actually, over the years, we've actually increased our acreage of park by almost 100%, and we've only added about 40% more people, but it's people like Lene that make us be able to be more efficient in doing our work. She's always happy, cheerful. Matter of fact, she's a little concerned she might have found your stash of gin somewhere, Mr. Mayor, because... But she's always a joy to work with, and she's a big part of making this one of the greatest cities in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry.
Thank you. This is just such an honor for me. I'm kind of overwhelmed. I just am so blessed to work in the greatest city in the universe, and with so many talented and creative people, and our management staff, Larry and Steve and Daphne, are second to none. I just thank you.
Great. Thank you. For our next item, Councilman Steve Ross is going to recognize Native American Heritage Month. Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to City Council today. Today's a special day for me because every year I get this wonderful opportunity to do this. I'm going to ask Councilman Barlow to stand next to me because we share something in common in both of our wards. We share the Paiute Nation, and that's quite significant. November is National Native American Heritage Month, and we are excited about this in the city of Las Vegas because it's part of our diversity initiative. Throughout Nevada, Native Americans play incredibly important roles in our state's history. As the first people to inhabit this land, they enjoyed the beauty and resources of Nevada long before the arrival of the European explorers. Their customs and languages are invaluable parts of our state's history, which is why I'm honored to observe Native American Heritage Month. This year, the City of Las Vegas is proud to recognize the Southern Paiute Elders Group for their commitment to preserving Paiute culture in our community. The group consists of elders from various bands of Southern Paiute, including Las Vegas, Pahrump, Moapa, and St. George. The group actively promotes the practice of the Paiute language, arts, and traditions among the various bands, making them the key promoters of the Southern Paiute culture. The group is frequently called upon by organizations, including government agencies, to advise on projects on or near tribal and historically sensitive land important to Paiute and other Native communities so that the cultural references are not overlooked. Some of these projects include Red Rock Canyon, Middle Kyle Canyon, the historic Corn Creek area. And this is important. Evidence indicates that Corn Creek, just north of Las Vegas out on US 95, was home to Native Americans some 5,000 years ago. And that's pretty significant. I am honored to join all Nevadans in celebrating Native American heritage during this month, and I thank all of those who worked hard to promote and preserve this heritage for generations to come. At this time, I'd like Kenny Anderson from the Las Vegas Band to come down and share a few words with us. And as he comes down here, let's give the Native Americans a big round of applause. Now, Kenny, turn around here. Good to see you. Thanks for being down here. Now, before I hand the microphone over to Kenny, I want to recognize some others. Now, with the Las Vegas Band, we've got Kenny Anderson, of course, Lila Carter, Mariel Wilson, Gloria Shears, many of which couldn't be here today. From the Moapa Band, Lalovi Miller, Leland Swain, Lavinia Myers, Juanita Kinlinchini, and a special mention for Valva Begay and Flora Simmons, who both have passed away but served many, many years in promoting the Paiute culture. And from the Pahrump Band, Clara B. Jim and Cynthia Lynch. And from the Shivwitz Band, Bud Myers. And that's from the St. George area. Okay, thanks for joining us down here. Time's all yours, buddy.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that this group that was just mentioned actually has been around or been working together for over 10 years. And what we do is, meet and talk about our language, talk about our customs that we still do today, songs and dance. And we actually are now like the councilman said, we have been in this area for thousands of years, and all these mountains and all the springs that were here in the valley at one time had names, and we have those names to each mountain that you see in this valley that goes all the way down to the southern Nevada area, northern Arizona, southern Utah, southern California. All these ranges have names, and we have them, and we're actually going over them as we speak, as in these meetings that we have. And what I would like to say is all the names that are mentioned are just a few of the Paiutes that worked with us, but those are the ones that are left, that are the elders. And I'd like to thank the City of Las Vegas for giving this elder group this proclamation for the things that they've done, and hopefully help anybody else, any other government agencies, in dealing with the Southern Paiute culture. And thank you.
Candy, before you walk away, I'm going to give you your proclamation for your band, proclaiming November as Native American Heritage Month, and you're going to have to carry the others for the other bands because they're not here. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Very good. For our next item, we're going to recognize Geographic Information Systems Day. GIS is a mapping tool that the city uses to provide accurate and useful information to residents and visitors. It helps the city council in decision-making, and many GIS-produced maps are available on the city website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. I'd like to invite Information Technologies Director Joe Marcella to join us up here with GIS Supervisor Anthony Willis and Application Services Manager Jeff Knapp. Would you fellas please join us? And GIS Day began in 1999 and has been celebrated by more than 10,000 organizations in more than 80 countries. GIS Day is part of the National Geographic Society's Geography Awareness Week and is a way to share the technology with students. This year, the city's GIS department under Joe Marcella coordinated visits to schools in every ward of the city so that employees from many different city departments could share GIS technology with Clark County School District students. These seminars were very effective. We want to thank Joe and his staff for reaching out and sharing with the community. Today, Joe, we'd like to present you with a proclamation celebrating GIS Day in the city of Las Vegas. And here it is. Beautiful proclamation. And if you would please return the cover, we're on a. We're trying to protect our taxpayers and make sure we're spending our money wisely. All right, very good. Joe, that's enough of that.
Well, I'm going to let Anthony speak. Anthony? Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Today is GIS Day, and it's a part of a larger Geography Week that is held every year, and the purpose of it is to increase awareness of geography and geographic literacy in kids and communities. So we go out to schools, as the mayor indicated, and we hold sessions and we show them how the technology is used and try to encourage more geographic awareness among kids and get them involved in the discipline. It is a very big part of what we do here at the city. It's a national event. Actually, it's an international event, and you can go on the internet to esri.com or GIS.com, and you can see many pictures and videos of events around the country, around the world, where they're all participating in this day. So we thank you very much for this proclamation.
Thank you, Anthony.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese is going to recognize a very special achievement by a Valley Elementary School. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Argyle Gray Elementary School has been chosen as one of a few select schools in the nation to receive the coveted Blue Ribbon National School designation. 314 schools, 264 public and 50 private, were named for the honor this year. The award recognizes schools that are either academically superior or have made dramatic gains in student achievement and help close the gap in achievement among minority and disadvantaged students. In order to be eligible for the Blue Ribbon designation, the school must achieve in the top 10% of their state on-state tests and have at least 40% of its students from disadvantaged backgrounds that demonstrate dramatic improvement of student performance to high levels of state tests or nationally normed tests. In addition, the school must meet the adequate yearly progress component of the No Child Left Behind Act. Argyle Gray Elementary School was named after the school district's first superintendent who guided the district from its formation in 1956 to 1960. The school is located in the southwest portion of Las Vegas. Its student population closely reflects that of the entire district, average for ethnicity, and about 45% of its students qualify for the federal free and reduced lunch program. It is a special honor for me to recognize this school. At this time, President Carl Johnson, the principal, and Lynette Witt presented at the Blue Ribbon Conference. They submitted a proposal about the writing strategies that they are doing at Argyle Gray Elementary School and its positive impact on their students' writing scores, and they were selected to present. They were one of 12 presenting from across the nation at the conference 3 weeks ago. Mr. Johnson wasn't able to attend today, but we have Lynette Witt, the literacy specialist, and Sarah Asherling, the 5th grade teacher. If they could please come forward. We have some certificates here for you, for your school, and we'd ask you to say a few words.
Oh, I didn't know how to speak. We've brought 7 of our student council members here today. We are very pleased to be here and honored that you took the time to announce this award. We went 3 weeks ago to Washington, D.C. and represented Nevada, Clark County in particular. We were the only school in Clark County being awarded this year.
Thank you very much. We do have the student body officers here. Riley Gomez, who is the president, and we have Sterling Pennison John as the vice president, and Perry Barton treasurer, Cameron Turkey is the secretary, Megan Turkey as the 4th grade student rep, and Texas King, the 3rd grade student council rep, and Zachary Ramos, the 5th grade student rep. And these students are going to come up on the podium and sit with us for a few minutes this morning when we get the meeting started. And this one here, does she look for me? She looks just like me, doesn't she? This is my daughter. This is my granddaughter. But it's the mayor's goddaughter. Thank you, guys. We'll have you come up in just a few minutes, okay? So you can go back and take your seats.
Great job. It's all right. For our next item, Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian is going to recognize the efforts of a local community center, and then we're going to have a very special treat.
We had built in our ward on Charleston Boulevard a Buddhist community center. And I don't know what happened. I went there a few times and I became more peaceful. It is a wonderful atmosphere and there are wonderful people involved. And I'm feeling so peaceful today that I'm going to try and pronounce the Japanese words, which are a little difficult for me. But Soka Gaikai is literally known as a value creation education society, and it was founded on November 18th, 1930 by Japanese educator Tasune Sabura Mekiguchi and his colleague. The SGI movement has its roots in the life-affirming philosophy of Nichiren, a Buddhist monk who lived in 13th century Japan. His teachings assert that each individual, regardless of race, gender, capacity, or social standing, has the power to overcome life's inevitable challenges, to develop a life of great value and creativity, and to positively influence their community, society, and the world. Today, on their 79th anniversary, we are honoring our local Buddhists, our International Buddhist Community Center in Ward 1, with a certificate of appreciation for honoring these values. They worked very hard when constructing their center to insert their building into a very active neighborhood, a neighborhood that really doesn't want much more than residential houses in it. And we had a long struggle. They were very patient. They were very calm. And they went through all the problem of getting NDOT to let us work out with a neighbor, an ingress-egress problem, very hard about keeping the parking out of the neighborhood, which they, I will say, have been the only group we've had that has promised that has been able to keep their promise. Yes. They spent many hours patiently working with the city, the neighborhood, and surroundings in order to create a viable center for themselves and to make it an asset to the entire area, and it has. They're an active participant in the Adopt a Block program, and they often work together on beautifying the neighborhood by removing graffiti, cleaning up trash, painting curbs, and so forth within their area. And you know how Charleston can get sometimes. So they are a big help, a great asset to us. So I'd like to call up here Mrs. Sandra Jones and Mr. David Sharp to join us. Every place I go, they have this enthusiasm and this acclamation. They want me to you have me soaring with the eagles by the time I leave here. But this is a certificate of appreciation presented to your international group, your Buddhist Community Center, on behalf of the City of Las Vegas and Councilwoman Tarkanian. We thank you very much for being such good neighbors, for keeping all your promises, and for bringing an atmosphere to us of peace and calm. Thank you.
On behalf of our SGI President, Daisaku Ikeda, and the SGI Buddhists of Las Vegas, we would like to thank Mayor Goodman, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and the entire City Council for this honor. Councilwoman Tarkanian was especially supportive of us during the construction of our Buddhist Center on Charleston and Kalen, which she also attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony and our grand opening this past August. The SGI stands for, as Councilwoman Tarkanian explained, stands for Soka Gakkai International. Soka Gakkai is a Japanese term which means value-creating society. We have over 12 million members in 192 countries and territories worldwide, and we have 2,000 members and growing here in Las Vegas. As our name describes, we are a group dedicated to creating the greatest value in our own lives as well as in our local community and the world through the life-transforming philosophy of Nichiren Buddhism. Actually, as, again, Council Tarkanian shared so wonderfully, this is a very auspicious day for us because our organization was founded on this exact day, November 18th, 79 years ago in 1930. After receiving this award, we are determined more than ever to contribute back to our beautiful city of Las Vegas and hope our new Buddhist Center can be a place that can promote peace, culture, and education throughout our community. Thank you so much.
Well, upon the request of Mayor Oscar Goodman, we now will have our Las Vegas SGI Chorus perform.
And I think we should say that we have Mr. Wayne Green right there in front, who, as I understand, is a big part of Phantom of the Opera here in town. And I want you to know that he composed this song and also some of the other songs that they sang out in the patio area today. Just a marvelous, wonderful individual, a great contributor to our community. Do we have another electrical? Is it the electrical?
I said you didn't pay your electric bill.
Oh.
The battery just went.
No.
3, 4.
Now is the time for a new beginning. So many seeds that we must sow. Time to make the cause it's time for winning. Watch Las Vegas grow. Join the campaign, we're in forward motion. We're flying high, look out below. Folks are moving here from ocean to ocean. Watch Las Vegas grow. Shining eyes and glowing faces. Senior citizens and kids with braces. Through any kind of weather, we're gonna chant together. So glad we've got President Ikeda, 'cause there's a lot we need to know. People wonder what happiness is made of. If you wanna know, watch Las Vegas. I'm telling you to watch Las Vegas. We're on the move. Watch Las Vegas grow.
Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful rendition, and you may keep the cover.
My daughter enjoyed it a lot. Making a 4-year-old.
We gotta get the grandpa is here. This is grandpa.
Seats are
There we
coming.
go.
Seats are coming.
There we go. There we go.
Mr. Barlow is right here on the end, so would you like to sit next to Mr. Barlow?
No, you'll sit here. We're gonna have a chair for you here. Isn't that something?
If there's enough spot, they're all going to duke it out to sit next to the mayor.
It's all right.
We have a couple of you come down here so I can get these seats down here, please. Thank you. Let me see.
We have enough?
Couple more seats down here. Let's see how we're doing.
Oh boy.
Got someone can sit here.
Hi guys, how's it going? Let's get settled and then we'll
Be right back.
introduce ourselves. It's my seat. I'm coming in. Thank you. Okay. Hi. Who are you? Harry, as in R-Y? Okay, Harry, I'm Steve. Mr. Wolfson. Whatever you want to call me. You are? Zachary. Hi, Zachary. You guys, what school are you at?
Yeah, it'll be less. Why don't we get him at like?
Welcome to the city council. You're going to be on television. Are you with your parents out there by any chance?
Okay. Got my goddaughter here. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm great.
Have been say hello to Perry.
Hi, Perry. How you doing? I shook his hand already. We came up here. Okay. We'll start the business portion of our agenda, and we're going to call item number 10. But before we do that, let's have the youngsters identify themselves. We all know that they go to Argyle Gray Elementary School. And why don't you tell us your name and the grade that you're in?
Stand up.
We'll start with the young man next to Councilman Anthony and Ross.
Stand up and talk to the mic.
Hi, my name is Texas, and I'm in 3rd grade.
Right on.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Megan, and I'm in 4th grade.
All right.
Assistant Council President. Yes. Okay. Hi, I'm Riley. I'm in 5th grade, and I'm the Student Council President.
All right.
Hi, my name is Perry, and I'm the treasurer. I'm in 5th grade.
Good.
You're in charge of all the money?
Hi, I'm Zachary Ramos, and I'm 5th grade in 5th grade.
Good.
Hi, I am Sterling Peniston in the 5th grade, and I am vice president at Argyle Gray.
Good. Good job. Good job. All right, item number 10 is...
Wait.
What happened? Pardon me.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Cameron Turk. I'm in 5th grade, and I'm secretary.
All right. Any items from the morning session that the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time? Mayor Pro Tem?
We're going to let the president read them this morning, sir.
All right.
Read them right there.
That's item 52. Okay. Item 52, hearing to consider the appeal regarding the notice and declaration of chronic nuisance located at 2001 Fremont Street, Unit 114, property owner Harold G. Sweet, Jr. Withdraw the appeal requested by appellant. Is that how you say it? Appellant.
Good job.
Item 56, new locksmith license, Speedy Locksmith and Key Incorporation. Doing business at Able Lock and Key, 1913 East Charleston Boulevard. Sonia I. Osborne, Press Secchi Tress. Withdrawn without prejudice, requested by applicant. Item 61, new tavern limited license, Las Palmas Entertainment Incorporated, doing business at Azul Tequila Nightclub, 115 North 7th Street. Advance to December 2nd, 2009, requested by staff.
Good job.
Also, we have item number 54 we'd like to trail until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Are there any other items at this time, council members, we need to bring forward and take action upon? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these 4 items forward and take appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post?
Do I need to read in record item 54?
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 54 is discussion and possible action on the 6-month review of the financial forecast model and related fundamental service review pertaining to all wards. Okay. Thank you. Item number 11 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the special city council meeting of October 14, 2009, and the regular city council meeting of October 21, 2009. May I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. No addition to the release. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as written.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Hit this one there. There you go. There you go. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 12 through 45, with the exception of item 12, items 12 through 47, with the exception of item 45, are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time other than item 45?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I would like to bring item number 15 forward.
All right, 15 then. Any others?
Mayor, item 12 and 46.
12 and 46. All right, any others? All right. With that, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve items 12 through 47 with the exceptions of 12, 15, 45, and 46 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll call item number 12. Item number 12 is approval of Commission for Cultural Affairs Funding Agreement, Amendment number 1, in the amount of $83,020 from the Nevada Commission for Cultural Affairs to the City of Las Vegas to further the implementation of seismic retrofit measures to the historic federal building, United States Post Office, in order to allow for the building to be reused as the Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, located at 300 Stewart Avenue. This is in Ward 5.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to voice my opposition to spending $83,000 on the Organized Crime Museum. Thank you.
All right. May I have a motion, Councilor Barlow, please?
Before we have a motion,
All right,
I think it's appropriate for us to ask for an explanation of the source of the funds, Bill, where are they coming from, and the circumstances surrounding the receipt of these funds.
Councilman, for the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Office of Business Development. The source of the funds is from the State Commission for Cultural Affairs. This is amending an agreement which you previously ratified for seismic retrofit work at the historic post office for the future opening of the Mob Museum. It is state funding. We really have two choices. We can either accept the funding or we can decline it and give it back to the state. But it is state funding. It doesn't have any impact on the city's general fund or other revenue sources.
Thank you. Anyone want to give it back to the state?
Not me.
All right. May I have a motion, Councilor Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. First and foremost, I would like to thank the state and the Commission for Cultural Affairs for the funding to keep such a marvelous project moving forward, such as the Mob Museum. And as I stated on numerous occasions, having attended the Spy Museum in Washington, D.C., and the great venue that it is, that this museum will be even greater than the Spy Museum in Washington, D.C. Not to take anything away, but I believe that the way in which we're pulling this together and the state as well as the local municipality here moving forward would bring a level of diversity of entertainment into the downtown is exactly what we should be doing, and this most definitely is the beginning of that great opportunity to really bring some alternative entertainment into the downtown community. And so with that, Mayor, I would like to move forward with a vote of approval subject to all conditions on this item.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson.
Real quickly, Mayor Goodman. Bill, can you give us an update on when the Mob Museum is going to be completed, and when we're going to have a grand opening, and when we're likely to have our first tourists visiting it?
Sure, Councilman. We don't have a hard opening date. We're really working backwards from the schedules that for the construction that we have. Right now, we're doing seismic retrofit work, which is a pretty intensive construction work, which is under contract. And this funding is meant to actually prepare the interior of the space for the exhibitry that we're going to install. So everything from electrical conduit, the lighting, that's what the money's going towards. We're looking at a potential opening date of the first quarter of calendar year 2011. So we're a little more than a year out from the potential opening. Again, we don't have a hard opening date, but as early as the first quarter of 2011, we could see patrons enjoying the museum there at the post office.
Thank you very much. All right, there's a motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 15 is approval of the Third Amendment of lease between the City of Las Vegas and James Ream for office space located at 333 North Rancho Drive, commonly known as the Atrium Business Tower. This is in Ward 5.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. I asked this item to be pulled forward so I can have an understanding of clarity in regards to what we're doing with this item. I didn't get an opportunity to be briefed on this item, so wanted to have you clarify what we're doing here today.
Okay, Mayor, Council, I'm Robin Yoakum with the City of Real Estate.
Wait, you better do it again. Was it on?
Oh. Robin Yoakum, Real Estate and Utilities Administrator, Field Operations. Councilman, this is just an extension of James Ream lease there. He has been occupying this space for a while. His lease has expired, and he asked to extend for an additional 6 months.
Okay, and is this in alliance with the transition of what we're doing with our various departments that will be moving into the facility?
Right. The space that he occupies now will not be impacted by the remodel of the facility for at least another year, so that's why we're allowing him to stay for another 6 months.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. So with that, Mayor, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Very good. Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
I'm sorry.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next item is 45. 45 is approval of a amended development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Cliffs Edge LLC on approximately 1,150 acres, generally located adjacent to the south side of Grand Teton Drive between Wallapai Way and Pulley Road. This is in Ward 6. Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Mayor.
I apologize if I might interrupt. Mark Fiorentino just contacted me, and he said he's on his way, and he's asking if we could respectfully trail this till he gets here.
Well, I'm not going to say till he gets here because we've got a busy. I'll trail it, but he may be waiting a long time.
And Your Honor, if I may interject,
yes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Kemper, for you sharing that. This is pretty important, Your Honor, that we get this on the record. So, Mr. Cervantes, if you're all right with that.
Sure.
And thank you, Your Honor.
Very good. Then we'll trail 45.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and the youngsters are going back to school as good children should do. Yes.
If I could, though, I got to tell one quick story. This granddaughter of mine was back in Cooperstown, watched her brother play baseball 3 or 4 years ago, and bragging a little bit on my grandson, they did win 6th place out of 96 teams. So Riley got to see a lot of baseball games that day, or that week. Anyhow, in between games, they're sitting up on the bleachers, my daughter and my granddaughter, and she's got her little blanket with her books and her dolls because she doesn't like sports. But this lady walks up and she sits down by my daughter and she says, I notice you guys are from Las Vegas. And my daughter says, yes. She says, how do you get along with that goofy mayor? Now here's this little girl sitting there, and she speaks up and she says, I'll have you know he's not goofy. She says, he's a very, very nice guy. She says, as a matter of fact, he's my godfather, so that's where that comes from. I don't know where it came from, but this is his goddaughter. Thank you very much.
That's great. Take care of yourself, okay? Nice having you. Okay. Take care of yourself. Okay? Good seeing you all. Nice seeing you all. Good job. Okay, item 46 is R78-2009, approval of resolution supporting the designation of an area known as the Upper Las Vegas Wash as an urban national park unit managed by the National Park Service. This is in Ward 6.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Administrative Services. The item before you, as you know, relates to the Upper Las Vegas Wash. That area contains significant paleontological resources. The area is in Ward 6, in Councilman Ross's ward. It's essentially along US 95 to the east and north of the 215 in the northwest quadrant of the city. This item is something that we've been working on with a number of interested parties for the last 6 months or so. You see that I'm up here and not a guy like Tom Perigo. It's because it does relate to federal lands. We've been working with Senator Reed's office. We've been working with the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe. We've been working with the National Parks Conservation Association, as well as Clark County and North Las Vegas. Those other two jurisdictions, Clark County and North Las Vegas, have a similar resolution on their agendas this week. I believe the county approved theirs yesterday, and I believe North Las Vegas has it on their agenda for tonight, potentially. And the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe is having discussions about approving this same resolution.
I hope they did.
The resolution essentially does two things. One, it supports the establishment of a national park unit in the upper Las Vegas Wash, and two, it directs staff to participate in the planning of that national park unit. So it's pretty generic. I do know that we have a number of interested parties that would like to address the council on this item.
Well, I see a couple pith helmets down there. I assume that that's relevant to something. If you'd like to speak to us, we've got a very busy agenda. We'd be happy to hear from you, but if you'd be kind enough to make it brief, we'd really appreciate it. Would you like to do it now? You want to do it now? All right, Councilman Ross, please.
Before they start, Your Honor, this is a golden opportunity, and I think the folks here in the audience recognize the great treasure we have here in Southern Nevada and Las Vegas Valley specifically, and I'm very fond of Tule Springs and that entire area, having grown up here and spent many days and hours out there with my family and the scouts and my friends. But now we're embarking upon something much bigger, something that has not been done here in Southern Nevada. And I'm grateful for all of you that are in here today supporting this. This resolution, as Mr. Olivas alluded to, is being supported by other municipalities, as well as the Paiutes, our friends out at the reservation. And that's significant because we all are concerned and interested in doing what's right for Southern Nevada. And I think this certainly is a step in the right direction. So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Sandy Croto. I'm a board member of the Protectors of Tule Springs and the Ice Age Park Foundation. It is my honor here to be representing not only those organizations, but a coalition of local and national groups that are here today to urge for your support of Resolution 46. Will all those in the audience today who are here to support the resolution for the preservation of the Upper Las Vegas Wash as a national park unit, please stand. I also would like to enter into the record these letters signed by various organizations and individuals in support of the resolution.
Thank you. We'll make that part of the
Thank you.
official records.
3 years ago, a group of Sun City Aliante residents learned about the existence of an Ice Age fossil treasures and endangered plants in the northern part of our valley. We were determined to inform as many of our neighbors and friends as we could about this non-renewable resource behind our homes. Our goal was to educate the public and advocate for the protection of these resources for the generations that will follow us, such as your granddaughter and goddaughter. But there were many people and groups who came before us and have been working for many years to protect this area. Today, I want to thank all of them for their years of hard work and stewardship. With the passage of this resolution, the Las Vegas Valley will enhance its reputation as an international destination. Visitors will arrive and stay longer in our area instead of driving off to one of the other national parks out of state. Due to the documented global significance of the geologic and Ice Age fossil record, scientists from around the world are expected to make reservations to study here. The new UNLV campus will be on the east side of the new park, affording students the unparalleled ability to study paleontology, archaeology, and geology in a real environment, yet to go back to their dorms or homes that night. We will remain protectors of this land and thank the council for realizing the economic and scientific potential that this national park unit will have. The groups here look forward to partnering with the county and city as we ask our congressional delegation to move forward with the litigation necessary to protect the Upper Las Vegas Wash as a national park unit for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and
morning.
City Council. I'm Deborah McNeil from Nellis Air Force Base. I'm the Director of Public Partnerships, and I'm here on behalf of Colonel Belote, who's the installation commander and is having fun at the Pentagon today. I'm not sure which of us got the better end of the deal, but my deputy here is Captain Ryan Price. We're here today. We sent a letter signed by Colonel Belote to each of you as the United States Air Force and Nellis Air Force Base to support this resolution. I know that that is a little bit mind-boggling to some to say, why is the military in favor of conservation of an area of the Wash? But we see this as an opportunity to protect two national treasures. Nellis Air Force Base and Creech Air Force Base and the Nevada Test and Training Range bring about $5.1 billion in 2008 annual impact to the community, and we anticipate that that will continue to grow. We are hiring. So as we continue to grow in the valley, our concern is how do we make sure that we can continue to safely operate and do what we need to do at Nellis and Creech and get to our 3 million acre range while still making sure that the public is safe. And what we see an opportunity here for is us to be able to continue our low-level departures, basically our access to the range across that upper Las Vegas Wash area, as low as 100 feet with our helicopters and A-10s, and also preserve what's on the ground by essentially being a partner with the conservation. There are also a lot of historic sites there, and we think it's a pretty amazing story to tell for our nation to have F-22s over mammoths at the same time. So we would like to support this legislation, whoever ends up protecting the land, and we are very pleased to see the city support the concept. And we just would like to make sure that the Air Force is able to continue to overfly the area with compatible development on the ground so that we can have a future here in Nevada for as long as we're able to stay in the valley.
Thank you very much. Captain? Thank you. Say hi to the Colonel. Many of us who were at the Veterans Day Parade had the pleasure of seeing him down there, and he looks in good health and high spirits, which is great.
Yes, he is. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilman Van Meer, for listening to our appeal and support for this very, very important resolution. I'm Helen Mortensen I'm the president of the Las Vegas Ice Age Park Foundation, and I'm also a member of POTS and a number of other groups that wrote supportive letters for this. The point I wanted to make to you today is diversification. We're embarking on a new era of a new type of tourist coming to Las Vegas. And the beautiful part about this is that it improves our schools, it improves our whole society, but the really neat thing is that we don't have to pay for the advertisement of this. The national parks will pay for the advertisement of this across the nation and across the world. So this is a very, very important aspect to add to our tourism industry. And we do feel like it's a very important aspect to add to our state and our universities and so forth that are part of this process. We have over 17 support letters that are there for you to look at, and there are many other people in the community that support this, and we deeply appreciate you considering this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Mortensen. I appreciate those comments. I need everyone to understand, though, especially for the viewers at home watching this is not automatic. I mean, this is a long, arduous process to get to this point. And the Clark County, the governors of Clark County, North Las Vegas and the City of Las Vegas are working collectively on this. And so I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea that after today's meeting we have a national park out there. So we're working towards it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman and council members. I'm Rita Ransom, and I'm representing the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club is very much in favor of a designation of this area as some kind of a national park or national monument unit. Not only does it represent an incredibly complex hydrological system, but it is full of rare plants as well as the paleontological history. I cannot emphasize enough the richness of the fossil deposits in that area. Looking at the area, who would think that hundreds of fossil sites have already been uncovered, and it is known that there are many more. We need to protect this area, and the best way to do it is to have the National Park Service be in charge of this area and designate it as some kind of a national park or national monument. I also cannot emphasize enough, and I'll tag along on what Helen said, about the economic impact of having a national park or national monument right here in our Las Vegas area, and that is an incredible thing. I also want to mention something that perhaps has been overlooked, and that is for our tribal partners. This area also has tremendous cultural significance. I think it's important to mention it because we recognize them today. They got a special proclamation, so it's very fitting. The Wash is the Salt Song Trail, very important part of their cultural history. So again, thank you for your time and attention. Let's not overlook the positive impact this can have on the tax base, the tourist industry, the entire economy of Las Vegas and the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, folks. All right, Councilor Roth, may I have a motion, please?
Your Honor, I recommend that we follow all of the recommendations and follow through with this resolution.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on it, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And I'm going to ask you folks to do us a favor, too, because everybody has their own self-interest in this, as well as the community good. And we got to make sure that Las Vegas can continue growing. So we're going to be looking for your support to make sure that we're protected in the future of continued growth. But thank you very much. All right. Item 45 is approval of an amended development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Cliffs Edge LLC on approximately 1,150 acres generally located adjacent to the south side of Grand Teton Drive between Wallapai Way and Pulley Road. This is in Ward 6. Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works.
Before you start, I just would like to ask how many folks are here for item 66. This is a bill number 2009-44 requiring that dogs and cats over the age of 4 months be spayed or neutered, except under specified circumstances, and requires the microchipping of dogs and cats before they can be recovered from impound or adopted. How many are here on that? Could you stand up, please, so I have an idea? Okay, well, this is what I'm going to say. You might want to excuse yourself because I plan to have 5 people from each side, those who are for, those who are against, be the spokespersons. And then if there's anything that is of great magnitude or great moment that has not been expressed by those 5 spokespersons, I'll let other people speak. But if you could work that out amongst yourselves, I certainly appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're all set. Mr.
Okay. Mayor and Council, we just want to add a paragraph to the amendment to this agreement, and I'll read that into the record. Under paragraph 9.2b, we want to add a sentence that reads, however, to ensure the construction of Pulley Road improvements as indicated above, at such time that the park fund reaches $1 million, the owner shall execute the standard city off-site improvement agreement for such improvements and provide to the city a performance bond equal to the public cost of the improvements.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fiorentino.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the Council. First of all, thank you very much for your courtesy trailing this for me. I can make up an excuse, but frankly, I calendared it wrong on my calendar, so thank you for giving me a couple
Honesty is the best
extra
policy.
I would like to take just a second to give you some background, but primarily to to thank and praise your staff. You're very lucky and fortunate to have them in the positions they're in, and frankly, I think the community is very fortunate to have them in the positions they're in. It is obviously very difficult economic times that we're dealing with. These times require people who are willing to sit down and cooperate and find common sense solutions to common problems. And that's exactly what your staff did in this case. With Councilman Ross's direction, Mr. Cervantes, Mr. Scott, Ms. Fretwell, and all of their staffs sat down with us. There was no rhetoric, there was no finger pointing. It was just how do we get some of these things accomplished and work together. And we are very grateful for that and hopeful that you are too. With respect to the additional language that Mr. Cervantes has suggested today, we are okay with putting that in the agreement with an explanation.
Is that guilty with an explanation?
I guess probably. That's true. What the language essentially does, just a little bit of background, is require us at some point in the future to post a bond or otherwise secure the installation of certain improvements along Pooley Road, which is the western boundary of the Providence Master Plan community. Those improvements are not needed today. They won't be needed till some point, sometime in the distant future, maybe very distant future. And we understand the need to try to secure those improvements in the best way that you can. But because of the company that you're dealing with, and because they're not going to do anything different today than they have ever done, I wanted to make sure that the record reflected that we're worried that we will be able to meet that obligation to bond sometime in the future. We're going to accept the obligation to do so. We're going to do everything we can, but we may not get there. Today, the company is not financially capable of securing a bond. That's not unusual. There are very few development companies that today could secure a bond. Frankly, in the bond community, there are not a whole lot of bonding companies left that are able to take on this kind of risk, especially risk for a project that's so far in the future. But we're going to accept the obligation. We're going to do everything we can to meet it. And I'm 100% certain that if we can't, and we have to come back, that with the professionalism that your staff showed, that we'll be able to work it out no matter what. So with that caveat, we're very grateful, and we'd ask for your approval with the additional language.
All right. Mr. Jervik, did you want to be heard on this or not?
Not unless you have any questions, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions of Mr. Cervantes or Mr. Fiorentino? All right, Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just comments. Mr. Fiorentino, thank you for those compliments about our staff. You likewise at Focus Development have been very helpful in getting to this point. You fully understand what the folks are going through out there in the Providence area, things that aren't done, and this is significant, a step in the right direction, and I appreciate your commitment to see where we are and when that time comes to build those parks. And hopefully the financial markets will change and good fortune will fall upon your clients, and we will move forward with the earlier commitments from our previous developer agreement. So, Mr. Cervantes, thank you very much, and Ms. Fretwell, you likewise for your guidance and counsel in this. This has been a challenge. And with that, Your Honor, I would move to follow staff's recommendations with the amended agreement and all of the other conditions.
Okay, thank you. Before I cast my vote, I'd just like to say that I accept your representations, Mr. Fiorentino. I know that there were great expectations on the part of the community as far as those parks were concerned, and to have a beautiful neighborhood that they could enjoy. And I know Mr. Ritter, who is the principal of Focus, and I think he's an honorable man. I've always had that type of opinion of him, and he's always been very community-minded. I hope that he steps up and really tries to do the right thing on this one.
Well, the good news is with a yes vote today, you'll give us the tools to be able to do exactly that.
Very good. All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, items 48 through 51 will be trailed to be heard at 1 p.m. in the afternoon session of the City Council meeting. Hopefully, all folks who had an interest in those particular items have been notified, but if we missed anybody, it will be heard right at the beginning of the afternoon agenda. So we'll move on to item number 53. 53 is a report and possible action on workforce connection services, programs, resources, and activities by the Executive Director, Mr. John Ball. Mr. Harson.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Steve Harson, Director of Neighborhood Services. The Workforce Connections is an agency that serves Southern Nevada and oversees the implementation of the Workforce Investment Act, which provides funding for employment and training services. Your Councilman Ross currently sits on the Workforce Connection Board and has previously served as the chair of the LEOs. And at Councilman Ross's request, we have invited John Ball, who's been the Executive Director of the Workforce Connections over the past 3 years, to give a presentation on the program, services, and activities. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Ball.
Before he does, Your Honor, if I may,
certainly,
just for the benefit of my colleagues, the council, and the mayor, and the folks watching, a little history. Your Honor, you recall when there was challenges years back, Mr. Ball's done a phenomenal job at refocusing the efforts of the Workforce Investment Board, now called Workforce Connections. And in our previous meeting we sat in, I was so impressed with what was going on. It was important to get this information out, not only for our benefit as council members, but for the benefit of the public, to let them know what this board does and how it functions. So that's why I'd asked them to do this, Your Honor.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'd like to say that on occasion I have the responsibility of asking my colleagues on the council to do the dirty work, so to speak, and not all of our committee assignments are fun and games, and some have more perks than others. And I went to Councilman Ross and asked him to clean up the mess that was taking place with that particular workforce group. And he rolled up both sleeves and got down and dirty. And as I understand it, we're well on the way to success. And you're very much responsible for that, Mr. Ball.
Thank you, Your Honor and Councilors. Steve, thanks. I appreciate just a few minutes with you this morning to update you on Workforce Connections and to flag a couple of areas where we look forward to working with you closely in the future. Just to go back to that, the beginning of this assignment, Your Honor, if I might, want to say that we would not be where we are without the strong support of Councilman Ross and staff across the city government. I particularly want to point out Betsy Fretwell back to her ACM days, which I'm sure seem like a long time ago now. And in the personnel department, Claudette, Judy, and Ann have helped us a lot. We had a lot of help from Rad and his folks, the finance folks, the city attorney's folks. We wouldn't be here without that. I particularly want to appreciate Steve Harson and Elisa Morris-Hibbler, who work with us on an ongoing basis and have just been the most professional and supportive kind of assistance we could get. But Councilman Ross's role has been critical. Betsy will recall that when the city and county staff first approached me about coming up here for this assignment, the first thing I said was, if we're going to succeed, the most important ingredient is we have to have at least one elected official that has the vision and the integrity and the courage to push this thing through, regardless of all the opposition that's going to come. And they said, you know what, we think we have that. Turns out that we did. And the councilman's leadership and the continuing support of the other elected officials has been critical to our success. So with that, let me just walk very quickly through some updated information here, starting out with how we were created by the Congress, operated through the Department of Labor, and our allocations come down through state government, the governor's office, and the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. There are two workforce investment boards in Nevada. The northern board is known as Nevada Works, and we now are Workforce Connections. And we get about 70% of the allocation in the state of Nevada. We have recently completed a strategic planning process this year. The board, which we'll look at the structure in a minute, but essentially one of the pieces of the action item list coming out of that process was a new name, a new brand that more clearly identified what our work was about. We were the Southern Nevada Workforce Investment Board. Many people hearing that name asked me if we invested the pension funds of workers in some way. And so we were after a more identifiable moniker, and I think we achieved that. This is our updated vision and mission statement. I just want to flag a couple of perspectives here. One is it identifies that we are not an entitlement program or a poverty program. We're here to serve all employers and job seekers in Southern Nevada, and that it's critical that we have not just a locally or regionally competitive workforce, but a globally competitive workforce that's driven by our understanding of what employers in this labor market need in terms of skill sets for their workers today and tomorrow. So that's the emphasis. This is our governance structure, a little bit complex. As I mentioned, the elected officials from 8 local jurisdictions, we'll identify those in a minute, have come together to form a consortium. Each of you send one of your elected members to that consortium, and they in turn appoint a workforce investment board. Ranges usually around 40 members. A majority of those have to be private sector, and the chair has to be private sector. So Betsy, anytime you think you're having difficulty keeping this set of characters on the same page, think of me over there with 40 of them. It's a challenge, but very rewarding because we have a broad cross-section of backgrounds and abilities there. This shows you the constituents of the consortium, yourselves, Clark County, Nye County, Esmeralda County, Lincoln County, City of Henderson, City of North Las Vegas, and Boulder City. Now, this fiduciary responsibility column is the one that got all of your attention here about 3 years ago when you were staring down the barrel of about $2.5 million of potential disallowed costs. And so it is important for us to keep all of the jurisdictions in the loop on what's happening and that you participate with us so that we're reaching the kind of levels of performance and accountability that makes good the trust that you've placed in us for these funds. This formula is based on essentially services and population. We revisit it every couple of years. It changes a little bit, but not much. The composition of the board, the important thing on this item is look at the broad cross-section of interests and stakeholders in education and workforce training that come together on this board. It's not often in the public sector that you get that kind of wide diversity on a single board. That should be the key strength of what we're doing. Not necessarily handing out money, but convening a group that incorporates the leadership of these sectors in the local economy. We are one of the few public agencies that actually has more money this year than last year. We are somewhat counter-cyclical to begin with based on formulas of unemployment. So when the economy goes down, our funding goes up a little. This year that is substantially enhanced by the Recovery Act passed by the Congress. This is shows you our formula funds, which would have gone up this year anyway. And if I can get to the next, this shows the additional increase based on the Recovery and Reinvestment Act allocation. So we will operate in the neighborhood of a $30 million budget this year.
Mr. Ball,
Yes,
Your Honor,
yes,
if I may?
you bet.
Can we stay right there on that slide for a moment? It's significant, Your Honor, because we've had discussions about what has the federal government done for us here in Southern Nevada. And specifically, these are some of those numbers that we can look at and say, hey, we are getting a couple of dollars. We are putting those back into the community. We are retraining and getting people employed, and that's what's significant. So,
yes.
Thank you.
And just as an example, Your Honor, we had our funding had diminished by 2007-8 to about $5 million. So this $30 million, obviously a huge opportunity for us, a large challenge for us in terms of increasing our operations and make sure that we do it accountably. So there's our allocation for this year. This is not money that we hand out without strings. It's not just grant money. It actually is performance-based. I'm going to show you a couple of the very strict performance measures that the Department of Labor requires us to meet. And we have essentially 3 programs, adult, dislocated worker, and youth. And I'll show you that these are the 3 benchmarks for our adult performance. Obviously very challenging in the current labor market to hit these kinds of numbers, but we're doing it. Actually, we're exceeding these numbers at this point. Dislocated workers, obviously that challenge for us has gone up substantially in the last 18 months. Once again, we are meeting and surpassing all these measures. On the youth side, we are, at this time, we've increased our performance and are exceeding the benchmarks on the first and third bullet. The second, attainment of degree or certificate, is a challenge given all the challenges that the local education system faces. And let me say that, just a personal comment, this is the biggest challenge we face in terms of a workforce. It actually, for all the crisis right in front of us today, our ability to succeed as a local economy and a regional labor market is tied to this second outcome here. How do we get young people successfully, particularly high school graduation and then on to continuing education. I cannot overemphasize that from a workforce development and business standpoint, not just an education or social good standpoint, we have to drive the graduation rate up in these schools. It's everybody's responsibility. If we don't do it, everything we're doing and any other workforce program is doing will not succeed. So we will be coming to you with opportunities for community partnerships to push that agenda. Want to restate that our role has been traditionally seen as a funding agency. This is a great place where we can fund some programs, neighborhood-based, community-based organizations, education institutions. As I touched on before, in the long run, we want you to see that that's not the highest purpose of Workforce Connections. That the bringing together of those 40 community leaders across that broad cross-section of stakeholders, the Congress's intent behind creating that kind of a monster was actually to get all the key players in one room and be able to develop a systems approach so that each of those various constituencies and stakeholders are bringing their assets and potential to the table in a way that can be aligned in a strategy that the whole community is bought into. Every successful city, state, region, and the global economy now operates that way. We have a ways to go in southern Nevada to get there, but we're on that track. And so pay close attention to what we're doing with these relatively few $1 million of grant money because it's important. But the absolutely critical role of our board is over the long term, the creation and the maintenance and the evolution of a policy process that brings various workforce efforts together in a common package.
Do you have a list of the names of your members?
We do, and we'll get that to you.
Good, thank you.
Just a couple of the program notes. Recent accomplishments and activities on the youth side. We had a very successful summer youth program this summer. Many of you helped us out, and we thank you for that. As you can see, we went from 2 youth contractors last year to 22 this year. Last year we served 200 kids. This year we served 1,600. We had over 400 job sites. This money, they looked for a way to, the stimulus package was supposed to get money into the community. There is no more effective vehicle for doing that than to put money in the pocket of a teenager in the summertime. And so in that regard, we were very successful here. And quite frankly, it also helped a lot of families that have critical need for those kind of resources in the family budget this summer. A breakthrough our program this year was with the help of the Nevada Public Education Foundation and the Clark County School District. We were able to align the workforce efforts with the academic needs of the kids in the program. So we were able to get into a credit retrieval process, working closely with the school district, set up a way to get work experience credits so that their activities this summer could help get them back on track toward a high school diploma. So that was absolutely critical. Here's a list of the contractors that emerged, a very highly competitive process for the contracts. You can see some of the best organizations in the community lined up with us to help. This is a look at our demographics of the program in terms of age and ethnicity, just about what we wanted it to be when we went back and reviewed it based on this discussion. A year and a half ago, we sat down with Applied Analysis and did a very comprehensive review of about a dozen major risk factors for youth, overlaid them into a common map, and identified those zip codes and high school catchment areas where the young people were at the highest risk. And then we targeted our investment to those areas. So it worked out very well for us. Here are just a couple of pictures. Summer Business Institute, the leadership of your former colleague and now Commissioner Weekly over at the county. We increased that program from 100 kids last year to about 400 this year, all over the community. All in all, as I said, we served 1,600 kids. I think I have some pictures here of some of the diversity of opportunities they had a chance at this summer. Culinary training, electronics training. We had graphic arts. Okay. You can see that they're out in the workplace, establishing connections and an understanding of the business community and connections with local business leaders that are going to serve them very effectively. Just a minute on adult programs. Once again,
could I just ask a question? Was that the last information you were giving to us? Is that what PEF is helping you with? PEF? the Public Education Foundation.
Yes, it's actually the one we're working most closely with is the Nevada Public Education Foundation,
Nevada
which is
Public
the statewide
Education.
group. I know there's a
Right.
local PEF as
Right.
well. Yes.
Okay, so are they the ones who refer these youngsters, or, I mean?
We get referrals from all over. All of those agencies that we listed, those local, the local contractors, all have client bases of their own, and so referrals come from there, and then we broadcast generally an outreach program.
But suppose we knew of someone who needed assistance, or that would be an excellent program. How do we do it then?
We had actually a catchment set up for this summer. We'll have another one set up for next summer, but in the meantime, if you got somebody that may qualify for our services, give me a call.
Okay.
We get them plugged
And
into the system.
the copy of this that you're giving us today, are you giving us a hard copy too?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So here's some of the adult service providers. Once again, a big increase this year based on our funding, and as you can see, some outstanding partners to achieve those outcomes that we were talking about before. This is a partial list of some of the innovative, creative projects we're working on. As I mentioned, we need to stay ahead of the curve, and we're working on green economy, healthcare, other sector strategies that are going to produce the jobs of the future. I just wanted to give you a good news piece here. We are getting very aggressive about going after additional funding at the federal level. We've just knocked down a $1 million grant on a youth build project. We've been interested in that in Southern Nevada for some time. We finally scored it this summer. Andy Anderson, who helped put this slideshow together, is in the audience, wrote the grant. And I just want to mention a young man we've brought in to run that program, Ricardo Villalobos, who is a Las Vegas native, went to high school here, was actually a state champion wrestler here in the community, was in California doing great work, tutoring athletes, working in the church, working in workforce programs. We managed to lure him back to the community where he needs to be, and so expect to hear a lot about this program. It's a national model that's been very successful. We're really going to run with it in Nevada. Future goals, as I said, sectors where jobs are going to increase in the future. We've got those projects on the ground. We are aggressively seeking funding outside of our formula grants. We're working closely. We want to work more closely with you and our other local government partners to understand that our system is not out in a sandbox someplace or out in a cabbage patch. It's right here. We can align it with what you're doing in your human resources, job recruitment, and job training functions, and give you access to a whole lot of folks that can help out in various civic endeavors around the community, and give us access to the expertise inside your system. I want to point out a project we're working on right now with Steve, Lisa, and Betsy. We have given our funding some opportunities coming open for projects we're going to have. At the same time, you're more funding challenged than we are, so we're trying to figure out how we can transition some folks that do very similar work in the two agencies to keep them on board in the public service through this transition, maybe over in our shop for the immediate future, and we think that's going to work out. You're going to hear more from us about Project 5000. Ken Lobine, who you know as the local HUD director, is very aggressively saying that next summer we're going to serve 5,000 youth, whether there's any federal money or not. So you can expect to see us back tapping on your door and talking about how you can be partners with us in that regard. So thank you very much for your time, Your Honor, and any questions we're happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. We really appreciate it. Are there any questions of Mr. Ball at this time or any comments?
Yes.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Mr. Ball, thank you very much for the presentation. In my former life, I served as a supervisor for Nevada Business Services.
You're an alum.
Right.
You are an alum.
And having had an opportunity to work with the youth component and as a job site supervisor, I understand exactly the importance of making sure that our young people have an opportunity not only to work but really gain true personal developmental skills in order for them to be productive citizens in our community as they continue to grow. And you hit the nail right on the head in regards to the high school dropout with the number of high schoolers increasing annually. It is something that we have to take seriously, because if we don't, these young people will basically find themselves in a very peculiar situation that is not conducive to the overall growth and development of our community. We all know that statistics have proven that those without formal and proper education find themselves incarcerated, and a lot of them will affect and are affecting the way in which we live our lives today, with the number of home invasions and other petty crimes would basically build up to major crimes, is something that we must work on in order to reduce those that element of the population. And we must do that by, number one, making sure that our young people have an opportunity to graduate and assist those who are struggling to graduate. And so as you bring forward the strategy of the program, as far as how in fact we can solve this problem, or at least address it in a major way, I look forward to working with you in that respect, because that's something that I hold near and dear to my heart, as far as making sure that our young people are well educated, in which will give them an opportunity to be productive citizens in our community. So when that strategy is ready from your office, please reach out to me, and I would love to participate and do what I can from my side as a representative here at the city to join forces with you to really bring about a change for our young people who are falling by the wayside.
Great. Your Honor, Councilman, we look forward to it. It's the most important project we have.
Terrific. Any other comments or questions? Well, thank you for a great report.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
And one more comment, Your Honor. Councilman Barlow hit it on the head. I think if you leave here after this presentation with any message, it's this, that the numbers speak for themselves. When this group, this board, is touching the lives of so many young people in our community. Granted, there's an adult dislocated workers program. That's important, certainly. But when we touch the lives of the young people in this community, it will last forever with them. And we're preparing the young people to be better, to be more productive, to be more educated. And you're opening those doors for those young people. Right. Mr. Ball, they're not going to forget that.
Yep.
As I looked at the faces of those young people, they're not going to forget those experiences. Mm-hmm. And they're going to take it with them. And they're going to be productive citizens and raise families here in Southern Nevada. And that's what we want them to do. So thank you very much for that presentation. Yep. And Your Honor and council members, thank you for indulging me so we could have a little more information about the good things that are happening in the city of Las Vegas.
Very good. May I have a motion, please?
That was my motion.
That was the motion. Let's vote on it. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 54 is discussion and possible action on the 6-month review of financial forecast model and related fundamental service review. That's over to this afternoon at 2 o'clock, correct? Very good. Item 55 is discussion and possible action regarding the Third Amendment, the Master Development Agreement between the City of Las Vegas, a political subdivision of the state, City Parkway Roman numeral 4A, Inc., a Nevada nonprofit corporation, Office District Parking 1, Inc., a Nevada nonprofit corporation, LiveWork, LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, FC Vegas 20, LLC, a Nevada limited liability company, and FC Vegas 39, LLC, for the development of the block located on Main Street between Lewis Avenue and Clark Avenue, and this is in Ward 4. Mr. Arndt.
I'm sorry, sir, it's Ward 3.
That's in Ward 3. May the record reflect it's in Ward 3? Right. So we'll have that modified, Ms. Bridges? Very good. Mr. Arndt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director of Office of Business Development. And just for clarification, this agreement reflects 3 projects proposed by the developer, and the projects are actually located both in Ward 3 and in Ward 5. So if I could make that statement and put that on the record for clarifying the location of the projects. This agreement is to extend the term of the existing development agreement with our partnership with the developer, who is a partnership of Forest City Enterprises and LiveWork, LLC, and we do have a representative of the developer here today. The agreement was due to expire later this month, and we had anticipated making a final decision on the financing prior to the end of this month. But because of the complexity of the agreement and the desire of the city to get the best financing package possible for the construction of the new City Hall, we're needing some additional time. So this Third Amendment extends the current term of the agreement from November 20th to March 31st of 2010. It recognizes approval of a feasibility study for physical feasibility of moving forward with the City Hall project on the site known as the Queen of Hearts block in the agreements. It also approves extending the contingency for our financing to the end of the term of the Master Development Agreement, which coincides with the end of the agreement, or March 31st of 2010. I will mention that we have an item scheduled later for this morning, which is for the introduction of an ordinance for a lease purchase agreement, which is meant to accommodate the financing, and that moving forward with that, if it's read into the record today, that the current anticipated schedule is to hear the discussion on the financing on the December 2nd City Council agenda. By approving this amendment, you're not committing to moving forward with financing the project. You're simply extending the term to allow us to remove our financing contingency. You will still have an opportunity to hear a full discussion and vote on that financing contingency as it relates to the lease purchase agreement and the ordinance for that agreement, both today with the first reading and then with the City Council meeting on December 2nd. So with that, staff recommends approval. Again, we do have a representative of the developer here, should you have any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Arndt. Are there any questions of Mr. Arndt or any comments? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to follow staff's recommendation to approve this item. All conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Agenda item 55, because this has a nexus to the potential development of the new City Hall, and as Secretary-Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council, the building trades are currently involved in negotiations with Forest City to secure jobs for union members on that project, and in an abundance of caution, I'm advised by the City Attorney's Office to disclose and abstain from voting on this matter that it has any kind of nexus to the City Hall project until I receive further directions from the Nevada State Ethics Commission.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 57 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary beer, wine cooler off-sale license for Crazy Ely Western Village, LLC, doing business as Crazy Ely Western Village at 321 Fremont Street, and this is in Ward 3.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. This application was heard before you on May 20th, 2009, and the temporary license was approved with conditions that they are in compliance with 6.50020 and meeting the definition of a convenience store, and also there was a 6-month review. We've done 3 inspections of this property during this 6 months, and the last inspection we found that the applicant has been in compliance with all conditions placed upon this license. My recommendation would be to move forward with a permanent license due to the fact we've received their completed investigation, and that would be my recommendation.
All right, thank you, Ms. Meyer. Any questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item and thank her for doing her follow-up work.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 58 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary beer, wine cooler off-sale license for G&G Fremont, LLC, doing business as G&G at 24 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 5. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, again, this applicant was heard on the May 20th meeting with the same conditions that they meet the definition of a convenience store, and with a 6-month review, we've done 3 inspections at this property, and we found them to be in compliance with all conditions. And my recommendation would be approval of a permanent license.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Meyer? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Meyer. And I look forward to the store owner continuing to do a great job with their sales of their items inside of the convenience store. So with that, I would like to follow staff's recommendation for approval subject to all conditions of this item.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 59 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary massage establishment license for Acres Chiropractic at 2931 North Tenaya Way in Suite 106. This is an ancillary license to an existing chiropractic business, which is Acres Chiropractic, of course. Ms. Meyer, is the applicant here?
No, the applicant contacted us and said that he had a confliction in his schedule. He said that he may have his manager attend.
I think there's the manager. Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Beth Klein.
Thank you. Ms. Meyer?
Yes, Mayor and Council. This item was asked to have a 6-month review, and we have done the 3 inspections and found them to be in compliance. Again, just to state on the record that it is ancillary to the chiropractic establishment, and they do have conditions placed upon their license. My recommendation would be to move forward with a permanent license with the conditions that all massage therapists have a valid state and city license, that the massage area cannot occupy more than 150 square feet, that they have no exterior signage that offer massage, that advertise massage, and the hours of operation must match the hours of the business.
Are you in agreement with those terms?
Yes.
Very good. Would you like to be heard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't blame you. That's a good thing. All right, are there any questions?
Your Honor, can I have a question to Ms. Myers after the vote?
Certainly. Councilman Anthony, your motion, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll move for approval with staff's recommendations and all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries, and Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. I'm just curious, there's a lot of legitimate chiropractors that offer this type of business. Have you been running into challenges with with non-legitimate chiropractors' offices?
We haven't found any non-legitimate chiropractors' offices, to my knowledge. Are you talking about massage that under the guise of a chiropractor, or actually people that are offering chiropractic services without a state chiropractor's license?
No, actually, the licensed chiropractors who actually offer massage therapy in their offices, and we require those massage therapists to be licensed, both locally and by the state. So that's what I'm asking. A lot of confusion.
There was confusion because in the past they were exempted from having a license for massage. Today, if the chiropractor wants to offer massage, he doesn't need to have a separate license. He can do that under his license. In the past, they had chiropractic assistants that were allowed to provide massage without having a state license or city license. That was prior to the establishment of the State Board of Massage Therapy.
Okay, and I asked that for the mayor and the council's benefit because I've had some phone calls regarding that. Gee, now I've got a massage therapist in my office. I'm really a chiropractor. I just offer the service. So, and that's why I asked you that question. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, that was it. Go on to the next matter, which is item number 60, discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary massage establishment license for Red Rock Shiro LLC, doing as Red Rock Chiropractic. I guess that's Chiro. 500 South Rancho Drive, Suite 1. This is in Ward 1, and it's an ancillary license to an existing chiropractic business, Red Rock Chiropractic. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, Margaret Colucci, the licensee, contacted me in the last few days, and she is out of state and at a conference and could not make it to the meeting today. But I advised her that I feel we can go forward with the application. We've had only minor issues with regard to the chiropractic massage, those being employee registers and lack of completion of that. The inspections that have been conducted, other than the minor issues, have found that the business is in compliance, and I'm willing to go forward today with a recommendation of a permanent license with the following conditions. Number 1, all massage therapists shall have a valid state and city business license. Number 2, there shall be no exterior signage advertising massage. Number 3, the massage room shall only be 150 square feet. Number 4, the hours for massage shall be the same as the hours for the chiropractic business. These were the conditions on her temporary license, and I believe Dr. Colucci would agree to the following conditions on the permanent license. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. DeFiore at this time? All right, hearing none, then we'll turn to Councilwoman Tarkanian, please. All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 62 is discussion and possible action regarding a new psychic arts and license and science license for Nana Adams, doing business as Psychic Arts of Las Vegas at 1620 South Decatur Boulevard in Suite E. This is in Ward 1.
Mayor and members of the council, I believe the applicant is here, representing herself today. The Metropolitan Police Department developed an area of concern in the background investigation on Miss Adams. You should have that in the backup investigative book. Sergeant Lowe and Detective Montoya are behind me here today to answer any questions you might have on the application and on the investigative report. And before I make a recommendation, we've met with Ms. Adams and her husband, Tim, in the last couple of weeks, and they had a copy of their police report. We've gone over the police report with them. We advised them at that time that we would be presenting this to the City Council with an area of concern, so they're fully aware of what the contents of the investigative report are. And I believe they're here to make a presentation to the Council to ask for consideration of this license.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. DeFiore. Folks, please identify yourselves for the record, and then we'd be happy to hear from you.
Yes, my name is Nena Adams.
And I'm Timmy Jackson, the owner of Chicago Dogs, Mayor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor and Council.
All right, you've received a copy of the report as indicated by Mr. DeFiore, correct?
Yes.
Would you address those allegations, please?
Yes. Well, basically, Mayor, Nena has been struggling to get her business license for some time now. We've been residents about 15 years in Nevada. We own several businesses, partners together in a few pieces of property here. We're trying to make this our home and place of business and our financial rock to stand on. Miss Adams received a ticket last May at the San Gennaro Feast with Anthony Palmisano. We usually set up a psychic booth there twice a year with him. Our booth price was $2,500 for the 6-day run. One evening, a gentleman came up and gave Nena a ticket for not having a license, and which made me really upset because we have several receipts here through the years of dealing with Anthony Palmisano. One day I asked him, Anthony, why are you charging us $2,500 for a 10-by-10 space at the San Gennaro? He goes, because you have one local business license and one sales tax license included, and we cut through the red tape. Oh, great. So that's why she received a ticket for running psychic arts to the San Gennaro without having a license. We were not aware of that, and all our contracts with Mr. Palmisano says that we do have a license and a sales tax license from beginning to end.
Mayor Goodman, if I may.
And Ms. Adams,
Excuse me.
One of the questions I have
before
you go on to another area is just precisely on that. Have you had a chance, Mr. DeFiore, to review the document that this gentleman's talking about, the San Gennaro Feast contract or whatever it is, to see if a reasonable person would believe that by entering into this deal, paying $2,500, that a reasonable person could assume that the San Gennaro Feast person would obtain this license for him? Because that's what they're claiming.
I did. We discussed this issue, and it does appear that the document does contain a provision or a field that talks about the business license. So whatever arrangement they had with Mr. Palmisano on this, they indicated to me that he said he was responsible for the business license. I don't know that to be true or not to be true. I haven't talked to Mr. Palmisano on it. I do know that there was an amended document from one year of San Gennaro Feast to another year of San Gennaro Feast where they took out that provision, which made them responsible for it. But, you know, as anybody goes, you're responsible for your own business operation and your own business license.
And I appreciate that. What I'm trying to do is assess their credibility, you know, whether they're telling the truth or not. And one might say, from what you said, Mr. DeFiore, that they could have reasonably believed through the language in that document that this Mr. Palmisano may have, as part of the deal, agreed to get the business license for him.
Correct.
I know that's one issue of a few, but I'm kind of erring on your side on that one, I guess is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Mr. DeFiore, did you say that it moved from one year to the next, and one of those years it wasn't, or all of those years it wasn't, or how many? I don't understand.
I believe in one of the contracts that they have with the San Gennaro feast, they have removed that item.
And who is they?
They, meaning Mr. Palmisano, ultimately, as a responsibility of the San Gennaro feast to obtain the business license. So it now falls upon the applicant here to obtain that business license.
Yeah.
Let me just add, too, that they do have a pending court date, and I suppose this could be a matter that they could contend in court, and the judge would have to make a decision as to whether or not they're guilty or not guilty.
Could I just ask, was it the last year that it was taken out, or was it previous to that?
Last year.
Last year. Thank you.
Last May, Mr. Kagan. And we just, figured that he's charging us $2,500 for a 10-by-10 booth. We figured, well, contract is a legal binding contract. So we just, believed that for $2,500 we were going to be licensed.
Let me ask this question, Mr. DiFiore. The gravamen of your report would appear to me to focus on this incident and not on the incident involving the driving away with the two other ladies and that aspect of the report. Is that correct?
Actually, I think from Detective Montoya's standpoint, it covers both. The fact that you have a person that has been charged with doing business without a license, you also have a person who's been convicted of an offense that involves the abuse of the elderly, and I believe
that's what I wanted to get to. Was she convicted? It says fine denied. What took place with that? The charge that took place on March 22nd of 05.
A gross misdemeanor.
Oh, did you plead guilty to it?
Well, our attorney, Carmine Colucci, told Nana.
Well, no. Did she plead guilty to it?
Yes. He told us to plead guilty.
Must have been a lesser charge or something. Yeah. It's a gross misdemeanor on probation.
Yeah, and was she placed on probation?
For 3 years, yes. She worked with the elderly, actually, for 3 years.
Did she
at Elks Lodge.
Did she satisfy her probation?
She took care of it all.
Did she get an honorable discharge?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She has. Never had a problem with any other in her life at all regarding her psychic arts business.
All right. Those are my questions. All right. Now, I don't want to stop you. I just was interested in that phase.
One more thing I might add, Mayor and Council, please. We live here. We own property here. We own a restaurant together here. The Chicago Dogs up on Rancho. Miss Adams has been paying rent at 1620 since last year of October, and we've been paying $840 a month. Now they listed it to $950 because it's a location that's near our home on Oakey Boulevard that makes it easier for her to attend to. And I beg the council, if we really want to do this and get legitimately licensed so we won't have these occurrences anymore. I mean, we live here. We don't want to break any laws, any rules, any regulations. We pay our taxes here for 15 years. We're both huge taxpayers from our restaurant. And I beg the council to see it in their heart, at least to give us on a trial basis, at least, since all the money we spend. I surely plead to you, we're not going to spend 13 months of rent to do something wrong in the future. Nana's never had a single complaint except what's on the table here since she was 17-year-old, starting from Victorville, California, and Nana is 47 today. And we have 4 locations, and all of them are complaint-free. No problems with psychic arts at all, ever, except what's on this table here.
All right, thank you.
Council.
Mayor, I have a question, please.
Yes, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, sir. I just want to understand this. So on May 9th of 2009, Metro issued a citation to Ms. Adams for doing a business without a license, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It also says here on April 16th, a senior license officer also found her doing business without a license at a swap meet?
That was in 2003. That's correct.
Okay, 2003. All right.
Not her. Her stepdaughter. Angela Melissa Marks.
It was a stepdaughter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Were you there with her?
No.
Not at the time, no.
I can explain the circumstances because I'm very familiar with it. At the Rancho Indoor Swap Meet, there was a booth set up with her psychic booth in operation at that time. The license officer that went out there to do a site check and found that the booth was operating without a business license. She was not present at the time. Her daughter was present, and her daughter was told that Ms. Adams had to come forward for a business license at that point because she could not advertise, she could not conduct business without a city business license. She never did come forward. She was not found at the swap meet after that day, but it seems it took her this amount of time to move either from Boulder City or to locate in Las Vegas before she obtained a business license.
Any other comments or questions before we turn to Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Basically, we just got it right here on the table, Your Honor. We just want to get all this straightened out and go forward.
Okay, Mr. DiFiore, do you have a recommendation, Mr. DiFiore?
Well, the disturbing thing about this is, and if you read down, the conviction actually was her being convicted of pleading guilty to convicted of burglary of a victim over 65. And I know that when you operate as a psychic business, people are putting your trust in you. You're paying them a fee, and even though this was not related to the business operation, her role in the place of the conviction appears.
I would really
to be,
like to know what she was convicted of, because burglary is a felony. Last time I knew it.
Just a gross misdemeanor.
Well, that's why I want to find out what she was convicted of.
Well, maybe Detective Montoya or Sergeant Lowe can.
Gentlemen.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
As the gentleman come forward, just for a point of clarification, I'm reading the backup material here that is presented before us, and Mr. DiFiore, you stated that Ms. Adams never showed up to the scene. However, in the backup information, it states that she did show up with a Boulder City business license, and the officer at the scene informed her that the business license was only valid in Boulder City and not the city of Las Vegas. So would you please re-clarify your statement?
Okay. She was not at the scene at the time that the license officer was out there. The license officer dealt with her daughter. If she would, as it reads forward, she did show up, and she was notified that the Boulder City business license did not apply to the Las Vegas business license.
So she did show up to the
court
swap meet. Right?
Yes. And she was given a warning notice, a verbal warning notice that she could not continue to operate at that point in time.
Without a business license.
The business ceased at that point, but the point I was trying to make was from 2003, it now took her this number of years to be able to come forward for a business license for council to consider.
In the city of Las Vegas.
In the city of Las Vegas.
Right. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, are you able to tell me what she pled guilty to?
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Council members. The information I have is she pled guilty and was convicted of a burglary, which is a felony in Nevada.
So he's saying gross misdemeanor.
That's a felony, sir.
I know burglary is a felony.
Okay.
That's why I was confused, because the report says burglary, and he said gross misdemeanor.
Yeah,
And,
that's what the judge
That's what they
said
told
it
us.
was.
Well,
I've been
it makes a big
documentation
difference to
for it.
me, to be quite frank with you.
You know, Mayor Goodman, if I don't mind, this stuff is all public record.
Yeah.
And Jim, I'm sorry, but I think you know what's going to come out of my mouth now, because I've been harping on this for 5 years, and we got better for a while. But this report is really, really unclear as to the criminal history of this lady. People are arrested, and people are convicted. Now, she was obviously cited, arrested, whatever, for different things, but I, at this moment, don't know what she was convicted of. You use the word burglary. Officer, you use the word burglary. They're saying gross misdemeanor. I don't know. So my feeling is, before we do anything, I want to feel comfortable with exactly where we're at as far as their criminal history.
Right.
Can you scope it for us?
I went to.
Yes, sir.
Can we do it so we can make our decision today while it's fresh in our mind?
Yes.
All right, then I'd like to trail this, so you do the scope, then come back to us when you get the information, and then we'll be able to vote on it.
And one other thing, Mayor, if you don't mind, this stuff's on Blackstone. And Mr. Jerbick, you know how to access Blackstone, don't you?
Yeah, we can access
This
that
is
for you.
real easy stuff. The court minutes are right on the Blackstone website, public record, real easy to find in a matter of minutes.
I'll make a call right now.
All right, then we're going to trail this until we get the information, Councilman.
Mr. Muir, I'm not as experienced in all the court business and everything as some of our other members of the council are. I'm very interested in that particular case because I also believe that psychics tend to draw elderly individuals who have some really significant needs, maybe have lost a loved one or something like that. They tend to be attracted to that type of thing. And I'm concerned with, the bags of money. Were there bags of money found in the car? And how much and so forth and so on. So can I also get some of that information? Is that included on scope?
No.
That's not. Only what they were convicted of. I mean, they were sentenced. Because I will tell you, right now with the court system, I'm finding with people that we work very hard with, we find that sometimes they come to an agreement, and the agreement is far less than the crime itself would ordinarily call for, but it's because they are overburdened with work and they need to get things done. And that's why I'd like to know more of the specific facts if I could.
Gentlemen, let me ask you this. Will you need more time than today to get the councilwoman the facts that she needs? Because if you could get them today, we'll conclude this today. If you need more time, we'll give you more time.
Well, sir, the reference the bags of money that were in the vehicle.
Yes.
All that information came from the actual arrest report. Doesn't go into real detail as far as where they got it from. All it goes into is the fact they found those bags of money in the vehicle they were driving.
Are you able to tell the councilwoman how much was in the bags?
No, sir.
Well, not exactly how much, but I mean, it says there were bags of money. That could be a little bit of money, or it could be a lot of money.
Bags of money.
May I, Council, may I interrupt?
Well, you,
I was there at
The
scene.
officers located bags of money
I was
with
there at
large
the scene.
amounts of
you'll
coins.
get indicted as a co-conspirator if you keep on talking.
Actually, they fingerprinted me at the scene.
Figure-
They took pictures
That's
of
it.
me
You'll
and
get it.
let me go.
You'll get arrested right now. Marshal, take him in.
As much information as you can obtain. If there's the arrest report, whatever it is, I'd like to see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could you get it to the councilwoman today?
Yes.
Good, thank you. All right, then we'll continue this matter until the information is brought to our
Thank you,
attention.
Council.
Thank you.
All right. Item 63 is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of work card denial for Ivana Vela, doing business as Vinny Boy's Italian Marketplace at 3620 West Sahara Avenue in Suite W02. This is in Ward 1. Is Ivana Vela here?
Mayor, she is not, and I'll have an explanation for that. We met with Miss Vela this morning. Metro had offered her a copy of the police report. We had, in our letter, offered her a copy of the police report before today's meeting. She did not have one when she appeared today to come to the city council meeting on appeal. In discussing this with her, I gave her options. I gave her an option of being able to try to observe a police report today before the meeting and be prepared to make a presentation, or hold it in abeyance for 2 weeks. She took the latter, and she submitted a letter to me. She's going to obtain a copy of the police report and appear on December 2nd for her appeal.
All right, very good. Is that agreeable to you?
It is, and I have a letter to submit for the record from her.
Fine. Councilwoman, could you make a motion to
I
obey?
move to obey
Thank
the
you.
item to
December
December
the
2nd.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Where's Miss Fredwell?
She's right back here.
Back there. Okay, if we're up to 64, if you'd be kind enough to handle that for me, I have to take care of another matter.
Mayor, being excused, item 64 is a resolution, R80, 2009, discussion of possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the RDA and CR Corporation located at 1239-1299 South Las Vegas Boulevard, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3, and this item is related to the RDA item 4 in this morning's RDA meeting. Mr. Arndt, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Office of Business Development. This item was heard this morning on the Redevelopment Agency agenda as item number 4, and as a related item. It's for a visual improvement program grant agreement with CR Corporation, which is doing business as a Little White Wedding Chapel. It is located at 1239 through 1299 South Las Vegas Boulevard. They're looking to put $107,000 worth of improvements, primarily neon signage and also a wrought iron gate to the property. They do meet the program requirements. They're meeting the Las Vegas Scenic Byway, and staff recommends approval of a matching grant of $50,000. Glad to answer any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Arndt? Hearing none, we'll follow the RDA's recommendation as well as staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please. You've heard the motion. Any questions? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you, Bill. Boards and commissions, item 65 is Historic Preservation Commission. Janet Ruth White, term of expiration is 3/6/2011. She resigned. The recommendation is procedure for this commission requires appointment by the City Council. Officers are appointed a new member for Category 7, citizen at large. Does anyone have a recommendation at this time?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman Barlow, please.
I've had a couple of calls to my office in regards to this item, and if no one has a recommendation, I would ask that we obey it 2 weeks for me to speak to them further to come back with a recommendation.
Okay, we have a request to hold this in abeyance until our December 2nd meeting. You've heard the motion. Any questions? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post, please.
She lost her little arrow. There she goes.
Motion carries.
Okay,
Mayor?
Councilwoman, we have the information regarding the conviction. Do you want to have the police report as well?
I would like to.
All right, fine. Then, yes, we're advised that it was not a felony, that it was a gross misdemeanor. Okay. All right, item 65 is Historic Preservation Commission for the term.
We just did that, sir.
Oh, we did 65.
I did that for you.
Oh, okay, thank you. You really did a good job. No, when I'm not here, everything works. It's good. It's good. Okay, this is item 66. This is bill number 2009-44. Requires that dogs and cats over the age of 4 months be spayed or neutered, except under specified circumstances, and requires the microchipping of dogs and cats before they can be recovered from impound or adopted. Let's see. We have the chief here. Do you want to make initial comments? This is what we're going to do. We'll have the chief make. Excuse me? Yes, I'll do. You want to read the bill?
I'd be happy to.
All right, please.
Bill number 29-44, in order to require that dogs and cats over the age of 4 months be spayed or neutered, except under specified circumstances, to require the microchipping of animals before they can be recovered from impound or adopted, and provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you very much, Mr.
Your
Chairman.
Honor, if I could?
Yes.
If you hadn't been made yourself back here, buddy?
Pardon?
I said, if you hadn't been back, I was going to go to recess till you got here.
That's okay. We're not scared. What we're going to do is we'll have the chief make your presentation, and any folks that you have here who are in support of your position.
Okay.
Then we'll hear from, we'll do it according to Robert's Rules of Order. As I asked you to, I hope that you selected 5 representatives, 5 pros for the ordinance, 5 against, and I'll call on you individually in first the pros, then the cons, the pros, the cons, until we get it done. And then if there's anybody in the audience who feels that they have something special they want to tell us that has not been covered by the 5 speakers, I'll certainly listen to you as well. I would like to limit everybody's presentation, with the exception of yours, Chief, because on your briefing yesterday you filled us in with a lot of information. I think the public certainly are going to be entitled to that. I'd like to try to limit the remarks to 3 minutes. 3 minutes is a long time. I tell people that the Gettysburg Address that President Lincoln gave, that took 90 seconds, and it's very well remembered. Yes. All right. We can do it now.
Thank you, sir. I've had a request from veterinarian Dave Henderson on Northeastern. He sent a letter. He's at a veterinary convention today. He couldn't make it here today, but he wanted me to read this letter into the record, if I could, please. My support for the spay-neuter ordinance 2009-44. I've been a practicing veterinarian in your district for more than 26 years. I initially became aware of the pet overpopulation problem in the late 1980s when I provided the veterinary service for the City of Las Vegas Animal Shelter. I've watched the animal overpopulation problem continue to fester. Local leaders were unwilling to deal with the issues that contributed to the problem. I concluded 20 years ago that the small percentage of pet owners who contribute most of the problem could not be educated into compliance. I know, I tried. I see these people every day in my private practice, and they are unwilling to accept that they are part of the problem. This has been recently confirmed by myself and other organizations who offer free spay and neuters, free microchips, and free vaccinations during pet fairs conducted with the local animal control agencies. Over half of the people that attend these pet fairs refuse to get their animals spayed or neutered, even at no cost. They are there to get the free vaccinations only because they are mandated by law. Those that do schedule the spay and neuter frequently fail to show up for their free appointment. When you do the math, that means 5 out of 6 of those targeted pet owners refuse to spay and neuter their animals, leaving them free to reproduce and contribute to the overpopulation problem. None of these people believe that they are part of the problem. I am presently working with both Heaven Can Wait and the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society, two organizations that are providing low-cost and no-cost sterilization. This year, we will sterilize 13,000 animals. Combine this number with the number of private practices that are now providing low-cost spay and neuters, one can conclude any responsible pet owner can get their pet sterilized either at low cost or for free. One has to wonder why we continue to have a pet overpopulation problem. It's my belief that the irresponsible pet owner can only be brought into compliance with through laws. I am in full support of the proposed ordinance. Without its passage, we will not solve our pet overpopulation problem. I also have an email from Andrea Larson, who is also a veterinarian in Clark County, and she is also in support of this ordinance, as well as I got a letter from the CSN College of Southern Nevada Veterinary Technical Program, Charleston campus. Dennis Olson, the DVM MS, and he is also, and I just want to read one part of his letter here. It says, the current bill states that the animals over 4 months of age that do not meet specific criteria should be neutered. This age may be considered early by some, but it not the same as many of the early age studies that have been performed where 8 to 12 weeks is considered. Therefore, the argument about 4 months being too young in this case is not valid. There are a number of advantages of neutering prior to sexual puberty that are enumerated in the research that has been done. Anesthesia and surgery can be done very safely on animals at 4 months, just as other animals, as long as the proper precautions are taken. And they're also in favor of ordinance 2009, resolution 2009-44. Mike, put these in the record, please.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Chief Coyne.
Good morning, Your Honor, council members. My name is Karen Coyne. I'm the director of the city's Department of Detention and Enforcement, which is, among other things, home to our Las Vegas Animal Control Unit. And you may know that in my professional capacity, one of the hats I wear is to serve as the city's animal regulation officer, which brings me before you today. Bill 2009-44, which is up for your consideration and what I hope will be a unanimous vote of support, is really designed to reduce the pet population by promoting responsible pet ownership through a system of accountability, all in an effort to reduce the number of senseless euthanasias we are experiencing at our local shelter. I have to hand it to Val Steed, under Brad Jerbick's leadership, of course, for the patience that he has exercised in working with us, and for his contribution to this very responsible piece of legislation that is carefully, thoughtfully, and thoroughly crafted, and certainly is not without the input of a variety of stakeholders in this community which include, but are not limited to, representatives from the veterinarian committee, or veterinarian community, the humane organizations, the rescue groups, our animal control professionals, our shelter providers, and certainly our citizens. I will not stand here today and tell you that any piece of legislation will ever be the end-all, be-all to solve all of our problems. We must get out in front of this on an educational front, but as alluded to even in Dr. Henderson's letter, education only goes so far. In addition to the comments I've made thus far, this language is consistent with legislation which is on the books currently in North Las Vegas, and I've invited a representative from North Las Vegas, Mr. Al Noyola, to speak about their experience regarding the passage of this ordinance in North Las Vegas. But we'll wait just a few minutes before we get there. In spite of all the work that's been done, I am keenly aware that this particular piece of legislation has drawn an awful lot of criticism. There are many people here today, I know, who want to share their personal perspectives with you, some of whom are in support, some of whom oppose this bill. I would never claim to understand all of the nuances associated with the opposition. However, I will tell you publicly that regardless of our opponents, we are willing to, and I will speak on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, we are definitely willing and committed to working with any and everybody in this community, to include those who are critical of what we're trying to accomplish, for the betterment of the manner in which we address animal issues in this community, period, in spite of however this turns out today. I'm aware of about 5 provisions within the bill that I'd like to draw out and discuss with you, offering a few comments that I will ask you to keep in mind as you listen to testimony today. But before we go there, I think it's important, and I'm mindful of the time, Your Honor, that we understand the how and why we arrived at this juncture today behind the what you see in the bill before you. And it's a call that I will never forget. Late in the evening, readying the family for the day following, and the phone rings, which is not necessarily unusual in my chosen career field. I like to think that I'm prepared for virtually anything that comes across the table, although, and particularly those of you who know me, there are a few issues that render me speechless. But what I heard on the other end of the phone that night, early in February, nearly 3 years ago, left me without words. The person on the other end of the line was a colleague of mine who was the then president of the Animal Foundation, a woman who I've worked with for many, many years, and by the way, for whom I have great respect. The moment she spoke, I knew something was terribly, terribly wrong. And I was not prepared for what she shared with me, which in essence was this. She told me that a terribly infectious disease had taken over our animal shelter and was running rampant, and that several hundred dogs and cats were dead or dying, and the fate of several hundred more were likely to suffer the same outcome. Didn't even know what to say, certainly didn't know what to offer, couldn't console, and what a feeling of helplessness, because there was really nothing neither I nor my colleagues nor our leadership could do to prevent the wheels of fate that were already in motion. After what you can imagine was a very short and sleepless night, I drove into the office the next day and reached out to many of my colleagues, from our appointed leadership team to my colleagues who are in uniform behind me today. And within an hour, and I'm so honored and humbled to work with such a great group of professionals, because within an hour of those calls and my plea for assistance, identifying the need for us to mobilize and see what we could do to assist, and most importantly, how were we ever going to instill confidence in the public, who was surely going to be shaken once news of this became public. Those folks arrived, mobilized, and it was a long several days. The foundation closed for a few days. Who knows how many animals suffered loss as a result of that. But when it was all said and done, the loss of animal life in this community as a result of the series of events predicated by overpopulation, lack of responsible pet ownership, which all lead to sanitation challenges in an institutional environment and are a breeding ground for the spread of disease. The loss number was well beyond 1,000. And this community was up in arms, as they should have been. And it's interesting because today, as I stand before you, for as devastating as that event was and the horrible loss of animal life we experienced, which will forever be a part of our history in this community, it pales in comparison to the number of euthanasias that we are experiencing every day in this valley. Something needs to be done. This is not going to be the perfect method. In fact, I'm sure there will be folks who argue it is definitely imperfect. But it's a tool available to the officers in the field. For those who don't do it, not necessarily even because they don't want to, but more likely because they don't have to, if we do nothing, there's a great risk management guru by the name of Gordon Graham. Don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he touts a few things. If it's predictable, then it's preventable. And past performance is predictive of future, past behavior is predictive of future performance. There were a series of focus groups that were organized and facilitated at the end of that horrible day in February 2007. And this was no easy task, by the way, because as those of you who've been in this position for quite some time, you know that animal issues invoke a great, passionate following. At the time, the situation was very emotionally charged. There was a lot of criticism. There was even harbored resentment, and there were definitely opposing views. However, for the first time to my knowledge in my nearly 18-year career with the city, I saw people from those stakeholder groups that I mentioned earlier come together, and it takes great courage to do that, for the betterment, all in the interest to better the manner in which we're addressing these issues in the community. And that speaks very loudly, and I hope that that momentum has not been lost. They were fully engaged. There were many ideas. There were many opinions. And some of the ideas that were presented you see in this bill before you today, as a matter of fact. I don't want to overshadow the fact, however, that prior to that devastating day, the county, through Joe Botello's leadership, had already been doing research on this type of legislation. And I've asked him here today. They've not been successful in bringing that bill before their commission yet, but I've asked Joe here today just to kind of talk a little bit about that. I've also asked Al Noyola as a representative from North Las Vegas, as I mentioned earlier, because they have gone down this road and life does exist after passing mandatory spay-neuter legislation. I'd like to, as I promised earlier, outline what I am familiar with as far as concerns, and hopefully this will put your minds at ease and maybe even quell some of the concerns that may exist if we can just draw it down to the point that we did consider some of these things. Probably the most contentious piece of this legislation has to do with the age at which sterilization is to occur. Now, there is an awful lot of information out there. A lot of conflicting information as well. Some sources are more credible than others. I will tell you that because of the medical nature of this procedure, I tend to be drawn to medical studies, professional, statistically reliable journal articles, etc. And I would like to offer for the record today 3 studies from credible institutions, Texas A&M, UC Davis, and then there was also a journal article from the Journal of the American Veterinary Medical Association. And basically, I offer this just for your consideration, that there's a lot of evidence out there. There were some folks that did some research that certainly outlines, as with any medical procedure, there are inherent risks, but in this case, early sterilization, there are also some benefits, and you really have to draw your own conclusions, because I'm not a medical expert.
Is there a common bottom line on those articles?
There really is not. But they do offer some statistical information that's reliable.
I'd like to see it, please.
Beyond that, and for a quick study, Mayor, you can go to the conclusions at the end. It'll maybe give you an idea. Beyond that, the 4-month age is not one at which we just drew from the sky. We live in a unique community where you can literally live on the north side of the street, the south side of the street, or to the east and west, and you could possibly have 3 jurisdictional boundaries there. You might be held to 3 different standards. And in our unending quest to have like language if we are having like legislation. We looked at the draft legislation from the county, the existing legislation from North Las Vegas, and we also consulted the NRS, which has a sterilization chapter that relates to shelter operations. All of them speak to either the 4 months or by the age of 4 months. So we felt it was important to be consistent. The second series of concerns really seem to be brought forward by some representatives of the breeder groups and maybe even some of the kennel clubs. I'm a little surprised by that for two main reasons. One, there was great work put into this bill to accommodate those who are breeding pets professionally, etc. There are exemptions within the bill. First, if the animal is medically unsuited as determined by a veterinarian. Let me just run through these exceptions very quickly. If the dog has received and is working in some type of a service capacity, either through law enforcement agency, search and rescue, or some type of a service dog, guide dog, hearing dog assistance, seizure alert, or other kind of social therapy type of animal. Pound or shelter operations are exempt as long as they have provisions within their policy that require spay and neutering. And then, of course, owners who are willing to secure either a dog fancier's permit, cat fancier's permit, professional animal handler's permit, or a breeder's permit. The second reason, I guess, that was a little surprising to me is because when we went back and looked at our statistics, we learned, or I learned, I should say, Rich knows this stuff by heart, but I learned that we only had 3 breeders on file in the city of Las Vegas. So I guess I would suggest to you that there may be some breeding going on right now, legitimate breeding that's going on right now, that may not be in compliance with our existing ordinance. So I would suggest to you that the furtherance of legislation, if it hasn't impacted those folks yet, it likely won't as a result of passage of this bill, and certainly it is not our goal to go out and knock on doors. I know that's been talked about, the Gestapo's coming. That's not our plan at all. We will achieve success only through voluntary compliance because we'll never be able to enforce our way out of this problem. Continuing on, some other arguments you may hear is that there is perhaps going to be an expense associated with this. I will tell you we did not put a fiscal note on this, but clearly there is going to be an expense to the consumer. And we're sensitive to that, but it is a part of being a responsible pet owner. There are so many low-cost spay-neuter clinics out there, free clinics, as you heard in Dr. Henderson's letter.
Yeah.
There are other creative ideas for payment plans, and this is really no different than...
Chief, I don't want to interrupt your presentation, but when you say cost, what's it costing the taxpayers now? Have you developed a number?
It roughly costs, for the 72-hour hold for owned animals, that's about $65 for those 3 days. And that would be for the average pet, okay? That doesn't include those who have been injured or who really need some additional medical care.
That's not the number I'm looking for. If I lose my dog, how much is it going to cost me? What I want to know is how much is our operation costing the taxpayers of this city?
I believe, I believe our contract with the Lead Animal Foundation is in the $2 million area.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Well, as long as we interrupted the chief, I don't know whether you're going to get to it yet, but there was one statistic or factoid that you gave to us yesterday in the briefing as to how many dogs.
Yes, sir, I'm getting there.
Okay, because when the people hear that, I think they're going to have to...
the point is, with the expense, what I'd like to draw out for your benefit and certainly for the listeners is that we're keenly aware of the challenges, particularly for those who are already in need of public assistance. And what we've established with Val's assistance was in Section 9 of the bill. By future resolution, this board has the authority to determine a percentage of the fines and fees that are collected as a result of violators, which means that this will have to take place down the road. But you can establish whatever percentage you think is appropriate to set aside in a special fund that could go to offset, it's really designed to offset the costs associated with a spay-neuter for those who are in need of public assistance. And I would also submit to you that If we do nothing, we're going to spend money. So if we're going to do something, we're spending money. There's likely going to be testimony that there is a lack of credible studies out there that demonstrate that a program like this has any success whatsoever. My response to that is I acknowledge that. And I share with you a little frustration I have that from an professional animal control perspective, there are a few credible studies out there on very many things. But I don't need a study necessarily to tell me that when I look at the numbers that we are producing, that we don't have a challenge. And that, again, doing nothing and expecting a different result, I think that qualifies as the definition of insanity. Beyond that, I think we really have nothing to lose at this point. What we've seen in our statistics, which is all I'll speak to today, is over the past 3 years we've seen a 10% increase in the number of dogs that are being impounded, and during the same period about a 5% increase in the number of cats. We're already impounding in this community 4 times the amount of animals as compared to like cities of our size across the nation, and in some cases cities that are much larger than ours. The American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals reports that some 70 million dogs and cats are homeless in this nation. 7 million of which end up in shelters, 4 million of which are euthanized. And you know, those numbers are so gigantic, it's almost easy to dismiss them because it's difficult to have them hit home. So let me do it for you. Fiscal year 09, City of Las Vegas impounded 19,682 animals. Now, of those, 9,168 were owner surrenders, and thank goodness for that. Those owners realized that they could no longer responsibly care for the needs of their pets, and they turned them in not to be destined for death, but to have a chance at life through the adoption process. 10,514, the remaining number that make up the total, were impounded by my animal control officers. Of that total I started with, 19,682, 12,237 were euthanized, which represents 62%. I don't see how that's acceptable, and I'll try and illustrate it by saying that means we are experiencing a 38% success rate through the adoption process and return to owners. Now, please don't quote me on 38% being a success rate, because it's not. By every grading scale we've ever seen, that is a big fat F. Point is, really, to put this into perspective, every single animal that we have impounded in fiscal year 09, 10,514, which represents about 10% of our total call volume, were euthanized. And as well as about another 2,000. So I guess we could, I say this facetiously, but perhaps we should just wait until they get hit by cars and scoop them off the road, and that would free up the time of the officers to go out and do some enforcement. I don't think that that's the right answer by any means. We have a serious challenge here, and you have the opportunity today to support this very responsible piece of legislation.
Excuse me again, Chief. Before you get away from the statistics, do we have any idea how many cats and or dogs that we have running loose in the city of Las Vegas or Clark County at this time?
You know, I would have to refer back to the stat I've offered, which is a national statistic, 70 million nationwide. I don't have a source that I can refer to that would account for those in the valley. There may be other speakers today that have a credible source they can cite.
It would be interesting to know, though, how many cats. I know in my neighborhood I have many cats. Just every morning when I go to work, when I come home, there's always cats running across the street, and nobody's taking care of them. I feel sorry for those cats. And again, I am an animal lover. I do have a dog. I do raise birds in my other life and turn them loose in the wild. I have pheasants, chuckers, and quail. And I love to see animals. I love to see any kind of an animal. I love going to the zoo. It's wonderful. I'm not sitting up here today trying to harm those people that like animals. I think we have a need to take care of those animals that are running loose in our streets and not being taken care of.
Thank you. One last point I'd like to draw out. I understand that there is a concern about provision within this bill that also appears in other existing language within Title VII, and it has to do with a 48-hour euthanasia requirement for feral cats. NRS and local ordinance speak to the 72-hour hold for owned animals, non-wild. Feral cats are unowned, deemed wild animals, and therefore the 72-hour, I believe the spirit behind that legislation was to allow ample time for us to find the owner and or for the owner to find us, so we can make that connection to return their pet to them. We know that relationship is not going to exist with feral cats, and so the 48-hour requirement was repeated in this bill, and I know that there's some concern about that, and I appreciate that, but I will offer to you today that the 48-hour euthanasia requirement for feral cats has been on the books in the city of Las Vegas since 1991. So I appreciate the concern. We're certainly willing to talk about that, but if there was such a concern, I would have expected to hear it before this came forward today. And with that, I would take any questions that you have. I'd like to introduce Rich Molinari, who is a supervisor in the Animal Control Unit, has seen firsthand what's out there, and beyond that, then
Mayor,
Certainly.
through you, if I may.
Sure.
Chief, do you mind if I ask Rich a question?
Please.
For Rich, in our briefings, you talked about a state law, NRS, and the chapter associated with spay and neuter. Do you want to address that for a minute?
I believe it's NRS 5.74 in regards to shelter animals. It basically states that an animal, if it comes out of the shelter at 4 months of age, can be spayed or neutered.
Okay. Can be.
Will be, excuse me, if it leaves the shelter.
Shall be.
Shall be.
Okay.
That's a state statute that mandates it.
Correct.
So are we in violation then every time we let an animal leave the shelter that's not spayed or neutered?
We don't allow animals to leave the pet through the adoptions process. And Chris Robinson, the executive director of the Lead Animal Foundation, is here, and I think that she will be a very important individual for you to listen to and pose questions to as well.
Mayor Goodman, if I may. Just a couple of questions, Chief. You cited some statistics. You said, and I'm using rough numbers, 19,000 animals. That's dogs and cats we're talking about.
Correct, and those are just the city.
In the year, that's where I'm going. In the year 2009, were impounded.
Fiscal year 09?
Fiscal year 09. Have we seen an increase every year for the last 5 or 10 years?
The last 3 years running, we've seen a 10% increase in dogs each year, by the way, and a 5% increase in cats each year.
So the number's going up, and if we don't do anything, it's probably going to continue to go up at least at that same rate.
I think that is an accurate assumption.
You know, I did a quick calculation. You said that of those 19 in fiscal 09, about 12,000 were euthanized just in the city of Las Vegas. I want our audience to recognize we're just talking in the city of Las Vegas.
That is correct.
And that is about 33 animals a day. So every day in fiscal year 2009, the city of Las Vegas euthanized 33 animals a day, on average. That's in the city of Las Vegas alone. I always like to think that although we have jurisdiction within our city limits, we must look more globally. We must consider what Southern Nevada is doing, what the other entities are doing. You said that this is pretty much a parallel or a mirror of North Las Vegas.
Well, they have a little different numbers. I think Chris can probably speak more accurately to that, but I believe that the number valley-wide is about 50,000 impounds with roughly...
No, I'm talking about our statute.
Oh.
The proposed bill...
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely.
...is a mirror pretty much of what North Las Vegas has done.
Pretty much.
And when did they pass their law?
I believe it was right about a year ago, correct, Al? Al?
Roughly. Okay. He's shaking his head, yes. Was it about a year ago, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we expect or are hoping that Clark County comes on board. Within what period of time would you suggest? Or what you're thinking?
You know, I don't know. I know that at the recommending committee, Commissioner June Giuliani had a representative present who indicated that based on the momentum that was launched, depending on the outcome of today's action, they may be in a position to have a renewed interest in bringing theirs forward.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, without sounding oversimplification, we're talking about an overpopulation.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about too many animals.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is going to sound kind of crazy, but why do we have to do something? I mean, governments take care of problems. If we have so many animals in our shelter, we can't house animals indefinitely, so that's why we euthanize. But why do we have to do something?
Well, I mean, I guess there are probably several opinions in the room that you'll hear today why we have to do something, but really,
From your standpoint.
from our standpoint, we're interested in, the health and well-being of animals. And when there is overpopulation, we've already talked about the implications of disease. They get hit by cars. They present public safety hazards. There are so many different reasons why. And I guess the reason why is because now's the time to do it.
I wanted to hear you articulate that. I think you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, just one question. Yes. Just to piggyback on Councilman Wolfson, the county is looking at mirroring ordinance like ours. How many animals are euthanized in Clark County?
I've asked Joe Vitello to come today. He is the, not exactly sure what your title is anymore, Joe, but Joe has long been associated with the animal control function at the county, and he could probably best answer your question.
All right, any further questions of the chief or Officer Molinari? All right, do you have anybody else that, Chief, you'd like to address?
I would just like to make available to you both Mr. Noyola from North Las Vegas, Mr. Vitello from the county, and Chris Robinson, if
All right,
you
well,
would
why
like
don't
to.
you folks come up and share with us relevant information to help us make our decision?
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
As they come forward, I have a question for either one of them. I've received hundreds of emails, individuals that have stopped me inside of the grocery store on both sides of this item before us here today, for and against, and a question continued to come up, or a statement continued to come up, which I would like to ask in the form of a question, and that is civil liberties, individuals feeling as though their rights are being impeded upon, and their rights are being taken away from a property standpoint. And so I'm not sure if that can be addressed, or someone can explain to me if in fact that is something that we've taken into consideration.
All right, I think Mr. Cherbik would like to answer your question.
I'll be happy to, Councilman. It's been long established under our charter and most other cities and counties charters that we have a responsibility for public health, safety, and welfare. And clearly animal control falls squarely under public health, safety, and welfare. There has never been an unlimited right in this country to do what you want with your animal wherever you want. We've had licensing procedures in place. We've had leash laws in place. We've had other things in place that directly address those issues. And quite often you'll find cities like ours, when you reach a certain size, and we have over a couple million people in the valley right now, you get to a point where animal population, particularly strays and feral animals, becomes a problem, and cities typically turn to ordinances and laws such as this to help control and reduce the animal population. To the extent that that contributes to the health, safety, and welfare of the population, and that may tug against what a lot of people may feel is their right to do whatever they want with their animal, the laws side in favor of public health, safety, and welfare, and that's the kind of law that falls under that category.
Thank you.
All right, who would like to address us next?
Mayor Goodman and Council, my name is Al Noyola. I represent the City of North Las Vegas. I'm an Assistant Director over Administrative Services for the Police Department, where we house animal control functions, and it's one of the functions that I'm responsible for. North Las Vegas was supportive of passing a spade-neuter ordinance. It was passed in January of 2008. And likewise, we obviously are very supportive of the City of North Las Vegas entertaining and hopefully supporting the passage of this particular bill in front of you today. Our ordinance, along with that you're looking at, talks about promoting the responsible pet ownership, as well as helping to control the overpopulation that we have valley-wide, not just in Las Vegas, but also North Las Vegas and the unincorporated areas of the county. North Las Vegas took an aggressive marketing campaign once the ordinance was passed, And instead of going out and starting to write citations for pets not being sterilized, we went out and we educated the population. We spent numerous hours going to multiple different functions, using multiple different communications venues in order to get the word out to our citizens about this new ordinance. I can tell you that it was received with open arms, many, many positive comments from our citizens as well as others, both outside of our city, from other agencies here in the Valley and throughout the state. I think I can probably be pretty accurate by saying that I believe I can count on one hand the number of negative comments, if you will, that came out of passage of that particular ordinance, and also count on one hand the amount of negative encounters that we had with citizens dealing with this particular ordinance. We do not cite specifically just for spayed-neuter. Typically, our animal control officers go out, respond to a call, and based on that call, normally it's maybe barking dog or a stray cat, that type of thing. We deal with that issue, and then as we're dealing with that issue, then we ask the questions, is your animal vaccinated? Are the vaccines up to date? Is your animal spayed or neutered? And so forth and so on. So it becomes a secondary item that we cite for if we do. Oftentimes what we end up doing is we actually talk to the citizens, and the citizens are very receptive to being given some time to go to their veterinarians and take care of the issue of whether it's getting the vaccines updated or whether it's spayed or neuter of their particular animal. We found that by doing that, by working with our citizens, that they are much more receptive to following the rules. And oftentimes what we found is that they weren't even aware that the ordinance existed. And we also find that many citizens are not aware that they're supposed to also register their animals within the city. And once we educate them, they become very compliant and follow through with that. So there's no requirement for us to cite them after we give them a certain grace period, if you will, to come in compliance. Since the passage of our ordinance, I can tell you that in the city of North Las Vegas, having talked to many of the veterinarians within our city, having private businesses, they've seen a over 50% increase in the sterilization practice within their own particular clinics. Obviously, it is having an impact, and responsible pet owners are going through and sterilizing their animals if in fact they are not wanting to breed their animals for other reasons. We also have been working with local organizations because we realize that not everyone necessarily can afford the spading and neutering of their particular animal. We've worked with a variety of nonprofit agencies that provide low-cost or no-cost vouchers for spade neutering of those animals. So again, in concert with our citizens, we worked with them to try to get them in compliance with the ordinance. And what we have found in the year that we've had this going is that we've had overwhelming support of the population, of the citizens of the city of North Las Vegas. And again, as I said, there's only about I think I might have some fingers left over as far as how many individuals we've actually had some difficulty with in bringing into compliance with the mandatory spay-neuter ordinance.
Have you seen any decline in the number of animals that you pick up and take into your shelter?
Well, I can tell you that when I look at my statistics for this year, no, we have not seen a decline. As a matter of fact, we've seen an increase. Now, to say why that increase has occurred, we haven't followed every animal in to figure out why that is, but we all know that because of the economic conditions that are going on, people are leaving their homes, and what we have found is more and more often we're finding animals are being left behind in the homes, and I think that's what truly has been driving the numbers up in the city of North Las Vegas in terms of animals that we have to go out and impound.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
And if I may, Your Honor, tell us again how long this has been in effect in North Las Vegas? How many months?
Since January of 2008.
Okay.
Almost 2 years.
Okay. And still, I'm looking for results. I mean, I'm looking, as we enact laws as local governments, I mean, we need to see something in return.
And I wish I could offer you some hardcore
I see that,
statistics of how we do that. I kind of would relate to you, for example, if we pass a mandatory seatbelt ordinance. It's very difficult unless you stand on the corner and start counting, but that doesn't necessarily capture the totality of what's happening in the community in terms of whether or not it's having an impact. I think this kind of falls in the same way. But I did offer the example that we know that our veterinary clinics are seeing a tremendous increase in volume of sterilization, along with what we've also seen is I believe there's 2, possibly 3 clinics now that have opened, and all they do is sterilization and shots.
And that's pretty significant, Your Honor and council members, that is a good sign right there that that's occurring. Thank you for that.
So your conclusion would be, at least logically, that there's been an increase because of the economic conditions, but had you not put this ordinance into effect, it would be far worse.
I believe it would, sir.
Yes, sir.
Joe Botello, Chief of Code Enforcement for Clark County. In Clark County, we've invested in sterilization of pets. Since 1999, we've given away free sterilizations. We had, as part of our ordinance change at that time, I believe in 98, a fee, an impound fee. 35 of it would go toward a sterilization, 15 toward a microchip to owners reclaiming their pets. Once those pets were not done, if the owner decided not to have them, those fees were turned back into the public in the free sterilization realm. One of the reasons Clark County has not gone and done this yet, not speaking for the board, other than the fact that we have researched the fact that we need the tools in place. Clark County has made an investment in the Heaven Can Wait Sanctuary Sterilization Clinic. This is primarily a sterilization clinic. That's all they do. In one day, they can do almost 300 cats. On a Sunday, last Sunday, I think they did 291 cats in one day in a sterilization. These are the type of tools we were looking at. Grant funding through Maddie's Fund is something that we were looking at as a coalition with the various groups. One of the conditions was that we don't have a mandatory sterilization. We've researched through that, and I believe we've moved on. We have used the license plate funding, the spay and neuter license plates that are sold by the DMV. Those license plate funds come to the various counties where those license plates are sold. Clark County turns them all back into sterilizations through the Heaven Can Wait. In July, as of July 1, we entered into a contract with a certain number, 3,600 sterilizations to the public, Clark County residents, 3,000 for feral cats over a one-year period. But it's that kind of infrastructure that's now in place that makes this type of ordinance opportune. And the fact is, you asked a question about Clark County. In Clark County last year, approximately 20,000 animals were impounded, and about half of them are destroyed. Those animals are healthy animals that are killed. One of the things that I think people forget when they look at an ordinance like this is if you are a legitimate breeder or someone that wants to be a hobbyist, there's provisions put in place to allow that. It's not restricting you to follow that hobby. You can do that if you follow the rules. What we have is a lot of people who get 2 animals who are going to breed them to make $1, put it on Craigslist, sell it elsewhere, that contributes to that pet overpopulation. Because this is a structured system where you have various levels. Like I said, they can become a breeder and do it legally. This is the way to go. And it's been proven. Yes, economic times make it hard. After 9/11, impounds went up. Times when people, 1987, when the economic crisis. I've been with animal control for 29 years. Actually, I started with the city of Las Vegas in 1980. So I understand these curves, but this is the road that we feel will solve this issue. We have the tools in place. We have the backing through the coalitions.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Patel, thank you very much. A quick question. Do you have any idea, have you heard any statistics at all, how many cats we have unowned, running loose in Clark County at all?
Well, you hear those statistics, but Keith Williams has probably the best statistics. He's our feral cat central sponsor, but, I couldn't give you a good number right now. Keith could probably give it to you because he's been doing the feral cat colonies and working with them very closely.
Well, see, even in my neighborhood, the cats that I see may be owned by people that live in the neighborhood. I have no idea of knowing, and to me, that's a tremendous, separation we have to have. Is cats are not like dogs. You put a dog in the backyard, it's really, really hard for the dog to get out. But a cat can go from neighborhood to neighborhood to neighborhood and spread all kinds of diseases unless they're on a leash. And I know that, like I said earlier, in my neighborhood there's many, many cats that are running loose. And I've always wondered just what is the statistic, especially on cats, how many cats are in Clark County that are not being taken care of?
Well, actually, the statistic is almost equal, but we do impound a few more cats every year than we do dogs out of that roughly 20,000 number. So there are more cats out there that we end up seeing and going to the shelter.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, I'm just curious, Chief and Sir, why is your number of impounded animals about the same as the city of Las Vegas's when you probably have however many number of more residents than we do? Why are the numbers so similar?
We have a better department. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Well, if you want to look at I think that we invested very heavily for the last 10 years in those sterilization programs where we gave away free sterilization vouchers, and that was done in a central distribution through our community centers in Clark County. So we probably they were free to any citizen. I always said if you had a pet and a pulse, come get one. But the thing was, I think our distribution was further reached into the county, and that's probably why. We didn't touch as much of the inner city core.
And then secondly, did you say that you believe the county is moving towards adopting a similar ordinance? Is that what you said, sir?
I know that there's a committee that's looking at that ordinance, and as was stated here, Commissioner June Kiliani was looking at that.
And in your opinion, because you've been doing this 29 years, you probably have more experience than anybody in this room, do you think that it would be a wise idea for Southern Nevada that all of our local entities have the same kind of statutes on the books?
I do, and I've always believed that sterilization was the key to overcoming this problem.
Let me ask a hypothetical, if I may. Let's assume that I had a dog that I loved, and I really didn't want to breed the dog right away, but I certainly wanted to have the opportunity to breed the dog potentially. And the dog becomes 4 months old, and then becomes 6 months old, then 8 months old. And, I read about this ordinance, and I start to get a little nervous because I haven't complied. There is a provision, is there not, that I could pay for a breeder's license or a permit, which would allow me to keep that pet without being spayed or neutered or sterilized.
Correct.
And that fee for that, as I understand it, is $50 annually. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we would actually...
That doesn't mean to say that I have to be in the breeding business. I could just want to keep my dog available for breeding purposes because I love my dog and I'm going to love the dog's dogs.
There are some conditions. We would probably recommend a dog fancier's permit, which is a $50 annual fee. There are some conditions that have to be met for that, and Rich can really kind of outline.
What conditions? I want to see whether this is unreasonable. If I really wanted to keep my dog from going through the rigors of this ordinance, what would I have to do besides pay $50?
Let's start with the breeder's permit. In order for you to keep that animal intact, you'd have to apply for a breeder's permit. And basically there is a criteria for that to be, for you to own that permit, to have that permit. Animal has to have a current license, City of Las Vegas pet license, vaccination, a rabies vaccination. We have to come out and do a property check. We have to do an inspection of the property to make sure that it's okay to harbor possibly up to 6 animals, 6 dogs on a breeder's permit. It is a quality of life issue with the neighbors, so we will touch base with the neighbors because I'm sure the next door neighbor doesn't want 6 dogs barking. If we have problems, we try to resolve it with the neighbors. If we can't resolve it, more than likely I'll refer it to the Neighborhood Justice Center, see if they can resolve it at a lower level. If they can't resolve that, then I'll just go ahead and deny their permit.
All right, let me take my hypothetical a bit further. Let's assume you come out, you say, the mayor has a nice house, and he's not really in the business. All he wants to do is, keep his dog available, that if he wants to have a little puppy, a couple of years from now, he's able to do it. I'd get my permit, wouldn't I?
The only permit would apply for you at that time would be a breeder's. If you were wanting to get what they call a dog fancier permit, and let's say show that dog, as far as in like registered showings, field trials or obedience trials, as far as a working dog or something like that, that dog can stay intact. Now it can't breed, but it can stay intact. And
No,
you can
I'm
keep
saying
it.
I just want my little puppy to be able to breed someday, and just because I love my dog, and when my dog gets a little old, I want another dog that looks just like him. Do I have to do anything special other than pay $50?
Correct. You would be able to, as long as you pay the $50 fee, and we've done the inspection and passed you, and you're in accordance with everything that's in the permit, you can keep your dog intact. That is a yearly permit, so we'll be out every year to check on you.
Okay, that's fair.
And by the way, sir, it's
You'll call me first, right?
Yes, sir.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
It's interesting because I posed the same question on yesterday, and receiving the breeder's permit would also classify, to my understanding, you as you would need a business license. Is that accurate?
No, actually, I had my brain stuck yesterday when we discussed that on the professional animal handler's permit, which is subject to business licensing requirements, and that's where I was, even though every conversation we had spoke about the breeder's permit. So that was my mistake.
Okay, so if I wanted to, I have a beautiful little puppy, and I wanted to one day breed my beautiful little puppy with the mayor's beautiful little puppy. I would need to get, what you're stating is that I would need to get a breeder's permit in order, he said it's going to be the ugliest dog. But maybe we'll win the ugliest dog contest, Mayor.
It's okay with me, buddy.
We'll bet on those odds. So you're saying that we would need to get a breeder's permit to do that, but also coming out to my home and doing an investigation as to what? Take it from there. And tell me, what investigation are you doing?
We want to make sure that the house, the residence, is able to harbor up to 6 animals. And we have a checklist, and we'll check everything from the rabies shot vaccination to a pet license to how the animal's being housed, if it's you have proper shelter as far as the outdoors and so forth like that. And then again, to touch base back on, to talk to the neighbors, because that permit does allow you up to 6 animals. So there is a quality of life issue as far as the barking, the sanitation, and so forth. So that's what we'll do. We'll come out and make sure that it passes, and if it passes, it's good for a year. What will happen is a year later, you'll get a bill.
But let me just stop you there, because you continue to mention the number 6. Where's 6 coming from?
Up to 6 animals, up to 6 dogs.
But we could change the law and make an exception if you just want to have 1 dog.
Right.
Have 1 puppy after you have a dog. We don't have to have a law that says 6. Right.
We do have the breeder's permit, and it is set in stone as far as 6, but you can have 1 dog, sir.
No, but I'm saying that we could change that. We could change that permit and have a separate law that says if you want to keep your dog there, you pay your $50 a year, and that dog could have a puppy.
That is, in essence, what the breeder's permit will allow.
Fine, but we don't have to get into the 6 puppy business.
It's just about the ability through the breeder's permit to
I
have
know, but
up to...
it's a different standard, Chief. Assuming that the officer comes out to my house and he goes to my neighbors and he says, the stupid mayor wants to pay $50 so that his dog may someday have a puppy. Do you have any objection? The neighbor's going to say, I have no objection. But if he goes out and says, the stupid mayor wants to have 6 puppies that are going to be yipping all over the neighborhood, do you have an objection? They're going to say yes.
Of course.
And the language in the permit, and Brad, you may be able to speak to this, just accounts for up to 6. Doesn't require you to have 6.
I understand that, but I think there's a different determination, a different kind of investigation. I would like to explore, if we do pass this, having some kind of a law that allows me to keep my dog so I don't have to have him altered and he can have a puppy someday. And I don't want to be in the business of getting rid of 5 other puppies.
If I could.
And for me...
If I could.
Yes.
When we was talking to Ms. Fretwell this morning, she mentioned, and I think I'm not going to, say word for word what she said, but I think she said that if you go to your vet and get a letter saying that you don't want to have this dog spayed or neutered, that the vet could give you a letter or something saying that you didn't want the dog spayed or neutered or something? Yes.
There's language within the bill that is pretty specific about the medical exclusion. If a doctor, a licensed veterinarian, is willing to, in writing, under oath, declare that either the pet is medically unsuited permanently because of a condition or temporarily because of a condition, we would just ask for that statement, and then if it's a temporary condition, what is it, and what's the duration of that?
I misinterpreted what she said, and I thought she said if you wanted to keep your dog and not have it spayed and neutered, then you could get a letter from your vet saying it's okay or something.
Ms. Robinson, did you want to say anything to us now before we hear from the public?
If I could offer as well that a license in the city of Las Vegas for a sterilized animal is only $10. I think that's an important point to make. Otherwise, it's $25.
Mayor, if I may, as she come forward, I'm looking for an opportunity within this ordinance for residents to have an opportunity, should they not want their animal altered, and to have some mechanism in play to do that, because I believe that although the city attorney mentioned that there's laws that will uphold the ordinance moving forward, I believe that there's still a fine line as far as my choice in having my animal altered, and so I'm not sure if that's through a permit process, because I understand through the medical portion the animal would have to have some type of reason as to why in fact it should not be. But if I, as a property owner of this particular animal, chooses not to because I would like to have my animal possibly breed it at a later date, I wouldn't want to be held to a misdemeanor charge of not getting my animal spayed and neutered. Now, understanding that there is a major issue at hand, and that is the overpopulation of animals. I agree. And there are a number of veterinarians and clinics that provide services for sterilization, spay and neuter, that a great majority of the population today does not take advantage of, and it's free. But I still believe that there is a slight right for a property, for a resident who is doing the right thing and have a pet, that they should have some level of right to make that determination on their own.
And again, I appreciate your perspective, and I know that there are others who shared with me that, quite frankly, they don't want the government imposing in their lives, and I respect that. I do. The way the bill is presented for your consideration today, I would go back to the great thought that was put into the exemptions, which would include the dog or cat fancier's permit, the breeder's permit, which would be appropriate in this case. It would authorize you or allow you to maintain that opportunity to breed your animal. There would be an expense associated with it, an annual expense for that permit, but the opportunity does exist within the bill.
Going back to the evaluation of the breeder, specifically with the residents. Yet on yesterday's briefing, someone mentioned in regards to the size of the property. Speak to that, because there are a number of properties that are small in acreage and large in acreage. What are we talking about in the sense of R1 versus RE? Where does the zoning lie when it comes to the breeder?
Zoning would really only come into play if that was related to a professional animal handler's permit, which then, as a subject of the business licensing requirements, if in fact this was being conducted out of somebody's home, I would also like to make that portion known. Then there would be a business license requirement would then be subject to zoning regulations, and I am by no stretch of the imagination even a novice in zoning law, but I understand that there are basically three categories of land: undeveloped, ranch, acreage, and Forgive me for missing the other one right off the top, but it would be appropriate in those areas. It would not be appropriate in a R1 single-family residential. But that is only if you were breeding for profit, and that would fall under then a professional animal handler's permit.
So are you talking that we have 2 breeder permits then?
We have
The
the-
common breeder permit, such as Councilman Barlow has a puppy, and I don't want my puppy to be altered because I'm going to breed my puppy with the mayor's dog in a couple of years. And how do we differentiate between my breeder permit and the breeder permit that you speak of as far as being a professional breeder? It sounds like we're talking about 2 different permits.
They are
here.
different.
Okay.
The professional animal handler's permit does allow for breeding for commercial purposes, but it's really, an example, I guess, would be, Rich, you can jump in any time and help me out here.
Rich,
pet shops, grooming areas, that's the appropriate area where we would assign a professional animal handler's permit.
Right, but I'm just talking about for me. I have a modest-sized property. It's not as large of an oasis such as the mayor. So he, on the other hand, has the opportunity to have probably 12 dogs on this property, where I will only have approximately 3. So help me understand, the relation in regards to the zoning piece, because I don't want to be blocked out of the opportunity to have my dog bred at a later date.
I think Mr. Jervik wants to intercede.
Right. I think we need to separate 2 things here. There are 2 different kinds of breeders that we're talking about. One is you, as a pet owner, just want to have a puppy. That is a non-commercial breeder. A commercial breeder is someone who sells those puppies for profit or for whatever. They generally have kennels. They usually operate differently as a business. Anybody, regardless of the zoning category, can have a non-commercial breeder's permit. You only get into zoning classifications if you're a commercial breeder, and that's the difference here. And so when we're talking about individuals who just have their own dog, they want to maintain it intact so they might be able to have puppies by that dog in the future, anybody should be eligible to get a breeder's permit, even if you live in an apartment. So I don't think that but again, if you go in commercial, you're going to sell these animals, you're going to make a profit on them. We're talking something completely different that will have zoning restrictions, but that's always been the law.
And that's exactly what I want to spelled out. That exactly what you stated. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I want spelled out too.
Your Honor?
Yes.
May I now?
Yes.
I think the bill addresses that, and I think it's clear, abundantly clear, the exceptions that are allowed per this ordinance should it be enacted. And Mr. Molinari, you mentioned heaven can wait, and I want to read this in for the record since you mentioned that, and it's fresh on my mind before I ask, if I can, Your Honor, a couple of questions. This is from Heaven Can Wait, Harold Vasco, Executive Director, and I'll just read excerpts from his communication to the entire City Council. What we're most concerned with is making a difference in the community that reaches beyond making a dollar or taking away someone's rights. It goes towards setting a standard of responsibility which must be met by those people who take on the privilege of accepting an animal into their lives. North Las Vegas passed a similar ordinance last year, and after an initial fear that people would lose their animals because they couldn't afford to sterilize them, and the breeders would also lose their ability to practice their trade, it has been nothing short of a wonderful success. And he concludes, a vote of yes for the mandatory spay-neuter ordinance would provide the foundation to overcome our local pet overpopulation tragedy. And Clerk, I'd like to put this into the record, please, from Heaven Can Wait. And, Your Honor, with your indulgence, I want to ask a couple of questions. Clark County and Chief, just tell me, how many code enforcement officers do you have handling animal control in Clark County? 14. North Las Vegas? 7. Chief, how many?
12.
That's a considerable cost to the taxpayers of all of our municipalities. I just wanted to bring that out because it is significant. I need to also recognize over hundreds of emails we've gotten in support and in opposition to this moving forward with this bill. I needed to bring those things out, Your Honor, before I move on until we hear some other testimony, and I've got some other questions.
All right, very good. Thank you. Ms. Robinson.
Your Honor, members of the council, thank you. My name is Christine Robinson. I'm the executive director of the Animal Foundation. I have with me here today Dr. Amy Mitchell, who is one of our shelter veterinarians, and by the way, participated in that 350 animal or a cat spaying and neutering process on Sunday with Heaven Can Wait. As you're aware, the Animal Foundation is a local nonprofit which provides sheltering services to the City of Las Vegas, the City of North Las Vegas, and Clark County. In addition, the Animal Foundation provides adoption services, a low-cost public shot clinic, and extensive community education. The Animal Foundation supports the spaying and neutering of companion animals. Each year, approximately 50,000 dogs and cats are delivered to our doorstep. Of those, 86% are intact or not spayed or neutered. As you know, we are required by contract to accept all animals that come to our facility. In the animal welfare industry, that's called an open admission shelter. We turn no one away, and we see the very harsh reality of the homeless, lost, neglected, unwanted, and abused animal population in this community. The Animal Foundation adopts out approximately 13,000 animals each year. We adopt out more animals each year than any other organization in the state of Nevada. We also return approximately 4,000 animals to their owners each year and transfer another 1,600 or so to local rescue groups. In spite of all of those positive outcomes, sadly, the numbers still don't pencil out. Each year, the Animal Foundation must also euthanize a collective 29,000 of those same animals. While that number is consistent with the national average across shelters in the country, it's not okay and it's tragic. The Animal Foundation is the largest single facility shelter in this country. That is not a title I want to keep, and I hope that it's not one our community finds acceptable. In 2008, New York City, the most populous city in the United States and 4 times our size, took in somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 animals less than we did here in our valley. The Animal Foundation spends approximately $6.2 million each year in operational expenses caring for these 50,000 animals. It is, of course, your job as our elected leaders to sort out how we begin to solve our community's social challenges. The Animal Foundation remains committed to help you in that endeavor in any way that we can. We are last on the list, if you will, in our performance on too many societal challenges in this community. We don't want this issue to continue to remain on that list. The proposed ordinance is a good first step in attempting to tackle pet overpopulation in the community. It is not a silver bullet. Most progress is not. In the words of an old colleague discussing another significant challenge in this community, this conversation is not about how to make this problem better. Right now, it's simply about how to make it less worse. Communities and circumstances change. We, too, should remain committed to changing with them. Should this ordinance be adopted, the Animal Foundation, with full support of our Board of Directors, looks forward to continuing to work with the city to evaluate its effectiveness and make necessary modifications and improvements. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for considering this issue before you today. Councilman Ross, we appreciate your leadership in creating a healthy dialogue around this issue. And thank you also to Chief Coyne and your staff for earnestly seeking to ensure that all interested parties have had an opportunity to be heard on this issue. I'm here to answer any questions, and I know our veterinarian, Dr. Amy Mitchell, had some comments she wanted to make with respect to the organization and the shelter as well.
Dr. Mitchell first. Dr. Mitchell.
Hi, Council and Mayor. Thank you for listening to me. I just kind of wanted to give you a kind of a real perspective. I think I probably have one of the worst jobs in veterinary medicine, and I think all my colleagues would agree with that. I just wanted to show you, this is a euthanasia list. There are 24 spots on this list. These are all the animals that I put on a list on an average day. But the sad fact is that's only 24 animals in that one page, but on an average day I'll make 1 to 3 lists that I will turn in.
It's upside down. Yep. You got it.
And I'm one of only 4 shelter veterinarians, so there'll be another shelter veterinarian that turns in a similar list or 2, a behavior team that turns in another list or 2. In the summertime, we're making space lists almost on a daily basis, pulling animals out of adoptions for no other reason other than the fact that there weren't enough people to adopt them. We cannot adopt out of this problem, and thinking that we can adopt out of this problem is living in Never Never Land. We have to nip the problem in the bud, and that unfortunately is mandating a spay-neuter requirement for the public. And there are several reasons. I can point to one easy explanation is if you could spend a day either in public receiving at the shelter and especially at our shot clinics that we have on a daily basis, the clientele that comes into the shelter are coming in because they want a low-cost vaccination, which is great. But it's amazing how many clients come in and only want a rabies vaccine because it was required and or they got cited. They don't care about getting a parvo or a distemper vaccine, which is a vaccine that would save their dog's life and potentially save the lives of other animals in the community by preventing the spread of a rampant lethal disease. They don't care about that. And luckily we have veterinarians who will put their foot down and say, no, I'm not going to just do a rabies. You're going to get all the vaccines and protect your animal, or you're going to go to another vet hospital and you're going to talk with that veterinarian and listen to them as well. And luckily we have good veterinarians at the shelter willing to do that. But the problem is that animal where the owner only wants a rabies vaccine, they're also going to breed that animal again and again and again. It's now going to be unvaccinated. They're going to breed it several times over, and when it's of no use to them, or in many cases, as what happens at the shelter, they can't finish the breeding process, so they actually present the female dog with a dead puppy hanging out of her vulva for 3 days for euthanasia, and that happens on a daily basis. And we have to put that animal down. And we're just sick and tired of seeing that, quite frankly. And unfortunately, this community, although there are very good people in it, I work with a wonderful organization at Heaven Can Wait that's trying to fight so diligently against this reproductive nightmare that we have. There aren't enough of us, and education is definitely a good tool, but we have to have a mandated requirement to make this effective, because unfortunately the amount of the population that just doesn't want to do it, quite frankly, is just too much. And I would love for Councilman Barlow, you and Mayor, if you decided to breed your wonderful, beautiful dogs, please speak with your responsible veterinarian who would give you the pros and cons of breeding. And I'm sure at the end of the day, between that conversation, and especially if you looked at our shelter and saw the unwanted animals that we have to put down on a daily basis, you would decide not to breed your animal. And you would understand why this legislation is so important. Thank you.
Put me in my place. Okay.
I have a question, Mayor, and I'll direct this to you, but maybe somebody else needs to answer it. If somebody has a dog or a cat and the vet says that it can get spayed or neutered, they don't get a permit, a breeder's permit or a fancier's permit, or they don't follow any of these others, what's the valid reason for somebody to have a dog or cat that is not spayed or neutered besides, I just don't want to do it? Is there one?
Not really.
The reason I ask is because I have 2 golden retrievers. One I purchased from a licensed breeder. The other one I rescued from a family that was beating it up. And they're papered. They're full breed. And I took it to a vet, and I told the vet, well, I'm thinking about maybe breeding it. And the vet gave me 10 reasons why I shouldn't and why they need to be neutered, and I did. Mm-hmm. So there is no valid reason then for having a
I can't think of a single one, and I would challenge any veterinarian to come up with one. The health reasons alone, I still work on the side as a relief veterinarian in the community, so I still do private practice. And I have wonderful clients who intend on breeding, and then we have to go through that whole discussion as well. Health-wise, it decreases mammary tumors by almost 98% if animals are spayed before their first heat cycle. It also prevents life-threatening uterine infections, which can result in the untimely and absolutely suffering death of animals. Neutering males will eliminate the chance of testicular cancer. It prevents overgrowth of the prostate, which can lead to very real problems and sometimes euthanasias. So health-wise, there's really no reason not to. I understand the concern with the age restriction, but even in private practice, 6 months is usually my rule for no later than 6 months spaying and neutering. And at the shelter, we do them as early as 8 weeks. We do 30 a day at 8 weeks. So I understand the age concern, but there is some leeway for owners to have some time in there to get to the veterinarian to have them spayed or neutered. Less than 4 months, yes, I see some health risk associated with that, which is why we decided that the law making it 4 months was adequate.
Okay.
Mayor, Your Honor. Doctor, I can sense your passion about these animals.
You have no idea.
I can only imagine, and I was going to ask you, what do you do this for? You do this because you care.
Yeah.
And that's significant to have this robust discussion, because we needed to have this discussion. This is a serious problem in our community. Mr. Robinson, would you share, I know this, but would you share with the public and this council again how you're structured financially, how we as the governments help you do what you do?
Sure, and it is, you say structure, I say partnership, and it truly is that. The Animal Foundation is a private nonprofit. We have contractual agreements with City of Las Vegas, City of North Las Vegas, and Clark County to provide sheltering services that those organizations would otherwise be mandated by law to provide either through their own means or contract through somebody else. The organizations that I just mentioned contribute approximately 60% of the $6.2 million budget that I spoke of to provide those services, and our organization is responsible for the other 40% through adoption fees, fundraising, that sort of thing.
And, Your Honor, if I may again, that's significant because what I'm trying to bring out here is all of our governments contribute to your organization, what you do.
Absolutely. There's a reason that I know the risks of throwing operational costs into a public discussion. There is a reason that I talked about the $6.2 million we spend operationally at your local shelter down the street to care for 50,000 unwanted animals in this community. That's a lot of money that you provide to us.
That's significant, Your Honor and council members, because of this. If we didn't have this overpopulation problem, would we be expending this kind of taxpayer money on this frivolous effort that's never going to go away?
Well, that's probably a more extensive, thoughtful question than I can answer in front of you today. But certainly, to make the extreme point, if that number weren't 50,000 and it was 1, we wouldn't exist.
Hate to put you out of a job, but I think that's what we're going to try.
Oh, I'd love to be put out of a job. This
Thank
one.
Mayor Goodman, one last thoughtful question. By moving forward with this ordinance, what is it, in your opinion, what is it that we saw? Do we decrease the number of euthanasia that takes place? I understand that there's 19,000 impounds annually, 10,000 in the city of Las Vegas, 10,000.5 in Las Vegas, and 20,000 euthanized annually. By moving forward with this ordinance, what does that really solve?
Well,
does the number of dogs and cats stop walking the streets, or owners, stop being responsible?
I can give you my thoughts on that, and I know you've got others who want to speak as well. First of all, and I know that this council is concerned with the city of Las Vegas, but this is another one of those non-jurisdictional issues I've gotten myself into, where the dogs and cats don't see boundaries. And so that number is really 50,000 in the community that we all live in. Right. Having said that, we focus a lot on euthanasia, and we should. It's a sad reality, and 29,000 is too many.
That's correct.
But the reality is, and there may be those that argue with me, but I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. I am not a believer that there is no fate worse than death. There are fates worse than death. So you can talk about the 29,000 that are euthanized, and that's terribly, terribly sad. But let's also not forget about the remaining that are sitting in our shelters, well cared for. If you're going to be a homeless animal in this community, you want to be at the Animal Foundation, but it's not a good life. And so the problem, to answer your question, the problem we solve is bringing those intake numbers down. Yes, we should focus on adoption. Yes, we should do everything we can to do something for the lives of the animals that exist today. There's lots of them out there, and so we should try to increase those numbers. But as somebody mentioned earlier, it's not a problem we adopt our way out of. The way to resolve this problem is to reduce those numbers on the front end through intake, and spay and neuter starts to solve that problem.
Right. So by mandating spay or neuter, that you feel, in essence, that the numbers will come down because more residents hopefully will come forward in order to get their animals spay or neuter?
That's certainly the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I see it's yes, Councilwoman.
Just one question. If you're picking up animals off the street or they've been disposed of by families, I'm not a vet, so I don't know all this, but is it easy to tell the difference between a 6 and a 4-month-old? I mean, you could make mistakes, right?
Yeah, reasonably. I mean, yes, there's going to be some discrepancy, and some animals will grow differently than others, but generally you can usually tell between 4 and 6 months.
Okay, thanks.
As far as I think a law would go, I'm sure they'd allow from some.
Thank you.
Okay. Just want to tell some folks who may have come in, it's about 10 minutes of 1 right now. Our afternoon agenda's scheduled for 1 o'clock, but we have a personnel session, so I don't think we're going to start the afternoon until to be on the safe side, 2:30.
I have a suggestion if you'd like. We
Okay.
could, I think we can do this, Bev. Could we trail the closed door to the end of the afternoon session and then take item 54 right after that, and we could do those together? That may speed things along. You could just take a quick lunch break and
All right.
come back.
The clerk's office needs a break. All right, then we'll finish the morning calendar and go into a break and probably come back here then, depending on the citizens' participation here, let's say 2 o'clock. Yeah. All right, I'm ready to hear from the citizens, those who are for it, those who are against it. Yeah, 3 minutes. Let's have the fours on this side, who are for the ordinance, and the against on that side. You're for.
For.
Are you for or against?
I'm for.
Okay, that's for, and that's against. For, against. Okay, let's hear the for. We'll put the 3-minute timer on and see whether that can satisfy your needs.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dr. April Heinch from Mountain Vista Animal Hospital. With me is also Dr. Karen Lemon. We're going ahead and basically support of this bill. The one issue I want to go ahead and address, all of you, I'm sure, are very well educated. Veterinarians have gone through generally 4 years of undergrad education, 4 years of veterinary school. We have gotten licensed in boarding, both nationally and in our state. I found it very offensive at the preliminary hearing that they said the spay and neuter of 4-month-old animals was mutilating their bodies. We use appropriate anesthetic protocols, we use appropriate surgical protocols, and appropriate pain protocols, which are supported by the AVMA. So to say that is both sensationalist and, frankly, offensive. We are board-certified veterinarians. We would not do anything to go ahead and put our patients in danger. The next thing I'd like to bring up is those animals who are roaming around that are intact are more likely to be aggressive and to bite. It is a health concern. The majority of the ones that bite are intact. They go to be quarantined at the cost of the taxpayers, generally at Lead Animal Shelter, and they have to stay there for a minimum of 10 to 12 days until they are cleared. So that's something generally to think of, that these animals are more likely to roam and more likely to be aggressive. The other thing I would like to go ahead and address as far as being early spay-neuter, it has no effect on the pet whatsoever. In fact, they're generally like to have better behavior. They're easier to train. They're good animals and good pets. As far as other medical concerns, it reduces, once again, the risk of cancer. It goes ahead and reduces the risk of roaming, to be hit by a car. And the overburden of the pet population is just amazing. This bill is actually meant to go ahead and protect the breeders. If you have a breeder's permit and you have followed the law that is already in place and paid that money to get that permit, you're following the law. You are protected. It is those people that are irresponsible that are not going to get that are the ones that are being held to task, and gives us as veterinarians a tool to say that you need to either get a breeder's permit, which is fine, or spay and neuter your pet and be responsible for that one that you took the privilege, not the right, but the privilege to bring in your household and take care of. It says not only vaccinate them, but keep them healthy. We're also here to entertain any questions as far as medical knowledge that you may have in reference to this bill. Do you have anything to add?
No, you should speak next. Let's give the cons their opportunity. That way, at least you'll have time. You won't have to worry about rushing it. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Keith Whitlock, 5445 West Reno Avenue. I thank you for the chance to present some facts about mandatory spay-neuter. Our community is grateful for the work the supporters of mandatory spay-neuters are doing. I was for mandatory spay originally. However, there is a downside. The American Vet Medical Association in their journal May 15th says it's a bad idea, deciding that people will not be bringing their animals in for regular vet care and vaccinations to avoid being protected. The Illinois State Vet Medical Association said it could be a nightmare. ASPCA says they don't know of any study that shows that it works, reducing euthanasia and shelter intake. And these are recent, within the last year. No Kill Advocacy Center, Alley Cat Allies, National Animal Interest Alliance, AKC, and hundreds of other animal advocacy groups oppose MSN. I was at the Strut Your Mutt on the 7th talking to people about this, and about 90% are against it when they get the facts about the downside. And they could raise our animal control costs by double or triple. It's happened in other communities. That's almost a given. So from $6 million to 12, maybe 18, that's possible. Could increase shelter intake. Some communities have seen it double. Some communities have seen the euthanasia rates double within a year. Peninsula Humane Society was the first organization in 1991 to pass a mandatory spay-neuter. They do not support mandatory spay-neuter now. They're against it. One thing it does is decrease vets visits. Again, what I talked about was people are afraid to bring their animals in if they're intact for regular vet care, and I think that's a concern. That's a health risk. Some communities have seen license compliance decrease by as much as 50%, and since rabies vaccination is part of that, some communities have seen an increase in the amount of rabies in animals. I don't think this will have an effect on backyard breeders because of the restrictions it puts on pet shop owners, requiring them to give the names and addresses to people who purchase pets. I think it will increase the market for backyard breeders. And also, it is difficult for a vet, even, to tell if a female's been spayed or neutered. So I don't know who the burden of proof would be on that, how we're going to be inspecting that. And as far as the seizure of animals, in subsection 040, animal control able to seize any animals over 4 months old and take to a shelter. Currently, there's only one shelter lead with their high euthanasia rates. Actually, it's lower than national average. That's a concern. The courts have decided that animals are private property. It seems that 80% of the animals that wind up in the shelter come from lowest 5% income neighborhoods. Of those, 30% have no personal transportation. 86% of the people who don't have their animals spayed or neutered cite cost as the main factor. We really need to follow a model that works. Washoe County is enjoying incredible success. They have a per capita intake of about 1.5 times what we do here in Clark County. Their save rate is 92% for dogs, 88% for cats. They are adopting out 5 times per capita, almost 5 times per capita what they are adopting out here at Lead. We need to follow a program that works.
Well, I'm going to have to cut you short, so everything.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Oh, this is the petition from Strut Your Mutt, people who are against mandatory spay-neuter.
Certainly, if you give it to the
public
clerk,
record,
she'll hand it up to.
That was 90% are against. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doctor?
I'd like to refute the fact that veterinarians are...
Wait, no. Let's have the next speaker.
Well, I don't want to take up one of the spaces.
Oh, okay. Then why don't you finish off?
Okay. I would like to refute the fact that veterinarians are unable to tell if a patient is spayed or not. The reason is because at one, we can look for a spay scar, and if that doesn't seem to be reliable, we can run an LH test to tell whether or not they are spayed. There are things that we do on a lot of these strays to go ahead and find out. It does not automatically go to surgery or anything else like that. The other thing I'd like to refute is the APMA does support early spay and neuter. They do not go ahead and support regulation at this point in time, but I think Las Vegas, all of us can agree, it's a very unique city and not like anywhere else. So to compare it to other places, I don't think is actually a fair thing. We have a very transitory population, about 20% are pretty transitory, and we're not targeting the 80% that are going along with the laws and applying for the breeder permits. We're targeting the 20% that are not going ahead and taking care of their animals. And if their reason is that they don't want to go ahead and get a breeder's permit, is the reason they won't get a rabies vaccination for their pet, I think that's a silly excuse. I think they need to be responsible pet owners. They took on this privilege, and they need to stand behind their pets.
Thank you. All right, against.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Connell. I think all of you received a packet from me a little while back. I apologize for the cover sheet. I had given you one that was supposed to go to the Clark County Commissioners. But other than the first paragraph, everything on there is factual. I don't know where the previous veterinarian that just spoke said that they're easier to train when they've been spayed and neutered at an early age. I've been training and teaching animals the simple commands: come, stay, sit, down, heel, for over 40 years, and also up through taking your dog through a licensed event through Best in Show. Dogs that are spayed and neutered early have lost 75% of their normal growth, both physically and mentally. So they are harder to train. They have problems becoming a good member of the household. I'm not against spay and neutering, but under 6 months of age is strictly mutilization of that tender young body. Over 6 months of age, like say Commissioner Barlow wanted to breed with the governor or the mayor's dog, and you worry about the animal, having to keep it intact, you can keep that animal intact to 6 months of age. Then you can go to a veterinarian who specializes in fertility and have that dog collected. Then after 6 months of age, when you've collected him, they can keep that and implant a female, and your dog, you can have puppies. Then you can have him spay and neutered. Either way. So I'm not against it, but it's that early age that is so detrimental to these poor young animals. Along with the picking on the backyard breeders, yes, they are a problem. Education is a problem. Those people that aren't going to listen are not going to listen no matter what you do. In the cities, I gave you in the packet a number of them. These mandatory spay and neuter, euthanasia goes up, skyrockets to over 100% more. The cost goes up. Los Angeles is up over 200% increase to their animal enforcement people. This is going nationwide. Illinois State Veterinarian Association sent a letter to the city of Chicago how bad this was. Chicago dropped their mandatory spay and neuter bill that they wanted to put in. Louisville, Kentucky is rescinding theirs. Albuquerque, New Mexico is rescinding theirs. Fort Worth, Texas is in the process of rescinding theirs because people are not licensing and are not getting rabies shots. Their rabies cases have skyrocketed, have gone up constantly. It's just a necessary evil, yes. Spay and neuter is something we're going to have to live with. We have to do it. But at that tender age, folks, it's horrible. The veterinarian from Lead Animal Shelter made a statement that just befuddled me. She says there's no reason to breed. Think about that closely now. No reason to breed. If she had her way, in 15 to 18 years, there'd be no domestic animals in Clark County whatsoever.
Thank you. I have to cut you short. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Strabursky. I'm here today as a resident of City of Las Vegas. I'm also the Vice President of Heaven Kinwade Animal Society, and I'm also here as an advocate of reducing the pet overpopulation and the resulting euthanasia rate in this community. I'm proud of everyone who's here today to support this ordinance, but my comments are going to be focused on responding to those people who say that you don't have a right to regulate animals because it's considered personal property. I can tell you as a practicing attorney in the city of Las Vegas for more than 15 years, and I'm sure this will be supported by Mayor Goodman, Councilman Wolfson, and others on the council today, that that position is absolutely not correct. Although it's true that unfortunately animals are viewed as property, as is evident by various Nevada revised statutes, as well as animal control regulations, the city has the right and the obligation to regulate ownership of property, especially if it falls under public health and welfare. So, for instance, if you consider your car as property, the city still has the right to tell you how fast you can drive, what your licensing fee should be, and where you can park. So the argument that you can't regulate what I do with my property doesn't have any merit under the law. The only people who would really oppose this type of an ordinance are, again, backyard breeders who are contributing to this ever-growing problem in our community. And their main concern is that you'd be cutting into their profit. Any reputable breeder will gladly pay the nominal fee to go about doing their business. We have to do everything that's possible to curb this uncontrollable increase of the breeding rate in the city, as well as decreasing the euthanasia rate. I urge you to do the right thing and pass this responsible resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, I know I won't get that applause. My name is Ken Sunday. I'm the American Kennel Club Legislative Liaison to the Silver State Kennel Club. As far as the American Kennel Club is concerned, there is no policy against spay and neutering. They are in favor of it. They're also in favor of microchipping. The problem is the 4-month-old situation. The American Kennel Club looks at a minimum of 6, and actually it's a veterinary client privilege that should be observed and not a governmental mandate. On the other hand, I had a markup here that I did bring to the recommending board, and I appreciate Councilman Barlow and Councilman Anthony for putting up with it. The on one item here that really hasn't been covered yet is on page 5, line 17, where it's the a 5-year period between violations. I feel that should be brought down to about 1 year. And also your violations, the first offense, the owner should have the option to spay and neuter, pay the fine, and get a license and a fancier's license on top of it, both the city and fancier. The second offense, the owner is, because accidents do happen. Let's face it, everybody's dog gets out once in a while, just like that. The second offense, you start looking at it a little closer. The third offense, now you have a pattern of irresponsibility, and their mandatory spay and neuter would be totally acceptable. The other thing that, you have to excuse me, I have respiratory problems. The other thing that I was pleased to see in this ordinance was on page 9, page 7, section 9, where the city would help fund spay neuters for senior citizens. Besides being with the American Kennel Club, I am also the vice president of the National American Notch Association, which are senior citizens. And basically, those animals are the only thing that senior citizens have. If you demand spay and neutering without some type of compensation to offset, they will just turn their animals in, and that's very detrimental to them. I thank you very much for your time. Mr. Mayor, I finally made it.
Yep, I'm glad you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Ma'am, thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, Your Honor and City Council. My name is Jana Wright, and I reside in Ward 3. I am here today in support of Bill 2009-44. I also attended the recommending committee meeting on November 3rd and want to assure you everyone who spoke supported spay-neuter, but we didn't agree on whether it should be mandated or not. Your proposed ordinance has a goal of reducing the intake numbers at Lead, which I believe has a direct correlation to the number of euthanasias that are performed at Lead. As you know, that number is approximately 30,000 animals. We as a community must change our mindset that this is acceptable, that animals are disposable. Mandatory spay-neuter will not solve every animal issue in our community, but it is a positive start. As Chief Coyne mentioned, the proposed ordinance has a provision for medical exclusion if signed by a vet. Service animals are exempt. Law enforcement animals are exempt. Search and rescue groups are exempt. Any shelter or rescue group is exempt if they have a policy to spay-neuter before adoption. Anyone with a valid dog or cat fancier permit, breeder's permit, or professional handler are exempt. In my opinion, this issue has been addressed. As you hear public comments, please keep the 4-month age requirement for cats as they reproduce at this age. I would ask that on page 1, line 17, please consider adding this language, provided that term shall not include providing nourishment to a stray, feral cat or dog. This is the same language that the City of North Las Vegas has. It is also the language that the proposed Clark County mandatory spay-neuter ordinance will have in it. Spay-neuter must be accessible, available, and affordable. Heaven Can Wait opened their no-cost, low-cost, high-volume spay-neuter clinic this summer and will work with folks on their ability to pay for spay-neuter. This will be a sliding scale. They'll help anybody who wants to spay-neuter their animal. Las Vegas Valley Humane Society is another resource to help in low-cost, no-cost spay-neuter. As a member of Commissioner June Kiliani's staff, we did a neighborhood cleanup, pet fair, in a community of 315 households, where Heaven Can Wait offered to spay-neuter all cats, all dogs, excuse me, and all feral cats for free. people still would not spay and neuter their animals. And I saw so many bully breeds, Chihuahuas. That is the day that I changed my mind on mandatory spay-neuter. I'm for it. Lastly, your ordinance suggests establishing a fund to subsidize spay-neuter in Section 9. I offer a suggestion of using 50% or even 100% of your licensing fees for no-cost spay-neuters for those who qualify as low income. Public assistance would be free. Income under $10,000 would be free. Income under $19,000 perhaps would be a $25 fee. Use the media to let the residents of the City of Las Vegas know of this change, and maybe there would be more compliance in licensing pets in the City of Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Against, is that correct?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Two comments. One is Dr. Drake of St. Francis Animal Hospital will not neuter an animal under 6 months. I have the utmost respect for him, so there must be a reason there somewhere. Number two, it was brought up that Washoe County does not have a problem. The reason why, they have a coyote problem. The coyotes are coming over the fences and eating their animals. No, I'm kidding. And that's brought up in this issue of the Christian Science Monitor. In the last of the pages, it's telling about if you have feral animals, it attracts the coyotes coming in. So that may be why Clark County itself does not have the problem that Las Vegas has. Thank you.
Ms. Van?
Is it afternoon now? Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and speak. My name is Gina Greisen, President of Nevada Voters for Animals. I desperately urge you, we desperately urge you to support this ordinance. It's not only the morally correct thing to do, it's also the fiscally correct thing to do. To put it in perspective, in southern Nevada, we kill 31,000 animals. Sam Boyd Stadium holds 36,000 people. We could nearly fill Sam Boyd Stadium with the numbers of animals that we're killing every year at the shelter. This is just a tragedy, and the fact is, it is preventable. I do want to talk about the public health and safety issues. You may recall last year some of the high-profile dog bite cases. They weren't just dog bites; they were maulings of small babies, and also one of a North Las Vegas animal control officer by unspayed animals running around. When all of these articles were coming out in the newspaper, and they would say, oh, it's an anomaly, or it was a feeding issue, or it was this, there was one common link in all those high-profile cases that I finally got a reporter at the Review-Journal to look into, and when the information was released, it turned out all of those animals that mauled were unsterilized. It is, and I can personally speak from experience, that as a child, when I walked to school, in 2nd grade, I was viciously bitten by an animal. The animal had to be quarantined. Animal control was called out. I had to go to the doctor. And then again in 6th grade, on the way to the bus stop, I was bitten by an animal. Animal control called out, the whole 9 yards. It's sad for children right now, every day that go to school. I know Rich Molinari gave me the statistics, and I don't remember how many dog bites every year. We know this is a huge safety issue, especially for small children and seniors. Let me give you the demographics, and this is according to the AVMA dog bite prevention statistics. Half of the dog bite victims are 12 years and under. And then of those 70 plus, 10%, the age 70 and above, 10% are bitten, and 20% are killed by dog bites. And the AVMA, in their brochure, what you should know about dog bite prevention, one of their top 5 ways to prevent it is spay and neuter. The Centers for Disease Control, how can dog bites be prevented? The number one way, after you pick your dog, once you bring it home, the number one way to prevent dog bites, spay and neuter your animal. It reduces aggression. I mean, you've heard repeated testimony here. 70 to 76% of animals that bite
and all these dog bites, and Joe Botello can get back up here, and any of the other animal control officers, are unsterilized animals. I mean, this is a huge public health and safety issue.
I have to cut you short.
Okay.
Sorry.
And can I just add something about a state law? AB 15 would require the disclosure of applicable sterilization requirements, which would go to educating the public. Thank you.
All right. This is the last with the time limit. The last on the con side.
This is really quick because both sides, everybody has forgotten. Cats and dogs are very different in many ways. A cat is almost like a magician. A dog won't jump a fence over 6 feet or whatever. A cat can jump something as high as the roof. Another thing, cats can have kittens within about 3 times within 13 months. Forgot to say that. See, they breed a lot faster than dogs. In fact, cats are the second most breeding thing to rabbits. Sorry about that. Let's look at everything. When you look at it, cats are the most hardest one to control. Thank you.
Okay, now this will be the last on the. I have no idea. I lost the pros and the cons here.
The pro side.
The last on the pro side.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I'm Karen Lane, president of the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society, but I'm here today as a coalition made up of several animal groups, animal welfare groups, including Doug Duke with Nevada SPCA and Harold Vasco with Heaven Can Wait Animal Society. We have a number of our members here today, and we, working with animal control agencies, have for the last 4 and 5 years been determined that we're going to reduce the number of impounds going into lead and into all shelters, as a matter of fact. That's our aim. That's what we're aiming for. And why do we want to do that? Because we're talking about taxpayer dollars that are needlessly spent when you take those animals in, when you collect those animals out. And unfortunately, right now, we've seen since about June of 2007 a really bad situation in terms of foreclosures, because we see what's happening right now is we have a lot of people leaving animals not only inside the home and walking away, but particularly for cats, tossing those animals outside and walking away from those animals. So a lot of times those free-roaming animals that we see were basically owned animals at one time. And believe me, we're a rescue organization, and I can tell you the nightmares that we're getting right now. And unfortunately, because those people were irresponsible enough to leave their animals, guess what? They were also irresponsible enough not to spay and neuter their animals. And so what we're seeing, and we have seen in the last couple of years, is a lot more puppies and kittens that are being born outside with no ownership. Now, there was a question that was asked about what's the difference between cats and dogs in terms of this, and I'm just going to submit this information. I'm sorry, I wasn't planning to present it today, so it's got some scribbling on it, but I will say this to you. In terms of returns, of owner returns, the difference, dogs, 19.5% of the animals coming out of the pound, of all dogs, 19.5% are returned to the owner. For cats, 2.5%. So that kind of gives you some idea the difference between owner versus stray animals. We know that there are a lot more stray cats, and why? Because it's a lot easier to toss a cat out, even if they're declawed. So, I mean, we see this every day, and most of the rescues that we see, and the Nevada SPCA sees, and Heaven Can Wait sees, these are all intact animals that are hit by cars, running to their next rendezvous, if you will, being chewed up by dogs, all in an effort to try to procreate. And that's the problem that we see with unspayed and unneutered animals. There was some discussion today about mandatory spay and neuter ordinances not working. I would say this to you. If you look at what your animal control agency has done, they've taken all the good things, all the issues that have been determined not to work in some areas. So they said, we're going to look at that, and we're going to make sure that we cover that in our spay and neuter ordinance. The first thing.
I have to cut you short. I have to give the other people a chance. Okay. As I said, I'll let everybody talk because you've taken the time to come down here. If you have something new to tell us, if anybody has something new, then come on up. If it's not new, I'm going to throw the gavel at your head.
Carol Moss. I just have one concern in reference to the license for the breeders and the wording up to 6 animals. I wonder if we would be creating a legal loophole for people who do not want up to 6 animals if they would be denied a license based on the fact that they cannot accommodate up to 6 animals when they only wanted to have 1 or 2. I think you ought to carefully consider the wording.
Well, I can assure you of this, ma'am, that this is going to be a work in progress. If this council approves the ordinance, that's just the first step, because we have to massage this. We have to take into consideration all of the issues. We have to track it. We have to find out whether it's successful. And this is not just a situation of us voting and then forgetting about it. There's going to be an imposition on my marshal to make sure that the animal control people have facts, statistics. I'm going to hold the foundation responsible for facts and statistics. If it's not working, we can bring it back. If it's working, we can applaud. That's the way I look at it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Question between 4 months, 6 months, all those things. Yes. New.
My name is Dr. Diane Valley. I am also a veterinarian at Lead Animal Shelter. I am the spay-neuter surgeon there. I've done well into 7,000 surgeries in the last year. I invite each and every one of you down to observe me doing surgery or another doctor doing surgery. You are welcome to see what mutilation is or not mutilation is. You are educated and intelligent people. I thoroughly invite you down to see what the process actually is, what the animals have looked like who are coming in through receiving, to observe for yourselves and make a judgment for yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mann.
Hi, my name is Krista Coppola. I have a PhD in animal behavior, and I was most recently employed at the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals that someone quoted earlier. I just want to speak to the fact that animals that are neutered or spayed at 4 months of age do not lose 75% of their mental growth. There is no research to that fact. And I can cite other citations that you are not going to lose the mental growth. As far as behavior problems are a combination of the environment and the genetics, and neutering your animal is not going to change its genetics, and ultimately it's going to be the environment that it's raised in and that it's trained in. And again, that goes to responsible pet ownership, which is part of the spay and neuter campaign.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Erica Garson. I'm a 9th grader, and I made up the group Teens for Animal Protection. I would just like to share with you guys something. On the 14th of November, last Saturday, during a garage sale that me and my mother were having, we ran into a problem. A cat was almost hit by one of my neighbors. We ran across the street going to go see if this animal was okay. It was a kitten, a very black, adorable kitten. What I have to now live with for the rest of my life, remembering seeing, is this little cat. Its insides were not coming out of it. It broke my heart. I was, oh my gosh. We wrapped up the cat, and then I grabbed a blanket, wrapped up the cat, and ran it to the nearest vet. When we were getting there, I had to talk to this cat, soothe it, so it would not be alone, so it will know that it will be okay. We got there. The vet had told me, this cat is suffering. This cat needs to be put down. There's nothing we can do. I held that little cat's paw, saying, it's okay, you're going to be out of your pain. I have to now live with that, saying, I saw that. And what is one way that we can make sure that that doesn't happen? That other kids don't have to see that and be unnerved by it, to be terrified of that. Well, if you say spay and neuter an animal, that won't happen. It all becomes from a mama cat getting out of a house, not being sterilized. What happens to that? It goes in, a male cat will find that mama, and they will mate, making litters of kittens. And if we just spayed and neuter those cats, that would not happen. And also, I'd like to show you a picture.
Not of the cat.
Oh, no, not of the cat. I promise I would not put any of those that. Actually, my dogs. Okay, right there.
No.
Okay, I think I got it that time.
I don't know. It looks like a turkey dinner, to be honest with you.
Well, not exactly. It's upside down?
It's upside down.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, my bad. Those are the 8 puppies that I had fostered. 8. Not just 1 or 2, but 8. we came across these puppies when the shelter put out a thing saying that a mama dog that was roaming in northern Las Vegas, was roaming around and was caught by animal control. Brought in to Lead Animal Shelter. They were born on 7/7 of 07. They're going to be put down on 7/10. All right. Well, we went down there and we got these puppies. Most of them got really good homes. I can show you this one right here. That Sweetheart. It was abused.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you short.
I just want to say one more thing really quick.
How can I say no to somebody who saved a cat?
Thank you. People say it is their property and their animal, but I would like to say I have almost been attacked by a dog not too long ago. Isn't it my right to make it to my bus stop or make it to school and not be attacked by an animal? Thank you. Thank you for listening.
All right. That's very good. May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, before the motion,
Yes.
just a point of clarification, and not to beleaguer Councilman Wolfson, this item, or Councilman Ross. Just for clarification, I apologize, but I want to make sure that I'm clear as far as the direction in which I'll be voting today. And that is, number one, Ms. Coyne, going back to the breeder. I know we kind of jokingly mentioned if, in fact, someone wanting to have an opportunity to maintain their animal intact, all one must do is come down to the city and receive a breeder's permit, and a process will take place from there. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. Secondly, there was questions in respect to the 4-month versus the 6-month. Where are we on that? What direction are we going on that? As far as, is it a 4-month period? Is it a 6-month period? Is it an opportunity to meet in the middle?
I would say this, the bill as it's presently before you for your consideration today in its unamended version would be the 4-month requirement. However, I would like to really defer to the bill sponsor, if I could.
Okay. Councilman Ross, would you please?
Councilman?
I'm sorry, Councilman, I answer that question now, or do you want me to just go into my full dissertation here?
Okay, well,
because that's in it, believe me.
Okay, well, good. Then I'll wait and right before the vote, if you provide me an opportunity to address it, if in fact it does not.
No, I think the mayor will absolutely allow that.
Okay.
I would imagine.
Then I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
I'd like to put my comments on the record.
Okay.
Yes. Councilman? Yes.
No, excuse me.
Yes.
I just would like to make a few comments.
Why don't you tell the marshal what you want to tell me?
I would like to say that I come from a family where, in my dad's house, we had 8 dogs and 5 cats. All of them were spayed and neutered, and we believed in that. And I believe in what you're doing here, except for one aspect. And that aspect is because I don't feel, as someone who votes on something, I can play God. I do not feel the evidence fully substantiates the fact that you have to have it at 4 months rather than 6 months. When we say at 4 months a cat can be pregnant, there was a trickle there. Thank you. But when you say at 4 months a cat can become pregnant, that's true. Maybe there are some that can, but the majority are not becoming pregnant at 4 months. It's 6 months. And the doctors I know, and I'm not talking about vets, but I'm talking about doctors I know that are among the finest, I think, in the country, some of them, they always tell me medicine's not a science. It's something that you get subjective on different things. And I just don't feel we should be subjective on this. And I also feel that I asked 10 vets, a couple here, 8 in California. I was there last week. And not one of those vets said it should be 4 months. They said 6 months or 5 to 6 months. We got the Charleston Neighborhood Preservation that sent us a missive, and they stated that they had talked to several vets, and they all had said not 4 months. Now, we can say we believe this, or we can be very great veterinarians and believe it. But I just don't think the research, we never had the balance of research presented here in that aspect. I just don't think it's there. And so I'm all for everything you're saying in that, except I could not vote for it if it has the 4 months. I would like to vote for it, but I couldn't. Thank you.
All right, Councilman, you want to give us your...
My turn, Your Honor?
Your turn.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Bless your heart for doing such great homework, because you see how passionate people are about this.
Right.
And I have to say this has been a great discussion. I am grateful for everyone that emailed, that sent letters in. We got notifications from Utah, Colorado, Illinois. I mean, this is a passionate issue. And I, for one, as the bill sponsor, and one council member that sits on this council, needed to hear this conversation. I needed to hear from the professionals. I needed to hear from the veterinarians. And by the way, Doctor, we're not coming over to the clinic, by the way. Thanks for the invitation, but I don't think we're coming. Mayor Pro Tem says he may come over. The important thing is this, and I appreciate, Mr. Whitlock, what your comments were, because before we started down this path, we did some homework too. We recognized that other municipalities throughout this country have enacted similar ordinances or something close to it, something far away from it. Who's been successful and who's not been successful? How much more money has it cost the taxpayer? And we've done our homework. We've done our research, and I want to assure you of that. We just didn't haphazardly stumble upon this and say, hey, let's enact a law that's going to affect something very passionate in the people's lives of the city of Las Vegas. That's not how we got here today. A lot of the comments made were in reflection to groups that we put together to get the input from the dog owners, the veterinarians, the Humane Society, the AKC. Mr. Sunday, thanks for being down here, wherever you went to. Appreciate you being here as well. We got those comments. We just didn't throw this on a piece of paper. And Mr. Steed, our attorney over here, did a fabulous job putting this together. It didn't happen overnight. It came from you. It came from the citizens of our city to get where we're at today. And I have to tell you this. As government, it is not always easy to make decisions. Sometimes we have to make unpopular decisions, tough decisions, for the benefit of our community. And it's not going to make everybody happy. But sometimes we have to try something. We've got to throw something on the wall to see if it sticks. That's what we've got to do, because sitting on our hands is not an option. We don't have that option today. It has grown much too serious. In Southern Nevada, a lot of this discussion has already occurred. We euthanize over 35,000 animals annually. The number is consistent for the past several years. Currently have nothing on the books to allow our animal control officers to go after irresponsible backyard breeders. The proposed ordinance lists several exceptions, including animals that are shown conformation, obedience, field trials. Hunting dogs was a big issue for me. That's addressed. Service animals, and some of the issues. A lot of you have already brought it up. Too costly for homeowners or for pet owners. The city plans on setting up a fund to help low-income citizens receive free or low-cost spay or neuter. We need to wait until the economy improves and money has become available. But it is so stated in the ordinance. In the meantime, there are organizations such as the Las Vegas Humane Society, Heaven Can Wait, that are currently providing those low-cost services, and sometimes free. The euthanasia of feral cats after 48 hours was a big topic. A lot of the emails that I'd received. This request came from the Animal Foundation and is included in the proposed ordinance. They are so overburdened that an additional 24 hours of care for a feral cat increases their costs and their overcrowding. Feral cats are also very difficult to manage as they are wild and will not allow anyone to come near them. Other issues. We did work with those focus groups. We had varying opinions, and all of you that came to the recommending committee, thank you. Thank you for your input. All agreed that this ordinance was a good start, and that's the important part here, a good start. The general distrust of government interference, personal property rights, concerns animal control can break your door down and take your animals. That's not going to happen. This is not targeted at the responsible pet owner. This is to give our officers the ability to do what needs to be done in this community to address the issue of animal overpopulation. In regards to the 4-month, 6-month issue, Councilwoman and Councilman Barlow, the ordinance already has in it, and it's clear. The 4-month requirement is up to the discretion of the veterinarian. And you know what? Some of you doctors out here, you may not support the 4-month. You may support the 6-month. The great thing about that is it's in the ordinance and it's the discretion of the veterinarian. I was fully prepared today to make that change. And after this testimony, I'm not right now. I'm not willing to make that change. I'm going to let the doctor, the veterinarian, who is the professional, make that decision, Councilwoman. I don't believe we're playing God, and I hate to say it like that, but I don't believe we're playing that way. I believe we're setting a standard of responsible pet ownership that hopefully the citizens of this city can live up to. I was also prepared to change this to not mandatory spay-neuter, but more regulated spay-and-neuter ordinance. And after hearing this testimony, both from the opposition and for the support, I'm not prepared. I think we need to make a statement as the City of Las Vegas, especially with our counterparts, Clark County and North Las Vegas, with us today. That's significant that you're here, and thank you, all of you, for being here. We need to make a statement that we take this very seriously. We are spending taxpayer money that we shouldn't have to because of irresponsible pet owners. The time has to change. We must move forward. Your Honor, you're absolutely right. There needs to be some accountability measures here. I need to, before I make a motion, Your Honor, I need to have our attorneys make a couple of adjustments because we have made a couple of changes that are significant. Brad, if you would be... who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I'm not going to make the changes. I'm just going to make a couple of remarks for the record. One, this does not go into effect until April 1st of next year. And based on the comments today, we are going to be bringing back a couple of tweaks that were not to this particular ordinance, but to the definition of breeder, which right now says a breeder is one who for pay or other compensation. We are going to treat that as someone who doesn't do it for pay or compensation either, but I think we do need to clean that up a little bit. We're going to look at the penalty sections. We're going to look at a few other things, but I think the gist of this is to treat commercial breeders differently from private owners, and private owners who want to have their animals remain intact. There will be a method to do that legitimately and legally through our licensing department. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Steed to make the actual corrections to the bill before you vote.
All right, Mr. Steed.
Wait, Mr. Mayor, could I just say one last thing?
Absolutely.
I do want to say that I understand what it says in the ordinance. It says medically unsuited to undergo a spay or neuter procedure if a licensed veterinarian has certified in writing and under oath that a spay or neuter procedure would likely cause the animal's death or substantially aggravate a physical condition of the animal. The certification shall indicate the medical basis therefore, and rather the unsuitability is permanent or temporary. I'm pointing that out because that is not what a lot of people are going to be able to do, to go to a vet, and many of our vets are earning more than our MDs right now, go to a vet and pay for having the examination done and also to have the paper written out and everything like that, which often costs more. I understand what you're doing. I was only trying, Mr. Councilman, to get a win-win situation out of that, because if you notice, those who came up who were con, what was the thing they mentioned most often? It was the 4 months, and I just believe in win-win. I didn't think that the months there would be a big aggravating thing, and I think that if we found it wasn't doing what it needed to do, a change could be made. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Mr. Steed?
Thank you. On page 1 of the bill, section 7.14.020, there's a subsection C that talks about training for certain service animals, and we would recommend that we add, in addition to the appropriate training, and certification by a recognized agency if such certification is available. And then on page 2, there's a discussion in section 7.14.040 having to do with forfeiture of puppies and kittens born to unspayed or unneutered animals. Right now it says shall be forfeited, and we would recommend that that be changed to are subject to forfeiture, following which they may be given to the care of a local shelter for adoption. And so with those, would recommend it be a First Amendment.
All right, thank you.
And I'd like to add, Your Honor, that we put a 12-month and a 24-month review on this ordinance to see how effective, should it pass, how effective it's going to be. So we have, as local government, some accountability measures in conjunction with the animal shelter, in conjunction with the Humane Society, in conjunction with Heaven Can Wait. We need your participation in this. If we're going to try to put a dent in this serious issue, we need your help. And I'm reaching out there to all of you. And I know you're going to participate because you're dedicated community leaders, and I think we can get there.
Councilman, just to clarify that is not a sunset clause. That is just an annual review. And what we would do is amend the ordinance so that at least for the first 2 years, there'd be an annual review. 1 year from the date it goes into effect.
Annual review all the time.
Okay, then can we amend let me change that at the mayor's suggestion. Why don't we just have an annual review, period? And I say, and Mayor, I think you say that because, folks, if it doesn't work, we tried.
Right.
If it doesn't work, we need to reevaluate where we're at, and we need to do something different. And again, I'm going to call upon the professionals out there to help guide and direct our movements here at the City Council.
With your permission, the annual review would occur 1 year from the date the ordinance goes into effect, not
correct.
1 year from the date
Right,
of today.
That's correct. And Chief Coy, before we hear a motion, did the doctor say anything that would be relevant to our determination?
She indicated that she has cats that she's had in heat, pregnant by 4 months, if I'm capturing this correctly, delivering kittens by the age of 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
I think we're still moving.
I think we're moving towards a motion.
Doctor, thank you for that. And all of you that participated, again, I can't tell you. I just want to emphasize again, for my benefit and some of my colleagues up here, these are tough decisions to make. They're not easy. And I certainly respect everyone's decision in regards to how they vote on this, but I'm also passionate about this.
Well, I'll say this, Councilman, I'll interrupt you. This is an easy one for me because, to be quite frank with you, when I hear, and I don't know what the figure is, when I hear 12,000 animals are being euthanized, or 19,000 are being euthanized, or 35,000 are being euthanized, that's totally unacceptable to me. I think the magnitude of those numbers is such that you really lose what that little girl was talking about, the individualization. I mean, all of us have lost a pet somewhere along the way. I have koi in my backyard, and when I lose a koi, it's like a mourning session. We go into real sorrow, and I've had turtles, and when a turtle dies, it was like a family disaster. And when a puppy died, it was like it was the end of the world. And that's the kind of feeling that I have when I think about these pets. When I hear 35,000, I can't even imagine that. It reminds me a little bit of Schindler's List. When the guy got up there, the Nazi got up there, and he shot the first kid, I was devastated. And after a while, when thousands of people were being put into incinerators, you became numb to it, you began to accept it. Well, we're not going to accept this kind of behavior in our community.
Pretty heron you had out in your backyard?
Please, let's start.
I don't want to sound too officially, Mayor, but are those koi neutered and spayed? Just a thought.
No one's going to mess with my koi.
No, I appreciate everybody's participation, as it has not been an easy road, Chief. You and I have been on this road for a bit, and I appreciate my staff as well. They've done a lot of work on this. I will move, Your Honor, to approve Agenda Item 66, Bill Number 2009-44, subject to the conditions and as amended.
All right, that's a motion. Let's vote, please. Host?
We'll see how it goes.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, now what we're going to do is, folks, we're going to call item 62 back again. Did you get the report? That wasn't a tough one.
How are you?
All right, folks, we ready? Mr. DiFiore around? Oh, I'm sorry, you are around. All right, then what I'll do is we will put 62 on hold again, and we'll get to the point. We'll get you in 2 minutes.
No problem.
Items 67 and 68, which are bills 2009-45 and 2009-47, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. New bills, items 69, 70, and 72 are bills 2009-48, 2009-49, and 2009-51. They'll be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, December 1st, 2009, and item 71, Bill 2009-50, will be heard at the regular City Council meeting on December 2nd, 2009. Mr. Jervik, would you be kind enough to read those bills?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2009-48, in order to adopt the 2009 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code along with amendments thereto and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2009-49, in order to adopt the admissible code provisions pertaining to the Department of Finance and Business Services as properly related matters. Bill number 2009-50, in ordinance designated by the short title 2009 City Hall Lease Purchase Agreement Ordinance, authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement and related agreements to affect the financing of a new City Hall, making certain findings in connection therewith, ratifying action previously taken and pertaining to the foregoing by the city and its officers and employees, and provided other matters relating thereto. And finally, Bill number 2009-51, an ordinance relating to a redevelopment project commonly known and referred to as Fremont Street Experience in the downtown area of the city, authorizing the execution of the Fourth Amendment to the amended and restated Fremont Street Experience Project Development Agreement, and for other related matters. And, Your Honor, before you assign those to recommending,
Yes.
I just want to put on the record that Councilman Ross, because of his position with the Southern Nevada Building Trades and Construction Council, has been disclosing and abstaining on all items with any nexus to City Hall. I've advised him that on Bill number 2009-50, because it's merely being read today and no action is being taken, he does not need to make that disclosure and abstention at this point in time, but he will when the bill comes up for discussion.
Thank you very much for that. All right. Councilor Barlow, will you be available on the, let's see.
December 1st, yes.
Thank you. And Councilman Anthony, will you be available?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Then you're assigned these bills. We'll move on to item. Well, I'd like to go back. Are we okay? Are we ready to go? Are we ready to go on 62? All right. Let's go. All right, let's start off by having an official recitation as to what the applicant pled to and what the disposition was.
Mayor, members of the council, I believe Mr. Jervik was able to obtain that information earlier.
Mr. Jervik?
I did. I called Mr. Little in our criminal division, who said that the charge was reduced to attempted theft, which is a gross misdemeanor, and that's what the applicant pled to. The charge originally was burglary, again reduced to a gross misdemeanor.
All right, so at this point in time, the applicant has no felonies on her record.
Unless there's something else out there that is beyond the burglary charge, there are no felonies on the applicant's record.
No.
All right, very good. I believe that the councilwoman wanted to have the police report so she would be able to pursue this.
Yes, I'm just almost finished with the police report, and I believe the sergeant was going to add something. Did he?
Glenn Lowe, Sergeant of Metro Special Investigations. I just wanted to remind the council that our reports are a civil investigation. So as far as criminal stuff goes, we can't get into real detailed information on the ins and outs of a criminal case other than the person was, like you said, in Blackstone, it shows that somebody was convicted of something. So our reports can't be like an arrest report where it details all the extra information.
I know, but the problem, my friend, is there was a representation that she pled to a felony, and we rely on what you fellas tell us, and then it comes out that it was a gross misdemeanor, and that's unfair to us, and it's unfair to the applicant. So we have to be very certain when we make representations as to the criminal record of somebody.
Yes, I agree with you. It was just a mistake in our report.
And mistakes are mistakes.
Okay.
Mayor Goodman, if you don't mind. And officer, I appreciate what you just said. Jim, I want to ask for an opportunity to sit down with you and Mr. Jervik, because what the officer just said is something about it being civil in nature, and I appreciate that. We work within the rules that we have in place now, but like the mayor said, even though it's civil in nature and there's civil reports and all that, we rely on the accuracy when a person has a criminal history of what they were convicted of. So I appreciate what you said, officer, and I accept that, but we need to explore a way that we can get accurate information. And I'm not saying you did anything wrong, mistakes are made, like I said, but we need to be able to, because even though it's civil in nature, we're talking about criminal matters and criminal arrests and criminal convictions, and I think in the interest of being accurate, we need to explore this topic, and I want to do that in the future.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman?
I have to ask, can I mention it? I can't mention anything that's in this report, or I can? I can't. I'll be vague.
Sorry? No, you can. We have a sort of a policy. We're not trying to embarrass anybody. But
No,
if you
no,
have
I just feel this report shows that a lie was that a great inaccuracy, and I would consider it myself not telling the truth at all, about being in the car and being the driver of the car and not being one of the three women who went to the house. Because the people who were witnesses here seemed to confirm that there were three, confirmed going into the rooms, confirmed very specifically what occurred. I am very concerned about abuse of the elderly, and I don't think the psychic business is a good place to have someone who has that on their record in a way that was very cleverly done in two, perhaps three instances, two for sure, utilizing ruses that would have been involved in abusing the elderly based upon their particular needs, medically or emotionally.
Can
So
respond to that,
I moved.
Mrs. Tarquinian?
Yes.
The ladies that came for help to Nena is friends of friends from California. They flew in at McCarran Airport. Nena picked them up to go do job interviews for the elderly, selling some kind of a mechanisms that look like this for help when they need it and they fall down or something. And if you remember, in 2003, you denied Nena's license for the ticket that Angela and Melissa Marks had got, and you told her come back next year and reapply. Well, we waited all this time to make sure everything is going to be okay while we were running business in Boulder City. Make a long story short, Nena took them for a ride there. There were two houses. One house Nena got off, which is true in that report. And the other one is they asked Nena for help to have Nena show them how to use the device, is all it was. So when they left from that home, a van started pursuing Nena as she was driving away erratically. Nena pulled over and dialed 911. Nena's the one who called the police at the scene.
And it also says in the report that I called the police.
For whatever it's worth. And Nena's never been arrested for any kind of elderly abuse,
Especially for
any
my business
fraud,
being a psychic, and
or
also
anything.
for also that you also said also too.
But could I just...
I don't get elderly men in my business and con them into my business. I'm a psychic. I help people, and I help these girls do what they had to do. Knowing that I didn't know what they were doing. I just got caught into something helping them.
This started with an elderly woman, I believe. And what type of medical device was it?
It looked like this. It was one that the girls gave her
What
to
was it
use.
for?
To, if they were in need of anything, just to hit the button.
Okay, I will just say that
Councilwoman,
she
if I-
admitted guilt. She
Councilwoman,
admitted guilt to it,
If
yes.
I could, that device, my mother had one of them.
Yeah.
If she's by herself, she falls, she can roll over, touch that anyway, it alerts the people there, and they get
Councilman Reese,
medical care there real quick.
I know what you're talking about because my husband has that device. We just got it last month. So I do know that, and I do know that device is very needy. However, it's not this device that's used each of the times in here. It's different things, and she did plead guilty to it. She pled
that's
guilty
what
to
they're
having been
suggesting
with the women in the house, and I just have to tell you that I know what I said last year. I was not aware of this, and I am...
Back in 2003.
Well,
5 years ago.
2003 then. I was not aware of this at that time, and I really have a great concern.
I understand.
Because in some of the work I do, this comes very, very often.
I understand, Mrs.
And
McCann.
my feeling from what this report shows And the lawyers may feel differently, but my feeling is that it places a dangerous situation
Sure, I
with her
understand.
working in that. So I would move to follow recommendation of staff.
But Nana has 4 other businesses since she was 17 and she's 47.
And I never had a problem
Never
with
had
any
a
of my
complaint.
clients giving my readings. Never.
Any. So I hope the council takes that into consideration. And plus, we own a home here. We own 2 businesses here. Between me and Nana on our tax papers, which I'm sure is all in the files from our accountant, Vince Jenko, we pay over $5,000 a month in sales tax. So by her not having her psychic business here, and we sold Boulder City, we sold our business in Boulder City, thinking we're going to open a business in Las Vegas, because Nana's clients was complaining about the far drive to drive. So we sold that 2 months ago thinking we're going to get our license granted today to open our location that we had for a year that we've been paying rent on.
Mayor, can I have
And-
staff's recommendation one more time?
Yes, please. What is the staff's recommendation?
The recommendation is going to be to deny, and I do have an explanation. Councilman Wilson, at a suggestion you made 6 months ago, you asked us to meet with the applicants prior to the meeting so they know what is going to come forward. We did. She had her police report with her. I asked her to explain the circumstance in March of 2005 with the incident that she got convicted on. She told me in front of Carol Meyer, one of my staff members, that she drove the ladies to the house, that she waited in the car for 15 minutes, and then she went to the door, and she was unaware of pretty much what was going on. And without naming names, in the voluntary statement made by the victim, she said 3 ladies came to my door, and then they proceeded to do what they did. So again, this is a license that you put trust in the individual to give you correct information. And in an interview, she did not tell me what the victim had stated in a Metro record. Well, time out.
One she didn't, and one she
Wait,
did.
we don't do business this way with the back and forth. Mr. DeFiore's
So I'm relying on trust with her to give me the full story, to give me a true, accurate account of what did happen. And the report, and the voluntary statement made by the victim is contrary to what she told me. So I can't go forward with any recommendation other than denial.
All right. There's a motion. Let's vote. Post.
Oops, sorry. Take that back, please, for me.
She done the same mistake.
No, take back the name.
Move the arrow to withdraw.
Oh, so.
Right there.
No, I got it now. I'm learning, Mr. Mayor, on the computers.
We all set? Post. All right. Motion carries. Good luck.
We passed?
It's right there. Thank you.
All right. Help me here. I think we're up to 73. Ms. Fretwell, what are we going to do here?
Well, I imagine our closed door will take about 30 minutes.
All right. What
We
I'm
could
going to
do that and work through that.
I don't want to delay the public. So what we'll do is we'll go into recess now. We'll come back. Will half an hour be enough, folks? You think? All right. No. 45 minutes, in order to give the clerk an opportunity to get straightened out and refreshed. Then we will we'll finish the afternoon calendar. We'll then hear item number 73, the motion to go into closed session. We'll do that, and then we'll come back and we'll have the status report on the performance standards. So we'll be in recess right now until 2:45. Sorry, folks.
It's amazing how much we do.
Sorry about that. But if you want to beat me up or something, that's okay too.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were coming. I knew you were gone this morning, and so I ain't gonna be able to do it at the earliest before we get there. Well, that was when we were just getting ready to start that.
All right, folks. Good afternoon. Thank you for your forbearance. We started this morning. Well, a lot of us started early this morning, very early, but we started our redevelopment agency meeting at 8:30 and went all the way through till about 45 minutes ago. And the clerk's office had a little bit of a break, and I'm sorry that people were inconvenienced. Item 74 is any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and or the applicant wish to be held or stricken to a, well, let me do it again. Any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one item. Item number 79 is extension of time 35880, applicant JIT JIT and Nirmal Man, owner, receivership estate of Apollo Orange LLC, extension of time for a proposed supper club with a waiver to allow 152 feet separation from a child care facility at 2000 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 108 and through 110. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our January 20th, 2010 meeting. Are there any other items? Hearing none, I make a motion to bring this item forward, take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
I don't have the thing at the bottom, the votes. Would you like me to vote the affirmative? Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right. 48 is public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1054 Bonita Avenue in the amount of $3,639 and assess a maximum of $47,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is 1054 Bonita Avenue Trust, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Construction Group International, LLC, to board all doors, windows, and main structure and accessory structures, remove all refuse, trash, debris, high vegetation, and shed. To date, there have been 10 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of December 2006 was $225,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $1,100 invoice for Construction Group International, LLC services, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $3,639, and consider assessing a maximum of $47,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith at this time? Is the property owner here by any chance, representing 1054 Bonita Avenue Trust? All right, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. They should have been here. I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for the $3,639 that we have, that we need to assess. That we have to get back for our abatement costs. And I'm also going to assess a maximum penalty of $47,550 in daily civil penalties on this property.
All right, thank you. That's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 49 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1429 Virgil Street in the amount of $3,994.35 and assess a maximum of $24,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is William M. Marshall, and this is in Ward 3.
Again, Mayor.
Hearing. Now opening the public hearing.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Service declared the property in violation and started a legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to remove all trash, debris, high and or dead vegetation, and non-permitted metal shed and carport, and posed no trespassing signs. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of December 1990 was $72,500. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $1,409 invoice for American Demolition Services, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $3,994.35, and consider assessing a maximum of $24,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, if we approve what you're recommending, and I'm not talking about the penalties, I'm talking about the basically paying back the contractor to abate this property, does that money come out of the general fund?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. I assume the property owner is not here. My assumption's correct. All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion that we recover the cost of abatement of $3,994.35. Also, I'd like to assess the maximum of $24,550 in daily civil penalties, and that's my motion.
Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 50 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1410 Pacific Street in the amount of $3,261.80 and assess a maximum of $47,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Irene Weldon, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to remove all trash, debris, fence, shed, and high vegetation. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property is not available. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $772 invoice for American Demolition Services, in addition to other fees for a total of $3,261.80, and consider assessing a maximum of $42,550 in daily civil penalties.
47,000.
No, 42,000.
42,000?
42,550.
Okay. It says 47 on the agenda. That's the reason I said that.
42. 42 is the correct number.
Let the agenda be corrected then. All right. There's a property owner here. Irene Weldon or any representative of Ms. Weldon? All right, folks, public hearing if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Looking at these these 3 properties, they're all in deplorable condition, and the people that own the property is not even here to let us talk to them or ask them, why or how come, can we help? And it's just a shame that our neighborhoods have to look like this. My motion is going to be to follow staff's recommendation for recovery costs of the abatement of $3,261.80 and to assess the maximum of $42,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, that's a motion. Let's vote on it, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, may I ask, on these last couple of videos, I noticed that there was no dates down to let us know when the videos were taken.
I will see that that's corrected.
All right, item 51 is a public hearing on local improvement district for special improvement district number 1511, Farm Road from Virginia Dale Street to Tully Springs Road, $76,002.20 capital projects fund from special assessments, and this is in Ward 6. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Sherry Edelman. I'm your Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. This is the public hearing on the final assessment roll for SID 1511 Farm Road between Virginia Dale Street and Tully Springs Road. Construction is complete and the property owner is being assessed for pavement, curb, gutter, sidewalk, streetlights, and residential driveways. There is one property owner in the district and will be payable over 20 years. It is 100% SID funded, and the final assessment is $76,002.20. No written protests were received to date, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do you know whether the property owner has been notified?
Yes, he has been notified.
Very good. Okay, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard.
Make it real swift, Mr. Mayor. All I got to say is that all of these particular items seem to be in Ward 3 under Mr. Reese. So that's all I have to say. All of them is in his ward today. That ain't unusual, but it happens. Thank you.
All right, may the record reflect that was Mr. Hodge making that comment. All right, we'll go to Councilman Ross for the motion.
He had you fooled, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, there isn't.
Oh, okay, fine.
Then I'll be quiet.
All right. Items 75, 76, and 77. 75 is GPA 34792, request for a general plan amendment to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the general plan from MXU mixed use to LIR light industrial research. 76 is ZON 34793, request for rezoning from C1 limited commercial to CM commercial industrial. 77 is SDR 34794, request for a site development plan review to establish a contractor's planned shop and storage yard within an existing 4,279 square foot office and warehouse development with perimeter razor wire. The applicant owner is George T. Lopez, and the project is located on 0.97 acres at 2222 West Bonanza Road. The staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These items are in Ward 5. They're all public hearings, which I now declare open. Is anybody here representing the applicant? Yes, sir.
I am George Lopez. I'm the owner.
Okay, Mr. Lopez, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Well, I've been operating this way for about 4 years, and I just want to stay there and get the proper zoning.
All right. Are there any questions of the council members of Mr. Lopez? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I just want to make sure that the landscaping along Bonanza is nice. That's the main thing.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Lopez, for working with my office and staff in regards to this item that has been long drawn out for quite some time. Understanding that this area of the corridor of Bonanza, according to the West Las Vegas plan, all of the industrial uses are actually on the south side of Bonanza, and the use in which that you're requesting will modify the use down this corridor slightly in the sense of it being an island by itself on the north side. However, being that you have been in place for quite some time now and have been doing a very good job as far as the use in which you're operating, I understand the need in order for you to comply and have the appropriate zoning so that you can continue to operate your business. So with that, I am going to make the adjustment to the GPA under the land use plan that we have laid out for this particular area of the corridor, and move forward with the recommendation of the rezone. SDR as well as the zoning, I have some additional conditions that I would like to set. So as far as the GPA is concerned, I'm going to move forward with approving the GPA at this particular time. So my motion would be for approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. That was to 7576, please.
And for 76, which is the zoning, I'm looking at moving forward with a recommendation of approval. The condition that I would like to set under it's the site plan? Okay, then I'll move forward with the zone for approval, and I'll make the other additional conditions under the site plan.
All right, on 76, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And 77, please.
Okay, under 77, the conditions that I would like to set on this item would be for the removal of the barbed wire on the parcel. Also, one of the conditions would be to allow you to set the block wall to the north 2 feet higher to the north, adding additional tree in the front of the main entrance, as well as the irrigation, and also to allow the 10 parking spaces to include the handicap with 9 in the front of the building and the 1 additional parking space to the rear. And Margot, if there's any additional comments that you would like to add to the record, please do so at this time.
Thank you, Councilman and Mayor. The actual language with regard to those conditions to be changed entail change to condition number 1 to read, to be replaced in its entirety, that the applicant shall install 1 additional 15-gallon tree in the planter on the south property line, which shall be fully irrigated. Condition number 2 will read that the applicant shall provide an 8-foot block wall with 20% contrasting materials on the north property line, and that the razor wire shall be removed. And an additional condition that any conflict in conditions with SUP 9215 with regard to this site will be determined by the conditions and the plans submitted herein with SDR 34794.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lopez, do you agree to those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, Mayor and Council, I would like to move to follow. We'll move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote. Post, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Item 78 is SUP 35468, special use permit. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Verizon Wireless, Inc. The owner is Teddy Enterprises, LP. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for special use permit for the installation of 9 antennas on an existing 110-foot wireless communications facility, non-stealth design at a maximum height of 112 feet at 3441 West Sahara Avenue. C1 limited commercial zone. This is in Ward 1. This is a public hearing. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial, and the public hearing is now declared open. Is anybody here on behalf of Verizon Wireless today?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Kevin Dugan. I represent Verizon Wireless with local offices at 475 Rock Quarry Way in North Las Vegas. And what Verizon is actually asking for, in 1994, Z5572-14 was approved, allowing Verizon, or allowing at the time Sprint to install a 110-foot monopole at that address. What Verizon is doing, we currently have a configuration of 12 antennas on the tower. We're going to remove 6 4-foot antennas and replace them with 3 8-foot antennas for a final configuration of 9 antennas. So it's not like we're adding antennas, adding 9, we are just modifying the tower to end up with 9 antennas. The height increase basically is, there isn't a height increase because that's what the height of the tower is today. Through doing our engineering, it was determined that the actual height of the tower itself is 109 foot 6 inches. The antennas, excuse me, as they are today, stick up to 111 feet, and that's where the top of the new antennas would go. Verizon has no problem stipulating to the fact that we will drop everything down to a height not to exceed 110 feet. So I'm just asking for council's permission to make this modification to the tower.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for the gentleman? Folks, the public hearing?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On the Planning Commission on October 8th, AT&T just raised the bar with all of these cell towers, where they actually took a shopping center and built a fiberglass structure that incorporated into the design, into the elevation of the shopping center. You could never tell it was a cell tower. Absolutely beautiful. So from now on, they raised the bar, and they've been doing this. These cell phone companies have been doing this in Arizona and California for years. They come here to Las Vegas and say that they can't afford to do this or one thing and another. And I just don't think that that should pass anymore. If they can do it in other cities, they should be able to do it here. And if AT&T can do it, well, then I think these people should be held to the same account. Thank you.
And you say, Mr. Farlow, that a matter of a similar nature was before our Planning Commission?
Yes, it was variance 35746. I think it was held, it was before the council on 12/16, I believe. It was an advance. It was going to be on there on the 4th of November, and I believe it was held on 12/16. I wasn't here at the time.
Before us?
Yes, that was when it was before the council. But maybe it was obeyed again. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's
Okay,
November.
so we'll have
It will be.
an opportunity to look at it.
But then I think that this should be obeyed then until you see what AT&T is come up with, because they claim the AT&T guy. When I questioned him at the planning, he says it wasn't that much more expensive.
All right,
And
what is on the screen now? That's what's there now. Okay, very good.
So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please identify yourself.
My name is Anthony Hodge, 123 Sir David. All I have to say, Mr. Mayor, is when planning and staff both agree on denial, well, maybe you got a lot to look at. So we're talking about this item, not the past tense and coming up and all that. Right now, before you, staff and planning said denial. Something need to be looked in on that. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I had one of these come through my office this morning, and they wanted to have it just go through the staff. Now, Margot, this is a question I have of you. This pole is already there. If we deny this, what happens?
They would not be able to add to and modify the pole.
But the pole's going to stay there.
Yes, sir.
And so I agree with Mr. Farlow 100%. But this is not a brand new pole. This is a pole that's going to be there. All we're doing, to me, is just letting them modify a little bit. It's going to give better service. They're not putting up a new pole. They're not making it any higher. They're not anything. And if we deny it, it's just going to stay there anyhow. And so on new poles, we can do what you're saying, Mr. Farlow, and I certainly appreciate that. I can support that. But on these poles like this that are already there, for making a few minor changes, it's not going to make it any worse or any better. I think we need to just bite our upper lip and just go ahead and approve it.
All right. Any other council comment before I turn to Councilwoman Tarkanian? Councilwoman.
I think, Mr. Farlow, you're very right about we should be obtaining better looking surroundings of the cell towers. And I know we've tried to do that. We have some that are behind facades of buildings. We have some that are behind inside church steeples. We have really tried to do that. But the situation is such, as Councilman Reese pointed out, the pole is already there, and it's going to stay there. What he's adding, and I must tell you, sir, I do think it's an ugly pole. I have to say that. But what he's adding will not make it more ugly. It's just going to be about the same. It's a washout. They're a little longer, but there are fewer of them, the antennas. And I hope the next time your company comes that they'll bring us a stealth one, and they'll make it so that it's something that doesn't look so bad.
I do know on the new build side, when Verizon does do a new tower, they look at obtaining stealth and doing whatever they can to do that. I'm not familiar with that aspect, but I'm more than happy in the next 6 months to come into your office and to talk to you about poles and what we can and can't do.
I'd be glad to do that because I have been doing that with other companies.
Yes.
And some of the trees that you look at, they look horrible. Then you find out in Arizona, Councilman Reese, or who was it that said Arizona? In Arizona, they have a palm tree that looks far better around a pole. So I think we have to be tougher here, and I think we are getting tougher with that.
There are several manufacturers that do palm trees. There are the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Right.
And I have told our construction department, nix the first two. I mean, I need to have the good one. They are coming out with new new monopalms that do conceal more palm fronds, more wind resistant. You can drive around and see some other of the existing facilities where the wind has come through and just blown the fronds off.
Right.
And so you have kind of, I don't know what you have.
Yeah. But
So,
that's what we would hope for. If this were a new pole, I would say we had to have a stealth.
Yes.
But it's not. It's been there a while, and they are not adding anything more that's going to make it look worse. So I move to approve.
All right, thank you. I just have a comment that maybe they would explore, instead of the palm type trees, Betty Boop.
Betty Boop? Okay.
All right, let's vote.
I'll make that motion.
Post. Motion carried. Thank you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item 80 and 81. 80 is EOT 36311, request for extension of time of an approved variance to allow 35 parking spaces where 70 parking spaces are required. And 81 is EOT 36309, request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit for a 330-unit assisted living apartment complex. The applicant owner is Good Earth Enterprise, Inc., and the project is located at 233 South 6th Street and 232 South 7th Street. The staff recommends denial of both items. These items are in Ward 3. Are you the applicant?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please
Good
state-
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please state your name.
My name is Sophie Lau. I represent the group of people, and we are the owner of the property.
All right, thank you. Mr. Smith, did you want to be heard on this?
I'm just here to answer any questions that may come up about this.
Okay, fair enough. Ms. Lau, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
We'd be happy to hear from you now.
Yes. Basically, I'm here to just tell a little story. I was a young immigrant, came from Taiwan together with my parents in the early 60s, based out in San Francisco, went to school, got married, have kids, and my husband and I, we work very hard, and we struggle along, try to get ahead, and pursue our American dreams. Now, in some years ago, that we were able to convince some investors to invest here in Las Vegas. And later on, since then, we have involved multiple property in the same block. Currently, the subject property is closed, it's boarded up, and we're trying to wait for the right time and to develop this property together with other property in the same block. So in the meanwhile, if we could get your approval and support to get the 330 beds extension, that is our phase one goal. Eventually, later on, we are going to a different phase, perhaps bring new projects and creating more jobs, bringing economy to this area. We're good taxpayers. And we would like to have your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Lau? All right. This is not a public hearing.
Just a moment. If I could, before if you do allow public hearing. Mr. Smith, can you tell us a little bit of the history of this property, please?
The subject property is the old El Cid Motel on the addresses listed. And the condition of the property, it has been boarded and secured for quite some time, but we have had incidences where people have gotten in. Just recently, we had to remove the caretaker gentleman that had been living in there due to it being posted by the fire department as well as my department to do not occupy. The current condition, nothing's been done to the property other than the one requirement that the fire department had is she needed to bring the standpipe system up to current standards in case there was a fire on the property that the fire department could address the situation. Other than that, the building sits vacant, continues to deteriorate. The ceiling's getting bad in there. There's water leaks and the ceiling is starting to come down inside. Our concern with the whole situation of the property is if it continues to sit in this condition, it's going to continue to deteriorate, and then what blight are we going to have in that corner in that downtown area?
So what, this has been going on probably for the last 7 or 8 years, maybe 9 years, and it has been a blight, and it is a blight. And I've heard Ms. Lau come in and tell us her plans 3 or 4 different times when we give her these extension of times. And I guess I feel like today, what's going to happen to this property if we don't give her this extension of time?
If the extension of time, our hands have kind of been tied because of the extension of time. But basically, if you don't give the extension of time, we're going to start noticing the property to do one of two things: to rehabilitate the property or to demo the property. And because at some time it's just going to continue. Like I said, if nothing's done with the property, it's going to be just like any other property. It can continue to deteriorate to a point of.
And we've had Ms. Lau tell us for years that she's going to take care of the property. She hasn't done it. Your Honor, I feel very strongly about this. We hear and see items each and every council meeting of the properties that are a blight. This is a blight in the downtown area. They haven't done anything at all to improve it at all or do anything with it. And so my motion on item 80 and 81 is going to be for denial, following staff's recommendation.
All right. That's the motion. Let's vote.
May I say something, please?
Yes.
It is right now, you can go around, take a look at the property. Graffiti does not exist. Old furniture does not exist.
I've looked at the property, ma'am.
Yes. As you can welcome to drive by.
I have.
Yes. So I'm saying is whatever picture he was taken before, that was before. And it's a board-up building. It's non-operable. He's expecting that everything comply with the housing and the building code. I mean, there's a minor items that toilet leaks. I mean, anybody will have that problem. We have maintenance people and plumbers take care of problem. Currently, the water's being shut off. There's no leaking. In time, when we turn this into a group care facility, through this renovation period, everything will be changed, corrected, and we'll have to comply all the building code, fire code, health code before we can obtain the permit of occupancy.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may. Yes. But look at the picture that's on the screen right now, because I'm concerned about public safety. And what's on the screen right now looks like a partially boarded up downstairs door where somebody could theoretically climb over that or rip it off. Upstairs, there's an open window. So I look at this and I see danger. I see an invitation to squatters, and people are going to come in, and in the wintertime, they're going to light little fires to keep warm, then the whole place is going to go up. So if you were keeping it in better shape, I'd understand your request. But look at this picture. How do you explain that picture?
Any board-up building, you're going to have people to break in here sometime, one time or the other. We do have security person to secure the property day and night. In fact, we also own the MI residence, which is down the corner. We have on-site manager, we have maintenance guy, and goes around every day to check things and make sure the intruders, the vagrants people, is out of the property. But downtown is downtown. You can replace a broken window today, tomorrow might be broken. So we're trying our very best. And basically, we're asking for extension is so we have the opportunity to come back and to do the renovation to turn into a group care assisted living. Everything will be corrected. I mean, right now, he probably taken the picture at the worst time, but a lot of these things has already been corrected.
And Mr. Smith, whatever notice you give to her, we'll give her the opportunity if she wants to build her adult assisted living complex, she'll be able to do that.
She was going to do that several years ago.
I understand, but with the notice here, she'll be able to do that as well if she has the wherewithal to do it.
What we would do is we'd issue a notice and order on the property for her to either rehab the property, clean it up, abate the situation, or to demo the property would be basically. Right.
If I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, these extensions of time are on the variance and on the SUP. If these are denied, those entitlements will go away.
I see.
And a new applicant, either this facility could be brought back to what it was before, or someone would have to file a new application for a different project.
I got you.
Okay?
Okay. All right. There's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed, please. That's all. All right. Motion carries.
And on item 81, you want to make a motion for the same motion for denial.
All right. Let's vote. Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
You too.
Item 82, I'd instruct the clerk to please set the public hearing dates and appeals for the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings and/or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Now we're going to have item number 73. It's a closed session. Upon duly, would somebody make a motion, please, for us to go into closed session to discuss personnel items?
That would be my motion, Your Honor.
Very good. Please vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Let me ask this. I see the folks from Live Work and Forest City out there. Were you anticipating something being called, or you just enjoy this? You are sick people. I am absolutely, unequivocally taking back any support of your involvement with the city of Las Vegas. You're like all these people who come up and they say, "Boy, we saw your city council meeting." I said, "You actually watched it? And when you didn't have to? Forget about these people. Get a life." All right, we're going to be in closed session. Ms. Fretwell indicates about a half an hour, about 22 minutes, 20 minutes. So we'll be back here in 20 minutes. And what is the Fourth Estate doing here? What is that? Oh, okay.
At phone number 456-7067. Tell her that my city council meeting is running over.
They're here when we get back.
I'll
be here.
Tell me
what you've been up to. Well, I've been ill for a while, hospital, doctor. What's wrong with you? I had a lot of fluid in my abdomen. And they can't find out what it is. So I had some of it removed, like 6.5 liters. That's a lot. And right now there's some here and there. They have diagnosed, they analyze, whatever all. No, I went to better cancer. Oh, jeez. I'm Mr. Canadian. Say hello, Mr. Tarkanian.
Sweet lady. She's an accountant. Really? She's a sweet lady.
They're ready.
Yeah. Yes. Good. You're always welcome. It's America. Okay, folks. Thank you for your indulgence. We're back in open session, and I'll call item 54. Item 54 is discussion and possible action on the 6-month review of the financial forecast model and related fundamental service reviews as pertains to all wards in the city. Ms. Fretwell.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. We have a presentation for you this afternoon. As you know, every 6 months we bring to you an updated fiscal forecast. Today we're planning on covering not only the fiscal forecast, but where we are with our fundamental service review, give you an overview of some corrective actions that we feel we need to take for fiscal year 10, our current budget year, as well as to give you an overview of the kind of current state of the current economy here in Southern Nevada, as well as a little bit of a national outlook. I have a few introductory comments that I would like to make because I think they're really important for us to remember some of the things that we have been doing throughout this process, because we've been very aggressive since fiscal year 8 until today, and I thought it was worthy to point out some of those things. One, we've cut more than $46 million in spending since 2008. We're holding more than 5% of our positions vacant. We've eliminated over 300 positions. We created the Revenue Stabilization Fund and funded it. We also have worked successfully with our labor unions to reduce the growth in wages. I think probably one of the things I'm most proud of is that we have been able to retain our AA bond rating. That is hard to do in these kinds of economic times, and I believe that that is due in large part to the way we've aggressively addressed the revenue shortfalls that we've been experiencing for the last couple of years. We've also been able to preserve a healthy fund balance that's helped us kind of ride this storm out a little bit. Are you guys seeing the presentation on your?
No.
Okay. Are you seeing it?
Yeah,
I'm on number 1, so we're still safe. I
think,
the
national economy.
Oh, that's the wrong presentation. All right. That's Mr. Restrepo's presentation. Here we go.
There we go.
Let's see if I can get it to go.
It's very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
You had it. There you go.
Yes, but I can't get it. Oh, there we go. Okay. These are the things that I just mentioned to you. Just for the viewing audience, they may want to take a quick look at that. In addition to that, this year we've done quite a bit more. We implemented a voluntary separation program. The results of that are in, and we will be saving close to $3.5 million as a result of individuals taking advantage of that program this year. It cost us about $860,000 to do that this year, but it more than pays for itself in a short 13 weeks. So that will actually accrue savings to our budget this year. And we asked every department to identify 12% of their budgets that might be reduced if the economic climate didn't improve. And as we all know, it hasn't. We've had a string of double-digit losses in sales tax. Mark will go into that a little bit more in his presentation. But particularly the first 2 months of this fiscal year, we're averaging a reduction of 18%. And we were projecting a 2% loss in that revenue source. So that's hard to recover from. So we have to act swiftly and more quickly than we had planned on it. Before we go into that, what I'd like to do is ask John Restrepo to join me up here. He's going to give you a quick overview of where the national economy is, as well as some insight into the local economy, so that as we share our current budget situation with you through Mark's presentation that will help you understand the full gamut of the range of things that our economy is experiencing. John, thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you. Mr. Restrepo.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. John Restrepo with Restrepo Consulting Group here in town. And if you haven't had a long day, it'll be even made immeasurably longer now that you're going to listen to me talk about economic statistics. But I think you'll find them kind of interesting and kind of where we're heading. As a friend of mine said the other day, this is the kind of recovery only a statistician can love. Because the numbers are trending up, and certain national the numbers are trending up. We're not seeing that quite yet here in Southern Nevada. If you see your next slide here, what's happening with some of the national indicators that you may see in the press. We're 23 months into the recession at this point. GDP is up, which is good, 3.5%. Manufacturing index is up. Consumer confidence is up a little bit. Personal savings rate is up, which is kind of interesting because the more you save, the less you spend, which is not good for the overall economy, but it is good for you as a family to save your money. So it's kind of a good news, bad news story. And the Dow Jones, as you can see there on those two bullets, seem to be, it's improved considerably since the low of March. So we're having some interesting indicators at the national level that seem to be things are getting better, hopefully. And hopefully that translates to job growth at the national level, which means translates into greater visitor spending in Southern Nevada when they come. But let's see how it's affecting us so far here in Southern Nevada. The driver, the resort industry. If you can see here, the four bars, the two bars to the left are the ones that are projects that are under construction in Las Vegas right now in 2009 and 2010. It's about $14.5 billion in construction, 12,000 jobs. There'll be 12,000 rooms that will be added. A lot of these projects, as you see with Cosmopolitan, will be ending sometime in the middle of next year. And so we're going to have a continued drop-off of construction employment, at least on the private sector side, which is an important consideration for us right now. The two bars on the left are the ones that are kind of planned and initiated but haven't started. So those are kind of the ones that are not really real at this point. And remember, at one time, the bars on the left were higher than the bars on the right. It seems like you don't want them too far to the right. You want more on the left than the right. But that's what's happening now. Visitor volumes, as you can see here, this is from the 2008 over a year, the last 12 months ending in 9 of September of 9. You can see the visitor volumes are holding pretty steady. They're not bad, actually, considering the downturn. The challenge is the spending and that sort of thing. We'll get to that in a minute. Annual passenger volumes have dropped considerably. That's part of the reason why the cutoff of capacity, the lift capacity, has been cut back in terms of the number of flights coming to Vegas. However, the visitor volume stayed up because a lot of folks that otherwise may have flown in from California and other nearby states have driven in here. So that's maintained the visitor volumes up, and we see that in some of the traffic volumes coming from California, on the traffic counts, rather. Gaming revenues are down. As you can see here, this is year-to-date through September. So the 09 bar on the right is not a full year, but as you can see, if you can imagine it for the last 2 or 3 months, we don't think it's going to reach the 2008 number at this point, at least what the numbers are rolling out from the state at this point in terms of gross gaming revenues. The job market, this is kind of where the challenges that we're facing today. Here is the chart that you guys have seen probably in the newspaper by Keith Schweer at the Center for Economic and Business Research. Here's where the job market is, and here's its indicators of the job market. Part of this is jobs, but it's a variety of other factors. But it's an index of leading economic indicators, which includes jobs. As you can see here, you see the bubble, the boom, the bust, and then now there's a little bit uptick on the right, as you can see here. County employment. The drop-off. You can see the dramatic drop-off in jobs, the difference between the blue and the yellow lines. We have reset the economy in terms of the growth. We're anticipating growth over the next few years to grow. I'm having a little trouble seeing that to the light, but about 1% a year. Trouble seeing that. Versus 5% in the past. So we're going to see relatively slow growth in Southern Nevada. As you can see, we had a dip in jobs, and the growth rate after that is going to be relatively slow. Here's the unemployment rate issue. You can see the bars. The red is the lines. The red is Clark County, the green is Nevada, and the blue is U.S. We just ended, as you've seen in the media, an unemployment rate of about 13% at the end of September. That's the quoted rate in the papers. When you add the discouraged workers and what they call forced part-time workers, so the number is not necessarily reported in the published rates or deep in those other tables that the federal government puts together. We're probably close to an 18 to 20% unemployment rate in Clark County at this point, if you factor all those. And to be honest with you, it could be even a little higher because contractors, independent contractors, real estate brokers, folks like that are not counted in the numbers at all because they're not employees. So that's where we are, and I know it's a little difficult to get, but a good number to use right now is about a 20% unemployment rate, including the 12, 13 or so you see in the papers.
It's worse.
This is that's the job. Excuse me, that's the job number. Here's the unemployment rate number, just the inverse. I jumped a gun a little bit. You can see we're here with in Nevada, and then again a little bit of a hard time. You can see the numbers where they grow in Nevada, Clark County, and then the state, the Fed. You see the Fed number starting to flatten out a little bit. There is some slight improvement at the federal level on the unemployment rate. And I apologize again. This was job growth. This was happening to number of jobs. We lost 60,000 jobs between September of 08 and September of 09.
What does that mean?
There were 60,000 fewer jobs in September of 09 than there were in September of 08.
That means 60,000 people out of work.
Yes, sir. Many of them in the casino industry, the largest portion being construction.
If I may, Mayor, because it gets right to the heart of the first note I made here. You said many in the casino industry, and then you used another adjective to describe the construction industry. You said many of the people, the 60,000 people.
Most of the losses, probably, I would say a good 75% of the losses that you see here are in construction and the resort industry.
Okay. What percentage of the employed in Southern Nevada are part of the construction industry?
About, right now that number is at around 9%, I believe, 10%. We were at a high of 13% at one time, which was double the national average. I think we're still double the national average in construction, but it's dropped.
Higher than construction, obviously, are people that are employed in the casinos, because that's our number one employer. Is the construction industry second?
Yes. That's correct. The unemployment rates we discussed earlier. State and local government jobs, we thought we'd put that in to show you. The blue line is the jobs in all industries. The yellow line, except we take out local government, and the yellow line is local government employees, the share of total. It's grown a bit over time, but it's kind of essentially been pretty flat in terms of the job growth in the public sector area. What has not happened in the public sector area, you have not seen the losses in the public sector that you've seen in the private sector. Part of that is the way the public sector operates versus how the private sector operates, and also, too, a lot of the stimulus money, you're starting to see some effects of that. A lot of that stimulus money went to teachers and other public sector employees. So we saw actual increase in public sector employees between August and September. So a bit of an uptake.
Well, what happens in the private sector? How do they make their decisions which are different than we in the public sector, other than the fact that we in the public sector are really bound in large part by collective bargaining agreements?
That's part of it. That's a large part of it. In the private sector cuts as soon as the downturn hits. They do cut much quicker than the public sector. There is also a difference in, as you guys know, how the private sector and public sector work. When the economy gets bad, when the private sector economy gets bad, is when public services are needed the most. And so there's a tendency to keep those employees in the public sector to help the residents that have been suffering from the job layoffs. So there's been a combination of that, but also in this particular case, a lot of the stimulus money went to rehiring teachers at the state level, went hiring for folks at the state government for the work with the unemployment office and all those sorts of things that were going on. So there's a completely different business model, so to speak, between how the private sector and the public sector works. And large of it is, you're right, Mayor, has to do with the collective bargaining agreements you have with public sectors.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry we're peppering you with these questions,
That's okay.
but you said the private sector cuts. Cuts what?
Cuts jobs quicker.
Okay.
In a downturn.
Cuts jobs in the sense that they either lay people off.
Lay people off,
What about
make them go part-time.
What about the salaries and benefits?
There's a variety of things that will happen. As you know, they'll either cut staff, they'll either cause people, some people will go part-time, they'll cut salaries, they'll eliminate bonuses. There's a variety of factors that go into play to get the balance sheet correct. And whatever that takes. The first thing the private sector does, though, they do cut their non-employee expenses first. They do wait till the very end because they don't want to lose good resources, so they wait till the very end. But once they make the decision, they start implementing job-related cuts. And as I said, that could be cutting jobs, reducing hours, reducing pay, getting rid of bonuses, a variety of factors that go into place pretty quickly in the private sector that oftentimes state and local governments don't react as quickly to that because of the different conditions that they're in. Does that answer your case?
Yes, sir.
Councilman? Okay. Employees, public, state and local government employees per thousand in Clark County, as you can see, it's dropped off a bit to 44 jobs per thousand. Again, there's been some layoffs in local government. A lot of the agencies are having some cutbacks, and you're seeing that reflected in the in this number as well. So there is some reaction to the to the downturn in the economy, as you can see. Taxable retail sales, which is important to you guys, and it's an indicator of the health of the private sector economy. The yellow is Nevada, the green is Clark County. This is the overall Clark County, not just the jurisdiction of Clark County. As you can see now, this tax has been pretty dramatically affected by the downturn in the economy, and obviously a large part of it is weakness in consumer demand, but also equally, if not more importantly, the drop-off of construction activity, which was a big driver of retail sales taxes in terms of commercial and residential construction. And that's dropped off quite a bit. Taxable retail sales per employee. As you can see there, what this shows is that taxable retail sales have dropped quicker than jobs have dropped. So you can see now the downturn. It doesn't look at this point that that's the rate of decline is slowing yet. There's a variety of issues that we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with, in some cases, rates of decline in the indicators that are slowing, so it's getting worse but at a slower rate, which is good, because you have to get flat before you can go up again. Some rates are not slowing down, and some are slightly improving. For example, and we'll get to that in a minute, housing sales have gone up dramatically, monthly housing sales, but housing price is still dropping. So you get a good news, bad news story. And that's what makes it so frustrating when we're tracking these indicators. On a Tuesday, someone or some agency or some organization rolls out a set of indicators that shows things getting better, and everyone starts, high-fiving each other. By Thursday, they show another set of indicators that goes down again. So there's no consistent pattern in the indicators, which tells us that the recession is going to be a lot longer than we originally thought of because of these mixed signals we're getting. The demographics, population growth. Again, we saw pretty significant population growth per year between 90 and 2008 of about 5%. Now we're down to, I'm having trouble again, 1% on population growth. So we are going to experience relatively slow growth both in jobs and in population, at least for the next 4 or 5 years that we're tracking at this point. That's a fact of life based on what's happened to us in the economy. Cost of living. Bit of a good news story here. Remember, if I remember correctly, when I presented this chart to you guys last year, we were at 110% of the national average. We're now down to 104. Part of this because the housing market's collapsed. Fuel has been kept pretty cheap. Transportation costs, so prices have been lowered in terms of commodities, primarily because of a weak economy. So weak economies made our cost of living better in Southern Nevada than it was in the past. So it's kind of a good news, bad news story here. Southern Nevada is not looking at the expensive place it was getting to be a few years ago before the economic downturn.
On the prior slide,
right here?
Before that. Yes, did you say it's 4 or 5 years, in your opinion, before we come out of this?
No, what I'm saying, for at least 4 or 5 years, after populations will be growing at a very slow rate of growth. It looks like for the last 2 years we've had flat population growth. I think the county is going to be releasing the numbers that show we just grew by 10,000 people between last year and this year. When you grow by 10,000 people or 15,000 people on a base of 2 million people, that's essentially no growth. It's still such a small. You get lost in the round.
Okay, so your remark was about growth, not about
growth. About growth in terms of the population.
Okay.
Very slow growth in the population.
Okay.
We'll get to the economy in a minute.
Okay.
I think where you're heading. We talked about this already. Incomes. This is the other challenge we're facing. We've been facing this everywhere in the country. We've seen this chart before. When you adjust for inflation, median family income has essentially been flat for many, many years. The middle class is not gaining ground. Has not been gaining ground for many years. It's definitely not gaining ground now in terms of this economy. This is a reality that we're facing. And in many ways, a lot of folks went from the lower classes to the middle class, not based on growing incomes in real terms, but taking on additional debt. They borrow their way to the middle class. And that was the advent of cheap and easy credit with credit cards and all those sorts of things is sort of one of the reasons we're in the mess today. If I digress just for a minute, if you had to pick one thing that caused us to be where we are today, not just as a community here in Southern Nevada, just not at the state of Nevada, but in a national economy, was cheap and easy credit, both at the personal level and at the business level. That Niagara of capital, as it's been called, into being able to get credit, drove a lot of the demand for housing and cars and consumer products and hotels and all these sorts of things. And now we're realizing that part of the reason we're in where we are today is because of a lowering of lending standards. Now we know. Kind of what your family, you were taught years ago as a kid, you live within your means, right? You don't borrow more than you can pay back. We kind of, as a nation, forgot about that for a number of years.
Well, I was told income rises to meet expenses, but that doesn't work anymore.
It works on an individual basis. On the real estate markets, real quick, residential, the foreclosure problem. The U.S. Foreclosure filings of all types have gone up by 23% between the third quarter of 2008 and the third quarter of 2009. In Nevada, 59%. In Las Vegas, 54%. In the case of Las Vegas, we're talking units foreclosed as opposed to actual filings. So it's a slightly different indicator, but it shows you kind of the general direction. And if you look on the right side, the bar called percent of households, one in every 136 households in the U.S. was in foreclosure. And look at the numbers for Nevada: 1 in 23 in the state, and 1 in 20 in Clark County.
How is household defined?
A family, a household could be two. It doesn't have to be a family. It could be more than one person living in the same housing unit.
Could it be a speculator?
No.
It could not.
No, but the renters that they may be renting to would be a household.
I see.
You have to actually live in the unit. The housing permits in Clark County as a whole, all the jurisdictions combined. As you can see here, the yellow is a single family. The green is multifamily, and you can see the two bubbles. And now where we are on the far right in terms of housing permits. They've pretty much dropped off the map, and we'll show you what's going on there in a minute. This is what you hear in the paper, reading the news. The Case-Shiller Index. Las Vegas is one of the cities, the 20 cities that Case-Shiller. Shiller is a famous economist from Yale who tracks these numbers. They've been doing it for 30-something years. Here, the thick black line is the Nevada-Las Vegas MSA, and it shows you comparison to some other selected western cities. With the purple line, the purple line being the composite number, that's the 20-city average. So as you can see here, the number, there was the big boom, or the bubble as it's called now, then you can see the bust, and you can see a small little uptick in August of 2009. There's been some level of little flattening for a little bit in terms of that price index. Median house price, real quickly, which is tied into this. You can see here the red is new homes, the green is resale homes. You can see what's happened in median house price between September of 2008 and September of 2009 in terms of percent drops. 17% drop in new home pricing, and a 34% drop over that period in resales. The good news is that the rate of drop is slowing. The rate from between September and August has dropped, has gotten better, and so has in new homes and resale. So you can see here that flattening out, which is good. You have to have flatter prices before you can see them going up again. Now, what we don't know there now is how much of this was driven by the $8,000 tax credit. Now they've renewed it for another 6 months. What happens after that goes away? We think if that goes away and the job market doesn't improve, we could have a return to some tumbling in that price and an increase in foreclosures. That's what we don't know at this point. We've got another 6 months of relief from the extension of the housing tax credit. Now, the other good piece of news in that housing tax credit, now it's been made available, $6,500 instead of $8,000. $8,000 for first-time buyers, $6,500 for current homeowners that have lived in their home for at least 5 years. They can qualify for using that $6,500 to buy another home. The question is, in a situation like we're in Southern Nevada with people losing their jobs, are they really thinking about buying homes right now? So we have to think about that a little bit. So we don't know the ultimate impact here. But at least at the national level, that should help. And if it helps at the national level and our economy is driven by the health of the national economy because of the type of economy we have, that should help us here in Southern Nevada a bit. even if our residents are maybe not participating in that recovery as quickly as residents from other parts of the country. New resale closes, you can see here, things are getting better. You can see the big peaks in 05, 06. Now that we see the increase in the new home sales here, new home and resales combined, they're doing pretty well. Product is moving. Yes, good news, bad news story. Product is moving. A lot of it is going to investors. Those investors are not flippers. They're long-term holders. They're putting renters in their homes. But at least product is moving off of the foreclosure rolls, if you want to call it that, which is good. You need some level of activity to begin the stabilization. Would it be better if they were all being bought by homeowners? Yes. Instead of investors, yes. But it's better to have a sale than no sales at all. So we look at it as on net. It's a good thing we've had at least investor sales here.
What type of investor is investing?
You know, it's all different types, Mayor. You have the banks seem to prefer to deal with a cash buyer that's coming into town, and he's got a good balance sheet that's buying 6, 10, 8, 10, 15 houses at a time, and for cash. He doesn't have to deal with getting approved on a loan. They just sell those houses to those guys. Generally, that's what you're seeing. And then you have these guys, these folks are buying 1s and 2s. The challenge, though, it is for homeowners. My wife is a real estate broker in town. She does some commercial and residential, and she has trouble getting her buyers. She's got good buyers. They get qualified, but before they could put that final offer in, they get 5 cash offers, and the house goes to the investor.
Are the investors foreign investors?
Mostly out-of-town investors, not necessarily foreign out of the country, but mostly out-of-town investors that see a future in Las Vegas, which is good. That's why they're buying here. But it is, and it's moving product, but it has to put downward pressure on prices. So folks that bought in the last 4 or 5 years continue to suffer because their houses are really upside down, and it's going to take a long time for those prices to recover to any level. That's going to, and some of the numbers that are come out may say several years. Moody's.com, for example, indicated that on a national basis, housing prices are not going to return. Median house price in the U.S. is not going to return to its pre-recession levels for 10 years. Pre-recession peak, I should say, the pre-recession peak.
Repeat that once more.
The median house price will not return to the pre-recession peak for 10 years on a national basis. Okay.
So what do you advise people who are upside down?
You know, and I'm one of those folks that is upside down in my house.
I think most of us are. But what advice do you give them?
You know, it's a personal decision. I continue to pay my house note. It drives me nuts that I pay, but I do. Some people are choosing to do strategic foreclosures and walking away and not caring what's going to happen to their credit rating in the long term. In my opinion, it's your obligation, if you have a job and you can afford it, you pay your house note. That's the commitment you made. You don't walk away because it's worth less now, in my opinion. Now, if you lose your job, your spouse loses her job, if something happens, that's a whole different, that's an economic need that you have to make a financial decision. But unfortunately, there are large numbers of people that are just walking away from their homes because they feel they shouldn't have to pay that mortgage anymore because the house is worth less.
We're getting a little astray, but I'm just curious because I know somebody in this situation where they made the choice. They're employed, they got a good job, but they're upside down and they're considering just walking away. What does that do to that person's credit rating?
It hurts it for 7 years. But the theory is, by the folks that are doing that, as I understand it, so many folks are doing it that we're all in the same boat together, so what is a credit rating agency going to do? So it doesn't have the stigma associated with it that it used to have.
I think we'd all like to think that everybody's moral and will do the right thing, but when it comes right down to it, most people are going to do what's best for them financially.
Right.
And if walking away is best for them financially, although they don't want to do it, they prefer not to do it, they'll do it.
Right. And that's what we're saying, absolutely.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just a question, John. These folks that are coming in and buying 10, 15, 20 houses with cash, what are they doing with these houses?
Turning them into rentals.
They're all rentals?
Pretty much turning them into rentals. Sometimes they'll keep them for themselves to come use it as a vacation. For the most part, they're turning them into rentals, income-producing property, and waiting for the market to come back. At some point, they'll put them back on the market for sale when they feel the market's, they've gained enough revenue out of it, income stream for a period of years, and they'll put it on the market again. That's the good news about these guys. They're not buying just to flip to the next guy. They're actually buying as a long-term hold and investment and that helps stabilize the market. It does. As I said, it's preferable if they were homeowners, but it's better than a flipper. They're not flippers like the investors that got us into this, partially got into this mess a few years ago. Residential permits, as you can see here, they're pretty low. They're some improvement, but as you can see, they're still pretty low compared to the last number of years. This is residential, single family and multifamily, I believe, if I can read this correctly. And I'm sorry, my eyes are not good as I get older, it gets washed out. Vacancy rates. Commercial, this is the problem area. Industrial vacancy rates for the Valley and for Las Vegas. The green is Las Vegas, the yellow is the Valley. As you can see here, we've had a big ramp up in commercial vacancy rates. The ones you're seeing here are industrial. This is the next wave of problems we think is going to happen over the next 12 to 18 months is the commercial markets. Here is the office market, 23%, I believe, on the office market in the second quarter. The second quarter of 2009, so it's pretty bad. And this is, remember, in the office market, we're not counting a lot of the office condo product that's gone vacant too. These are the multi-tenant speculative buildings. So the vacancy rate could be as high as 30% when you include all types of different vacancy in the office market. And here is anchored retail. It's stabilized a little bit, but it's having some problems as well. Years of supply, real quickly. On the office market, we had about 4 years of supply in the market before we would see developers building again. And the industrial, about 6 years, and in the anchored retail, about 3 years of supply. This is valley-wide, all jurisdictions combined. Commercial building permit value, you can see here the numbers have dropped quite a bit. They had a little bit of a spike here on the right, primarily because each quarter, whatever a project that's open, some of this could be part of city centers permits. There's a variety of other things that went on. Is you have these periodic spikes by each quarter, but you can see the general trend is kind of down at this point on the value of commercial building permits. And on the conclusion side, this is kind of the new reality, as I've been telling our clients and in our presentations. It's actually pretty bad. We all know this. I'm not here telling anything new, but it's not a depression. We're not seeing those kind of indicators. Depression, we're starting to see some indicators at the national level of things are starting to stabilize. We think the Southern Nevada economy will lag the national economy. As a lot of I've been telling our clients, if you have a flat revenue for this year, that's kind of the new upcycle. Be happy your revenue's flat and not declining any further at this point. And there are two potential other shoes dropping that you hear about on a national basis. And, of course, it would affect Southern Nevada. Wave of commercial real estate defaults. We have not quite seen it yet. It's being predicted, but it's not happened yet. The new estimates are sometime in 2010, 2011 into 2012. And personal credit card defaults. Just as an FYI, personal credit card defaults between July of 08 and July of 09 went up by 63% nationally, and that's all related to the job market. Obviously, people can't afford their electricity, their house note. They're going to pay those first before they pay their credit card bills. What kind of recession? We think we're going to see weak consumer demand until 2011. We'll see a start of a sustained recovery in early 2011, and a housing recovery probably starting in 2012. What do we mean by sustained recovery? We think we need to have at least 6 months of job growth, not losing less jobs, not just flat job growth for X number of months, but actual job growth month over month, month over year, for at least 6 months where we can say, hey, we're out of this. And even at that point, even when jobs start coming back on a consistent basis, we have to wait for consumer confidence to rebuild and consumer spending. Because just because you have your job back doesn't mean you haven't been traumatized. So you have to get through that trauma, and that just takes time for us.
Are these Nevada figures, Las Vegas figures?
These are Las Vegas.
Las Vegas figures.
And the challenge, I'm sorry, Mayor.
I was going to ask, how do you arrive at your conclusion, or at least a prognostication, I would say, that we will have a start of sustained economic recovery in early 2011?
Because when we look at the changes in the monthly growth rates, or the change, whether it's declines or growth, the rate of monthly change, we're seeing certain little patterns that if you trend those out a bit, pushes you out into these years.
I see.
So it's all calculated, mathematical at this point. And as I've told all our clients, our crystal ball is pretty hazy right now. But so forward visibility is kind of tough. But just based on some of these early indicators, and that's what we think is happening. Again, we're revising these as we go. Each month we look at them again, and sometimes I push the number out, sometimes I push it back a little bit. But but I think that it feels good to us that kind of makes sense. Now, one of the things, and I'll get to the final slide in a second, that's kind of important to note, and we've heard many times that Southern Nevada came out of the recession quicker than other parts of the country, and that's probably true to a certain degree. There's a little bit of urban myth and that, but it's generally true. And that every time we came out of another recession, we just jumped to that next level here in Southern Nevada. And that's true. The question that we have to ask ourselves now, does history repeat itself this time like it has in the past? Is there something about the nature of this recession that makes it qualitatively different than the other recessions? I think there is, and this is something we need to deal with as a community. And what I mean by that is this. We essentially have a discretionary spending-based economy, for the most part. That's based on the discretionary spending, and not of our locals necessarily, local residents, but of out-of-towners and people from other parts of the world. That's one challenge. We have also consumers that are heavily weighted down with debt. How do they clean up their balance sheets before they start going back to their hopefully free spending ways that drove a lot of the growth here we saw in Southern Nevada? And so if for a period of time consumers are more frugal, let's call it that, and don't go back to pre-2008 and get more conservative in how they spend, how does that affect our economy? How does it affect the governmental revenues that are driven by the health of the economy? What does it mean now that we've talked about it for many years, as you guys know, to really be economically diversified? What could we have done in the past that would have maybe have mitigated some of what we're seeing today? What can we do now to maybe mitigate it in the future? A brief example. Phoenix, which we look to a lot as kind of a sister city, and there's certain economic patterns that are similar to ours. Phoenix has got a real estate markets, commercial and residential, that are much worse than ours. You know the old story about Phoenix. The good news about Phoenix, land is cheap. The bad news about Phoenix, land is cheap. There's a tendency to overbuild it. They don't have the land restrictions that we have here. But that being said, the Phoenix unemployment rate is 5 points lower than we have here in Southern Nevada. Why? A more diversified economy. And a more well-funded or better funded educational system in terms of higher ed. So hopefully we learn some lessons this time around about what it means to have this kind of economy that we have, and it's got pros and cons, and now we're seeing some of the frailties of this kind of economy. One thing that I want to wrap it up with is which touches on to your revenues, because it touches on what could potentially happen to the state of Nevada, and that flows down to the city. This is a couple of bullets out of a study we just we've had in-house for a while, but it was done in February of 2009, earlier this year, by the Nelson Rockefeller Institute of Government at the State University of New York and in Albany, I believe. And they did an interesting analysis. They asked the question, how long did it take, on average, for state revenues to come back to their pre-recession peaks after a recession? They looked at the 1991 recession and the 2001 recession. It took 5 years for state revenues to come back to the pre-recession peaks. Okay, now, if we assume for a moment, for discussion purposes, that this recession is worse than 1991 and 2001 because of the nature of it and the depth and breadth of it, how long will the state revenues take to get back to Nevada? If 5 years was the national average, is Nevada going to be worse than the national average, or the same, or better than the national average? We don't know. But if it's a little worse than the national average because of the nature of our economy, again, discretionary spending base, what does that mean for their desire to look at the jurisdictions in Southern Nevada again, particularly in the next coming legislative session with the sunsetting of a lot of these taxes? So it's something we need to kind of think about. I think one of the things that's going to happen as the private sector economy improves, remember, as you guys know, the health of the public sector revenues is driven by the health of the private sector economy. It's pretty simple. The private sectors would pay the taxes. So once that fixes itself, they'll start paying taxes again, but it takes a while to ramp up again at the state level and at the local levels as well. So we have some things I think we need to talk about and deal with as best we can then to push us forward. The good news is there's a lot of confidence in Southern Nevada. We have a very confident business community. We have external confidence. I was just at spent a little time at the gaming conference this week, and there's a lot of positive discussions about Nevada. Everyone understands that Nevada is having some troubles, but the core fundamentals of Nevada for the resort industry are still viewed as healthy. But they're also recognition it's going to take us longer to come out of this than on the national averages. So we are moving toward that recovery period. What I'm here to say is let's hope for a V-style recovery, but let's plan for a more flatter type recovery, because I think that's what we're going to have this time around. And that's my presentation. I hope I didn't depress you too much.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, let's go with the Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilman Barlow. Sorry. We'll go with Councilman Ross, Councilman Barlow, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. And John, thank you very much. Very
Thank
detailed presentation and more doom than happiness than I'd like to see in it. But it is reality, nonetheless. And I think that Mayor and council members, several of us participated in a multi-governmental roundtable not too long ago up in the city of Henderson. And as you talked about our economy and the major industries, gaming, tourism, construction, mining, I think, is number 3. If I'm incorrect, please correct me.
That's correct.
But then he has talked about the Phoenix's economy as well, and a little less unemployment, reasons being they have a more diversified economy. I can't say that we can rely on our state legislature, and it's not because of who they are or what they're doing, it's because I think they're limited also in regards to how they can help this state diversify its economy. We really need to look hard, I think, at the local level, in local governments, the city, the county, in regards to how we can encourage diversification in our economy and how we create those opportunities to do so. That's a huge challenge, and I can't say it's the state's responsibility. I can't say that. I think it's much bigger than that, and I think collectively everybody needs to take a look at that and create those opportunities for entrepreneurship, create those opportunities for a healthy, robust business sector, because you're right, they pay the taxes.
Right.
They sustain our governments. And that's the reality of it all.
And you make an excellent point, and let me kind of break this up into 2 types of issues. There's short-term and long-term. There's not much you can do in the short term to diversify the economy. It just takes a long period of time. So what can you do in the short term? It's interesting that John Maynard Keynes, who's the economist that said, when the private sector is on its back, essentially, it's the job of the public sector to stimulate the economy by public investment. And he's been found more right than wrong. Now, he was put aside for a long time by the more conservative economists, but what he said has been proven more than well. So some of the things that you can do at the public sector level in a downtime is try and invest in the economy, and make public sector investments. That helps short term. In the long term, diversification is the key. And I'll give you an interesting example where we feel so challenged. We can get back to the public investment issue.
Say the first thing over again, because this is something that this council is. We're true believers, and I think that it's important that it comes from you, who's an expert.
Prudent public investment during times of deep economic recession is critical to maintaining, or at least mitigating or slowing down the rate of decline of an economy. It's critical to that process because the private sector cannot do it, because essentially either credit is frozen or they're in their own turmoil. So the
you
public
want to know
sector.
something that's interesting, Mr. Restrepo?
Yes, sir.
The city has gone out with a survey, and we've asked our constituents what they believe the city should do as far as providing services and what are the most important functions that the city can participate in at this time. And you know what they said? 82% of them said to create jobs.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, because one of the interesting things about the federal stimulus package to date, it's done a phenomenal job, in my opinion, stabilizing the financial system. That doesn't mean the financial system is lending to small businesses or anyone else. That's another problem that we have to solve. But one thing the stimulus package has not done much of is creating jobs. It's done a little bit of job creation in the stimulus, but that was never the focus yet. Now, the administration of Washington, to their credit, is doing whatever they can, and they're saying in the second half of the stimulus package there's going to be a lot more job creation. But that doesn't help the guy or the families being laid off today, does it? So we're still waiting for those job creation-related stimulus to come. That's where whatever can be done at the state and local levels to make prudent public investments make sense to help stabilize the economy and create jobs. And you create jobs, you create consumers, and all these things that come from that. So that's really important. In the longer term, going back to the issue of investing in diversification, that means investing in education, all those sorts of things. I'll leave that to the side for a minute. Mary, you'll appreciate this. You're on the board. You're on the Las Vegas Convention Authority. $86 million, I think, the Convention Authority is getting this year to promote Las Vegas, and well, they should, for tourism. Incredibly worthwhile investment. incredibly worthwhile investment. The NDA, same period of time to promote economic diversification, $1 million.
$1 million. That's it. That's it.
And that's been the case as long as I've been here.
Right, and it's a joke.
It's a joke.
NDA.
Nevada Development Authority.
Thank you.
It's a joke.
Because there's a lot of folks out there that don't know.
And we have chosen not to invest in diversification because we thought we could just convince people to come here by saying we have no taxes or little taxes and come to Southern Nevada because it's such a great place to live. That is important, but you do have to make some levels of investment, not only in promoting and advertising Las Vegas as well as for diversification like we do for the resort industry. You have to invest in education, higher ed, and all those sorts of things. It's a bundle of activities you have to do, a lot of tools in the toolkit, and it takes a long time to get there. Hopefully what this tells us we need to start doing some of those things.
The good news is, and I hate to interrupt, I really
No,
do.
go ahead. I'm done.
There is good news out there. We're in an exclusive negotiating agreement right now with the Cleveland Clinic for 4 additional parcels to go along with their staffing the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute. And that's what happened down in Houston, as you know, when they had their oil crisis down there. They diversified their economy virtually overnight by getting these great medical centers into their community like MD Anderson. And I'm praying, I pray, believe it or not, every night I pray that Cleveland Clinic will want to come here. And they have to know that we embrace them and we want them. We can't pay for them to come here because we don't have the money to do it. But we can certainly make very, very sweetheart deals as far as the land is concerned, because if they come here, it's like everything else. Success brings success.
Correct.
So it's not all bleak.
Right. But it takes a proactive effort.
And I believe the city is involved in that.
That's correct.
I think, Mayor, when you see the presentation from Mr. Vincent, I think a lot of the things that Mr. Restrepo has just highlighted are a lot of the things that we are doing, we have been doing, and I think we're on a very solid path. I don't know if you're ready to move on to that part of the presentation.
We're not, because I cut off Councilman Barlow and Mayor Pro Tem. They wanted to speak as well. Okay, fine.
Oh, sorry.
And get Councilman Barlow.
Sorry.
Mr. Restrepo, thank you so very much for your great presentation. Economists a decade ago, I recall reading many articles which they stated that Nevada should diversify its economy due to a number of reasons, in particular what we see today as far as our state is concerned. How does the current economic state we're in today validate what your colleagues have been saying for over a decade?
It validates, in a very simplistic way, we can say it validates it just by looking at the cities that are more economically diverse than us in the West, that have similar characteristics. All cities are unique, and we're very unique here as well. And look at their job base, and look what their unemployment rates are, and where we are today. That tells us, just empirically, that they've done 2 things better than we have. They've paid more, invested more in their economic diversification, and they've invested more in their higher educational system. And I think that's probably the easiest answer. I think what happened is we became so enthralled with our own success in the 20 years that I've been here in Southern Nevada that we were unique and special and so different that we could not learn from anyone else. The economy was on a permanent growth cycle. There was no down cycle ever again to see in Southern Nevada. And unfortunately, I think to a certain extent, all of us, including myself, I'm not going to put myself out of that group, started believing our own PR. And now we realize that, maybe we needed to do things a little bit different. But, when you're comfortable and you're doing, everything seems to be working, why change it? Necessity is always the mother of invention, unfortunately, in human beings. So we're now in a situation where we've tried that model. It worked great for us for 20 years, but obviously it's got some flaws in it. The one-horse town, resort-only type of economy. Now we need to look at what does it mean to have a more sustainable economy into the future. Does that answer your question?
It does, and that's exactly what I wanted to draw out of my question, was exactly what you shared. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman
Mayor
Wilson.
Goodman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Restrepo, thank you very much.
Always a
excellent. Can we get a copy of your
Yes, I think we
PowerPoint?
gave it to Mark. Mark got a PDF.
Well, I don't know what Mark does it with it.
Okay. He's going to hide it from the council?
We'll make sure we get it to you.
Here's my question.
Yes, sir.
We have excellent nationally renowned developers with great track records wanting to come into the downtown area and develop in our downtown area. What's your take on that?
I think that's a great. I think they're seeing the value. Obviously, those national developers are national because they're pretty smart people, and they see a future in Southern Nevada. Where they struggle right now, and struggling all over the country, is the credit markets are frozen. To try and get loans are very difficult right now, and so unless you're very well capitalized and financed, but for the average developer guy, they're being restricted in some of the lending right now. So there is a kind of a black mark, so to speak, on commercial real estate lending at this point, as well as residential. And the banks will have to see a stabilizing the economy a bit more before they free up the credit again. But I think the fact that they're looking at Southern Nevada as a long-term investment tells me that they have very high aspirations and very good view of what their potential for profit is, or they wouldn't be here.
Now, the second prong to that question, you answered my question from the developer standpoint. What about local governments? We're local governments that are trying to do everything you're talking about, diversify our economy, provide jobs to our constituents, build our tax base, and I can go on and on and on. What's our take on the developers that are coming in and wanting to develop in the downtown area today? Is that something?
What do you mean? What's your take? I mean, I don't know.
What's your take on?
What's your take? Well, you have to do that. I mean, if we haven't learned anything about this, we've learned that we're all in this together. Again, as I said earlier, the health of the private sector drives the health of the public sector. Because without the healthy private sector, you don't have tax revenues. It's kind of you don't have to be a PhD economist to figure that out. Okay. Now, that means that everyone's in the same boat together. So whatever the public sector can do to encourage development, to be a partner in development in the broadest sense of the word, not necessarily a legal partner on a project, in other sense of the word, to facilitate the private sector economy, to make it flow easier, to make capital flows easier, to help transactions occur easier, to help with job creation. All that is works together to help us all move forward. You can't do one without the other. You can't have the public sector on the sidelines waiting for the private sector to magically do something they're struggling with because of economic downturn. You can't have the private sector sitting on the sidelines waiting for the public sector to create some kind of magic, because the public sector is not going to build all these projects and do all these things that developers do. You have to work very closely together. Not now, when? If you don't do it during a recession, during an economic downturn, when as bad as it is today, when is the right time to have quote-unquote public-private partnerships to help projects move forward?
Thank you.
Does that answer
Let me
your
just
question?
interject this before we go on to Betsy. I've been given a copy of a very interesting observation. Some of the many building, going right down the line of Councilman's question and your response, some of the many building structures built during the 1930s, which was during the Great Depression. We said this before, the Chrysler Building, Empire State Building, Golden Gate Bridge, John Hopkins University Hall, the Museum of Modern Art, Rockefeller Center, the United States Supreme Court Building. Here in Las Vegas, Hoover Dam, United States Courthouse and Post Office, right down the block, which is now going to be made into the Mob Museum, and the Fifth Street Elementary School, which we made into an intellectual marketplace.
Correct.
So the proof is in the pudding. This is what's supposed to happen now.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Estrella.
Councilman? Oh, I answered it. Okay. Anything else, guys?
Very good. Thank you very much. We
Okay.
appreciate
Thank you. Call me anytime. Always glad to help you guys.
Well, we
Thank
appreciate you.
Be careful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you.
Mark's never hesitant to call me.
Okay, Ms. Fretwell.
What I'd like to do is ask Mark to start his presentation and go over the fiscal forecast. As I mentioned earlier, this is the 6-month update to that fiscal forecast. We're following your policy guidance that we not over or underreact to the swings that would happen on a monthly, weekly, quarterly basis in the local economy, but revisit this in enough time to be able to be responsive if the trends are going to have an adverse impact on our budget. That's why we're here today. We're at that 6-month check-in point, and we do have some recommended action steps we'd like to take as a result of this new forecast. So, Mark, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Betsy. Hopefully I have my voice. And again, thank you, John, for being so responsive. Every time we asked him to help us out, he's always there for us. Just kind of reiterate a few things that John has already talked about. At the height, we probably were 12, I think John said 13%, some might say 15% of our economy was tied up in construction. Thank you very much. As soon as city center is complete, that's pretty much all but gone right now. So that's a huge impact in terms of jobs, and it's a huge impact in terms of our taxable sales. John also mentioned concern about commercial foreclosures. We've been talking about this, I think, for probably 9 months now. We haven't seen those hit yet. We anticipate that's going to have a significant impact on our commercial assessed value. Commercial property can appeal assessed value, which is typically based on replacement costs and market value. They can appeal that based on income levels as well. And John mentioned, I thought it was interesting, you talked about the 50% increase in the savings rate nationally, and that's can be a good thing and a bad thing. One of the things we're anxious about is as the national economy recovers, when will those spending habits for tourism and conventioneering, when will that get back to some resemblance of some modest growth? And so we're kind of concerned and watching that as well. So those are some of the three big things that we're watching. I can't see this really well, but hopefully I know on your screens you might be able to see. This is also out of Keith Schwer's Center for Business and Economic Research, and I thought this was an interesting slide. It shows an uptick in the leading economic indicators nationally, beginnings of a recovery, and that I think that's blue that you're looking at. And for, excuse me, that would be, I think it's blue.
Southern Nevada's blue.
Southern Nevada's blue. Okay, I'm sorry, I have the same trouble John is. So nationally, it's ticking up. For Southern Nevada, it's still going down. This is one of those trends that hasn't seemed to bounce back yet. So this gap is widening, and that speaks to what we've said before, what Mr. Restrepo mentioned, is we're going to lag. Our recovery is going to lag. It's not going to be quite as fast. Let me talk a little bit about the Financial Oversight Committee. We have, about 6-9 months ago, we formed an external committee comprised of some private sector folks, the likes of Kevin Orrick and Mike Nolan and his CFO, Joe Woody, folks like Senator Dave Parks, who has a budget background actually here in the city of Las Vegas, Jeremy Guerrero, Guy Hobbs, Mike Alstoy, people who have some public sector finance background. And we use them as a way of bouncing off some ideas and our modeling using their expertise to critique it. A couple things in the slide. This slide represents 5 years of history to the left, our current year estimate, which is different than our budget. We've just revised that, and then the 5-year forecast. We try to focus on with that external group primarily the sales tax, the consolidated tax issues, and the property tax issues. And a couple things to point out to you right away. We've already had 3 years in a row of actual negative growth in consolidated taxes, which is about 84% of that sales and use tax. We've now revised our estimate downward for 2010, almost 11% reduction in our consolidated tax. And if you use Mr. Restrepo's euphemism in fiscal year 11 as flat, so I guess that's a new growth year for us. But in reality, we've strung together here 5 years of pretty dismal consolidated tax numbers. The belief is that I think Mr. Restrepo indicated maybe we start to see some sustained recovery in the early part of 2011. I think he was talking about probably calendar year 11. That would be fiscal year 12. So we're kind of in line with that. We think that this year it's going to be probably pretty difficult to even hit that 11% negative. Could be more than that. It just depends and see whether it's truly a U-shaped recovery or V-shaped recovery. The property tax issues, you can see the historical numbers there. You can see 2010's the first year we've actually had negative property tax growth. We have now exhausted all of the abated tax bills as a result of AB 49 from back, I think it was 2005. And we are now looking at potentially a significant decrease in valuation for commercial property. Commercial property is probably about a third of our assessed value, and we're thinking that's going to have a significant decline in 2011, so we revised our negative numbers there down to about 12%. We think that's a pretty good middle-of-the-road estimate. The interesting thing, I was listening to John talk about this 5-year average recovery. You can see that 2008, our pre-recession number, we hit 526.8 million in revenue. And you can see we don't plan to achieve that again to fiscal year 2014. If my math is right, that's 6 years out. So we're kind of in that norm of that 5 to 6 year. It'll take us that long to get back to pre-recession revenue level. So this is sort of a complicated but a summary of our revenue pictures. We're thinking that some of our franchise and business tax revenues are going to remain relatively flat, showing loss for 2010 and maybe a little bit of growth in 2011.
Mark, before you go on, Mayor?
Yes.
Mark, on this slide here, before you move forward, this dip in our revenues, will you also talk about some of the effects and some of the adjustments we'll have to make from a city standpoint in order to sustain ourselves through this dip in the economy?
As soon as I get through this part of the presentation, I think City Manager Fretwell is going to discuss some of those concepts and what we're planning on doing right away.
Thank you.
We're going to get there. Let me zip through this pretty quick. This was the forecast from last May. Remember last year, I think it was a budget workshop, you asked us to do 6-month reviews, and so that's why we're back. Last review we had was in May. Here we are in November, 6 months later. This was the forecast in May for the 5 years out, 10 to 14. Now we're projecting 11 to 15, so we've added a new year on. If you compare those two forecasts, that's the difference. Essentially what we're saying to you is as bad as it was back in May, the next 5 years we're predicting a structural deficit here over the next 5 years of about $218 million, which is essentially about double where we were 6 months ago. The economy's gotten that worse, and the recovery is going to take longer. We're not going to recover as fast, and so we're going to struggle a little bit longer than we thought we were going to back in May. So that gives you an idea of the impact 6 months has had on us. With respect to the financial model, I've already talked about the increase in the deficit. Our immediate deficit in 2011 is about $70 million, $69 million. That's the structural deficit we're looking at. Absent any other corrective actions that we might take, we would have to reduce our costs by about $60 million in 2011 in order to begin to realign some of our expenditures with our revenues. That looks like this financial forecast, and it gives you a target. Back in May, we thought we would look at a target cut of around $19 million. It still left us with a deficit of $17 million. Hopefully you can see that in the May 09 for fiscal year 11. If you add the 19 and the 17, that's about a $36 million deficit. Now go over to the November 09, the new forecast, and you can see that our target cut's about $60.5 million. Still leaves a deficit of about 8.6. If you add those two together, that's about $70 million. We've gone from a $36 million deficit to a $70 million deficit. We've essentially doubled that deficit. And one of the things I want to tag in on here is I know that some concern, some questions come up. Well, what do we do to resolve some of this? And oh, by the way, I get asked this question a lot. What does the effect of a city hall have on this budget? And I just want to tell you, it has no effect on 11, 12, or 13 because there is absolutely no debt service that's planned or no lease payment that's planned in those years. So these cuts.
You're talking about a new city hall project. I think you need to be specific in what you're talking about. You're talking about the new city hall project.
I just want to be clear that there's nothing about the new city hall projects that's driving this deficit. This deficit is being driven entirely by revenue reductions because of the economic recession that we're in. And it has to be dealt with now, and it's not an issue that we can actually deal with.
Councilman Ross.
One quick question, since you brought up the City Hall, prospective City Hall project. If we didn't build the City Hall project, where would we be with these numbers?
They would look exactly what you're looking at in this table.
And it's important for the public's benefit. We can understand this here. We get brief, but I need the public to understand that by moving forward with that project or any project that the city deems necessary to move forward with. We just heard Mr. Restrepo's talk about the short-term effects of this semi-recession we're in and how government can help us get out of it in the short term. This has nothing to do with where these numbers came from, Mr. Vincent, because those are the same questions I asked you. Public perception is, here we are, struggling with these numbers and finances, yet we're going to go build this city hall, and I need that to be perfectly clear. I think, Councilman Wilson, that's what you were heading towards.
Apparently, I've already stepped into the water, so I might as well put both feet into it. But let me, just to go back to Mr. Restrepo's point about where does the public sector step in at a time when the economy is struggling, what's our role? Just again to remind the public, because you all know this very well, we structured the financing of the new city hall such that the impact is way out in the future in terms of the impact for the lease payments. We did that on purpose because we knew we were in a recession and we knew we needed time to recover. This issue right here today is driven solely by drop in revenues. It's not driven by anything to do with the new city hall or those future lease payments. And that was by design. So I get a lot of questions about that privately, and employees ask that question frequently. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
So in essence, Mayor and Mr. Vincent, the new City Hall project and where we are with our current budget are running on two separate parallel tracks.
That's correct.
Okay.
Independent tracks.
Independent tracks.
Okay. Unless you have any questions for me?
No, thank you.
Back
We
to Ms.
appreciate it.
Fretwell.
Ms. Fretwell, we're under the gun.
I'm going to move through it pretty quickly. These are the goals that we've set out for our fundamental service review efforts. You've heard me say them a million times if you've heard me say them once. Maintaining our fiscal integrity, sustaining our critical services, and preserving jobs. That's what we've been focusing on throughout this process. As I mentioned earlier, we've requested 12% budget reductions as options from the departments. And I can tell you, I had to drag them kicking and screaming. But they did it, and I'm very proud of them for that. We have also been surveying the community. We're conducting focus panels right now, and we are identifying our options and prioritizing recommendations as we go through this process. We're kind of using a little bit of a matrix approach to try and prioritize the options that we will talk about some of the short-term options today, and also that we're using to formulate longer-term options to fill that $60 million gap that Mr. Vincent referenced in his presentation. Here the four things are: your priorities, those FSR goals that I outlined a moment ago, the community survey data, and the impact statements from the directors about what those service reductions might yield in the way of consequences. So, Councilman Barlow, more to your question. What do we do now? When we started this budget process, this budget year, with our last fiscal forecast in May, we went into this budget knowing that we were anticipating a $31 million shortfall. That has changed dramatically based almost completely on underperformance of the consolidated tax, which is primarily sales tax. What I think is really important for us to recognize, and this kind of dovetails nicely, I think, into what Mr. Restrepo indicated about employment. What this chart shows you is local government's share of the employment base versus the private sector. And it shows you the last 6 or so years. And you can see in the middle, when we were in the recovery from the 2001 recession, we actually lagged in our employment share the private sector growth. Now, if you look to the extreme right end of this chart, we are very far apart. We're out of balance, if you will, in our ratio of employment to private sector employment. We need to get that back in balance. Some of this might be due in a small part to the stimulus, because not too many of us at the local government level have been getting stimulus money. You all know that. Some of it is because we're continuing to provide services because that's exactly what our citizens need. But this is the greatest divergence in these two numbers in 20 years.
Yes.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I can make a comment. And that's very significant, Betsy, because if we were a business, we operate differently because we provide those services. Our service needs in this community haven't changed. Actually, they've increased because of this recession. So we're not functioning like a regular business would be, because if they're suffering like this, they group things back and they take the necessary steps. They lose customers. Our customers, the public. And it's tough. It's a hard this is tough to deal with. I see where you're going with this, and I'm with you on it. It's just tough to get there because we don't operate like that private sector business. We operate as a different kind of business serving the public.
But it's unsustainable. That kind of gap is unsustainable. The numbers have got to be closer. And, you know, it's not something I have any pleasure in standing up here and telling you. You know, we have been being very aggressive for the last couple of years to address this continued decline in our revenue sources. I'm very proud of how aggressive we've been. I think actually the financial markets have rewarded us for that aggressiveness through the sustaining bond ratings of AA. And even for the bonds for the new City Hall project are one tick below that. I think that's astounding. And I think it's a testament to what we've been able to do. But it's because we're responsive to trends like this before we have to be, before somebody calls us on the carpet and says, you have to, or the money starts running out completely. We've been aggressive and cutting edge, and I would like for us to stay there.
Mayor Goodman, what are the other, if you know, Betsy, what are the other local government entity bond ratings?
Mark might have the answers to that. I think the county's is a tick higher than ours, and I'm not sure where everybody else is.
The county, I think, was AA+. I think they're still there. I can tell you recently that North Las Vegas just got downgraded to AA- on negative watch. There are up north, I think the ratings are less than that. So we're one of the higher rated entities. But I will tell you that just to key in again what Mr. Restrepo said, one of the biggest issues we have is while our balance sheets might have looked better than the other cities, the fact that we have always been a dependency on tourism and gaming has always been a negative issue with Raiders. So diversification of our economy is a huge issue, and it hasn't been until lately that we've been able to show that our top taxpayers, particularly in the redevelopment area, are no longer. I think we have 4 non-gaming folks in the top 10. That was a huge plus for us.
So more to your question, Councilman Barlow, what do we do now? We went into this year hoping we would be able to stave off any reductions in force or reduce services to our community until the beginning of the next fiscal year, and maybe avoid them completely. I don't think that's possible. The major reduction that Mark referenced in his charts, I feel requires immediate attention. There are, in that list of 12% reductions that the directors identified and we've prioritized, we've identified close to $8 million worth of reductions that we can make in January that help us through this fiscal year minimize the hit to our ending fund balance. Our shortfall was going to be around $31 million. If we take the actions that I'm outlining for you today, we still are anticipating that shortfall would be about $36 million, $5 million more than you budgeted, but certainly something that we could absorb by letting our fund balance drop down to about 10% at the end of the year.
Betsy, if I may, I forgot to tell you this, but the forecast that I showed you earlier for FY10, it already assumes that we've done these things that Betsy's about to suggest. So that $430 million shortfall assumes we've already done these things. So I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I hate even having to show you this. Our employees are, they're all we've got. They're the ones that are the face to the public of everything we do. They're the ones that are committed to this community. And unfortunately, we've reached that point that we've cut so much of the non-human capital side of our budget that we have to make adjustments on the personnel side. We have reduced vacancies, as I mentioned earlier. We've frozen positions. We've kept our vacancy rate up. We've done all the things that responsible organizations do. We're just at a point where we have to go a little deeper, and we have to go faster than I had hoped. So what you see before you is immediate reductions as of the end of this calendar year that would be made to all of these budgets. It would have an impact of about 74 positions, many of which are vacant. 54 of them are vacant. However, 19 of them are people who, at the end of the day, on January 29th would separate from the city and would no longer be employees. They would no longer be on our team. And I think that's a tragedy, but I also know that at this point it's really unavoidable. So we're trying to be responsible and proactive and make changes, not across the board cuts, but in a very specific way to help address this immediate shortfall we're anticipating for this budget year. What this includes is pretty significant reductions in some of our program and priority spending areas as we try and take more out of supplies and services and travel and training and a variety of other areas, postage, reduce staffing in areas where workload has dropped off, as well as eliminating vacant positions. I think it's really important for me to share with you that we don't take this lightly as an employer. We commit a lot to our employees and they commit a lot to us. So one of the things that we are rolling out this week is a second voluntary separation program. It's called the Separation Incentive Program. I'll talk a little bit more about some of the details of that in a few moments. But it is an opportunity for those individuals who will ultimately separate from the city to be able to take advantage of that program if they choose. The other thing that we've done is we've extended their employment until January 29th. It's about 2.5 months for them to be able to take advantage of some of the programs that we have in place to help them prepare to enter the job market again. Everything from interviewing skills to resume writing, et cetera, to assist them in hopefully finding a placement in another position somewhere else before they leave our employment. I have 4 other things that I'm suggesting that we do. One is that we just hold on for a little while. If we can get to our budget workshop in early March, I think we'll have a much better sense of where things are. We'll have 4 more months of data, for one, which would be very helpful. So in order to get there and to save some money along the way, I'd like to freeze all current vacant positions. That includes public safety until March. Then we'll revisit that recommendation. That we would delay all of our general fund construction projects that have not yet started construction until further notice. You all will have to amend your capital improvement program to do this and to pick projects that stay or go. For instance, the City Hall project, although it's not a general fund project with an impact in these next 5 years, that's going to have a specific vote by council in 2 weeks. So we'll know about that one then. But many of the other projects, we need time to go through the capital improvement program, tell you which projects are complete, closed out, which ones should be frozen, which ones have long-term impacts on the city of Las Vegas, operating costs, what we can absorb and what we can't. So we would like to just put those on hold, again, at least until March or at least until the City Council can reevaluate that capital improvement list. We're going to freeze most of the travel and training expenses. There are certifications that are required. There's business travel that may be required. We will minimize that, but this could save us close to $1 million if we do this. And then finally, we're going to reduce the top of the executive pay range by 5%, in effect taking the top step off of the executive pay ranges. That is a cost avoidance number of $634,000. I think by doing all of these things, we make major inroads in getting back to the budget plan that you adopted. It gets us very close to sustaining that 10% ending fund balance that we have as a policy that you've outlined in your budget policies over the years. And it gives us a little more security as we continue to watch these trends for the next 4 to 6 months. Where do we go from here? We have a big meeting set for January 7th, and we have a lot of things going on until then. We will further review reductions in services. We have $31 million worth of reductions that the departments have identified that we will continue to evaluate against those factors I mentioned earlier. We will continue to have discussions about the cost of labor. Are we right staffed, and are we priced right for that staff? We need to continue to evaluate potential revenue sources, look at the adequacy level of our reserves, and we need to look at all of our non-general funds out there, capital plan, as I mentioned, internal service funds and enterprise funds alike. We've been doing a lot to communicate. I'm sure it's not enough. I wish we could do more, but we are doing quite a bit. We're doing regular video messages, emails. The deputy city managers are going out to meet with all of the departmental staff in December. They've got over 25 meetings scheduled right now to have a very similar presentation that we're giving right now to each and every employee. I will be holding town halls for our employees at the end of the year, the first part of January. We'll be going out with each of you to your wards with the mayor to talk with our community about the recommendations that we have to balance our budget starting next year. We still have a $60 million hole to fill that we need to fill quickly. And we've got to come up with that plan, in my opinion, by January. We're also reaching out in some less conventional ways for governments, using things like Facebook and Twitter and those kinds of things. So we'll continue to explore those options to get the word out and get feedback. There's some things that I would just like to wrap up on. One, as Mr. Restrepo said, we might be getting close to the bottom, but we're not there yet. We have an obligation to sustain our fiscal integrity, and that's what this is all about, these recommendations and the ones that we will roll out in January. I feel like our organization is lean. That means the things that are left to cut will have significant impacts on our community services. We can't go into that lightly. That's why we're trying to do this in a very thorough, inclusive way. And I think we've had very good, and I would say aggressive, even though the mayor hates when I use that word, aggressive fiscal management. I think that that's been really verified in our bond ratings when other people haven't been as fortunate. And I think that's because we made hard decisions early enough to keep us from going backwards and having to make up ground. That doesn't mean that it's easy. And I really wish there were other alternatives to avoid reductions in force. But at this point, I feel like we have no choice but to do the things that I've recommended to you and to continue along the course that's been successful for us to this point, make some of those hard decisions, and continue to move forward. As I mentioned, we'll review our council priorities on December 16th. We'll have our fundamental service review retreat where we'll talk about how do we resolve that $60 million deficit going forward, the $430 million 5-year deficit. January 29th will be the final day for those employees that are impacted by the reduction in force that we've talked about today. And then March 10th, we'll have the tentative budget hearing. This is a quick snapshot of the town hall meetings that we have scheduled for the community. This is on our website. Might change a little bit, but we're getting out to each ward. And, Mayor, I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, I don't have any questions, Ms. Fredwell. You see that Councilman Ross had to leave. He has a neighborhood meeting with the folks up in Providence. I have a commitment. I have to leave. What I'd like to do is direct you to vigorously keep inquiring as to how we can address these problems. Share your solutions and your suggestions with the council. Make sure that you have our support when you go forward and put those into implementation. We understand that you took action this week with some of our employees, and we understand that there was an exigency there, and it had to be done at this point in time, as you explained. But I believe that the only way we're going to get through this is for all of us to be on the same page, working together and supporting each other in these decisions, because these decisions involve the future welfare of our city and the future welfare of our employees and the integrity of government in this community. So these are the most important decisions we'll be making under our sworn obligation to be good stewards of our citizens.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, I have to leave. I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem. My vote, if the motion is to accept the report, it should be in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Ms. Barlow. Ms. Barlow is first. Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, take care, Mayor. Bessie, thank you for the report. I must say that, number one, working for the city of Las Vegas this December, for me, will be 10 years. Starting in I started here in 1999, and those were some very good years for the city. It's a nice, good run, and I'm literally at a disbelief now, sitting on the council, as far as how well we were running economically, and today running in a deficit. Talk about transparency. I know it has to be difficult, not only for you, but for this council, to now have to turn to some very desperate measures in this desperate time. Looking at the numbers, and if you'll go back to your slide where you broke down all of the city departments and the budget reductions and cuts, I believe it came out to about 7.7 million. And currently, that's maybe a quarter, if that, of the bigger hole we must fill. Is that accurate?
It's really less than 10% of what we've got.
It's about 7%. Right. Absolutely. Less than what I thought or calculated. And looking at this, going back to the transparency, with cuts even being at this level.
Sorry, I did the math backwards. Closer to like 12%. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay, but the bottom line is having to take these desperate measures of reduction in force, cutting programs that will affect the community at large. This is just a drop in the ocean as to much more cuts from what I see from these numbers that we'll have to take, and it's very uneasy for me to absorb that, because I know that the employees that have worked for us for a number of years, those 19 now, and who knows, there will be more later, because we have to figure out how to balance this budget, will be affected. And I'm just at awe right now with this, and I know it's not an easy decision for you to come before us with this information, and I know for this council it's not going to be an easy vote, but we have to do what we were put in place to do, and that's make very difficult decisions going forward in order to balance this budget. So I just wanted to put that out there and just really let the community know that we are being very transparent in our position as far as rolling out the accurate information, and understanding that we have to correct this budget, align it so that the city will continue to maintain its sustainability. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Yes, Councilman Wilson, please.
Thank you. Betsy and Mark and Scott and Orlando and your whole team, thank you very much, because we've been up here since 8:30 this morning, and we work our 10 or 12-hour days, but I know you're working 14 and 16-hour days and nights, because I know I get phone calls from you at 9 o'clock at night and 6 o'clock in the morning, and we've got the tough decisions to make, but you guys are doing all the real work. So thank you. I want to thank you publicly for your excellent, excellent work. The transparency that I've seen occur since I've been on the council has been, we were pretty transparent 5 years ago, but just in the last 12 to 18 months, it seems like every 2 or 4 or 6 weeks, you're giving us and our employees and the public new information, and you're keeping us informed, and I think it's just great. One thing I see is about 4 or 5 department heads in the audience. And Mayor Pro Tem, you and I sit on the Fiscal Affairs Committee together, and I've only been on it for 6 months or so, but one of the things I noticed that when we sit on this committee, and Sheriff Gillespie is sitting right there must be 20 or 30 of his top Metro brass in the audience. And I make that observation because they're there to see their boss and hear from their boss. I'd like to see more of our department heads in the audience like this, because you talk about communication, you talk about being able to inform our employees of our status. By having our department heads in the audience, I just think it's great. So just a thought I'd throw out there for our future meetings like this when we're talking about budget and fundamental service. And then finally, in our discussions today, back in closed session and here today, I don't think we really touched on what we're calling the new employee, because we're so concerned about short term, as we should be, and then we're projecting out 5 years. But the way I look at this, the discussions we're going to have with our employees over the next few months, I look at this as an opportunity. We've got short-term goals, but we should also be thinking of long-term goals as well. So I want to keep that on the forefront of our thinking about creating what I've called for a couple years now our new employee. I said 12 or 18 months ago that I think that employees that work for the city for 10 or 15 or 20 or 25 years have certain expectations, and they're entitled to those expectations. That's why employees stay with us for 20 and 25 and 30 years, because they know at the end they're going to get something. Well, times have changed a little, and we may have to go to our employees and say, you know, we have to alter some of those expectations. We have to ask you to make certain concessions, and that potentially affects their long-term expectations. But I think we also have the opportunity in our discussions with our employees over the next few months to talk about the creation of this new employee, because times are different. I don't think we can provide the same benefit package, salary and benefits, for our future employee that we've been providing 20 years. And that's the reality of the situation. So I just wanted to make that comment. It's been a pretty doom and gloom day. But you know, when you hear Mr. Restrepo talk, and you hear him talk about it's times like this when governments have to step up and maybe take advantage of what we have, that there are good times ahead. Because, you know, Mark, even though your projections, if you will, over the next 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years aren't that great, I did see an uptick in, fiscal 14 and fiscal 15 or 13, whatever it is. So whether it's 5 years, Mr. Restrepo, or 7, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But we are going to go back up. And I'm very proud of you as our city manager, and Mark and our whole team, for doing such a great job at taking us to where we are and where we have to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Tarkanian, you have anything you want to say?
Did a great job putting it all together. I second everything Councilman Wilson said and Councilman Barlow. It's very complicated, and the problem is people want to have something they can hang on to and feel, hey, I got a base and it's solid and this is what's going to be, and we can't give that to them because we don't know what's going to happen in these different ways. It might clear up a little early, it might take longer. And we're just going to have to go with that, and as Wilson said, maintain the transparency so that everybody will know this is where we are now. We can't say for sure where we're going to be in a year or 2 years, but we do know right now this is what we have to do. We do know for the next 12 months, for the next 24, these are the reductions we have to make. And I know the council's trying to help out all it can, the council members, and certainly everybody within. I just hope that the people that are workers in the unions understand and look through whatever they want to look through. Certainly you are prying plenty, that we don't want to have to lay off people. We don't want to have to cut back, but it's there. And it's going to be there in the future. People that we've heard speak to us have told us it may never come back to where it's been. We've heard that before from others for our nation. It may never be as it was before. We may never live again what we've lived in our glory years financially and what we were able to do with families and things like that. But you know what? I grew up through part of the Depression, and we can do it. Whatever you have to do, if you focus and you bear with it, you can do it, and you can be happy at the same time. So what is it they say? The psychologically mature individual finds the advantage in every disadvantage. And this is going to give us some advantages, maybe for our future workers, the new employee, as Councilman Wolfson said, whatever, we can do it. We just have to be smart and focus on it. And if you could, all of these PowerPoints, if I could have a copy of them, I really would appreciate it. It's all complicated, and I know that I need to have more help in that direction.
We'd be happy to.
Thank you.
No problem.
Mark, you have everything, don't you? You know, the sad thing is Mark always had such a happy smile. And the last 2 days he had to give us this information, and his smile was a little weaker than usual. But see, you're smiling again, Mark. Anyway, I just think you did a great job, and I'm very proud of what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, we have had some double-digit growth. We've had some really, really good years. And fortunately, a lot of us was here to be able to benefit from that. Sitting up here, you look down at your employees, each and every council meeting that we have our briefings. You see what they have to go through each and every day. And it's really, really tough to get, a day's work done with the way the economy is today. But yet, we continue to try. And, we talk about thanking all of our employees. I want to thank the other council members. You sit up here today, you listen to the questions they ask, the comments they have to make, and it's really enlightening. It's good for all of us to be able to have that, I guess I'll use the word camaraderie, where we're all in the same boat, we're all on the same page, we all know what we need to do. We listened to Mr. Restrepo on his report. And it's not doom and gloom. There are a lot of good things that was said in his report. We've had reports from Mark the last 4 or 5 years, and he's prepared us for where we're at today. And it's important to be able to say we're trying. And we just need to keep putting that left foot forward and doing those things that we have to do. I just hope that we're going to be the leaders instead of the followers, and I hope that we can always stay focused on what we need to do to keep this city solvent, but yet provide those services that our lovely constituents, those people that are the seniors, even the kids going to our parks and playing, that they can still receive those services that we provide for them. Public safety has always been important to us. We have to be able to work with those leaders to let them know just what kind of shape the city is really in. They have to buy into what we're trying to do. We don't want to see any of our employees laid off. We want to keep everybody working that we can. But, gosh darn it, when times get tough, we got to get going a little bit harder ourselves. And I think all of us elected up here are able to make those decisions that we're going to have to make in the next 4 or 5 or 6 months. And I know with you guys out there telling us, giving us these reports like you do, we're going to be able to make those decisions. And I appreciate each and every one of you that are here, those that had to go home. I want to ask Brian, can we put on the record that the motion we're going to make today is to accept the report and incorporate all the comments that have been made by all the council members here today, the questions they've asked. Can we put on record, Councilman Anthony, Councilman Ross, and the mayor, all three said they wanted to have a positive vote.
That's fine, Councilman.
And so with that said, again, thank everybody. And the motion is to accept the report with all those comments made by council members. And I really feel like that, Councilman Wolfson mentioned sitting on fiscal affairs for the last 5 or 6 months. I've been on there, I think, pretty near 15 years. And I know that the sheriffs I've been able to associate with have really tried to work with the city to give us what we deserve. And I think they really have accomplished that. But I would just ask in the motion also, Betsy, that you work with our sheriff and his staff to make sure that in the years 2011, 2012, that it's a little bit different with him than it is with our other employees. We have to give money to his budget, but he has to formulate that budget like you have to do for the city of Las Vegas. And just ask him if he can't work within, maybe a 5% range somewhere in those 2 years that we were not going to be able to afford to give him very much more than that. So if you can do that with him, I know Councilman Wilson and I would sure appreciate it.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that.
And with that, that's my motion. Is there any questions on the motion or additions? Hearing none, you've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. And show Councilman Anthony and Ross and the mayor voting in the affirmative. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Item 83 is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members?
Mayor Pro Tem, before you go there, I just want to thank certain folks that have sat through this meeting since 8:30 this morning. I just wanted you to know that although the lights are bright, we know who's here, and we appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You bet.
Deanne Wiesner, you're right, 702-787-0002. We first came to you asking for you to intervene due to what was going on to the abuse of our children. We are victims of abuse, domestic violence, and our children are victims of domestic violence. We asked for your help and you did nothing. I will repeat that, you did nothing. We then came to you about the malfeasance of your general counsel, and with some due diligence, the malfeasance was brought to their attention and the malfeasance was corrected. However, you still did nothing regarding the abuse to our children. We came to you and advised you when the deaths of children due to abuse in Las Vegas, apparently there's more things going on here. Does someone else need to talk?
Ma'am, continue, please. Ma'am, continue, please.
Okay. We came to you when the death of our children due to abuse was 200% over last year. You chose to do nothing. It is now 230% over last year, and the only reason we know that it's over last year is because they started tracking it last year. You still continue to do nothing. We went and obtained 4 independent investigations, and you all are named in those investigations because of your policies and procedures. Yes, your criminal contribution to those deaths. You continue in your policies and procedures. We got a ruling from the Ninth Circuit overturning your policies and procedures, overturning the courts that you fund and you oversee, overturning their policies and procedures and their decisions, and the law enforcement that you oversee and fund. The Ninth Circuit, which your general counsel states is so liberal that they give it no credibility, doesn't feel the same way. The Ninth Circuit has named you and your policies and procedures and have overturned them. We asked you to educate yourself on the decisions coming out of the Ninth Circuit because those decisions, are there any questions?
Continue, ma'am.
Are there any? Okay.
No, she's still got 18 seconds.
And the Ninth Circuit has overturned 6 different cases right now that have all come out of your courts. Please know that we've gone to your liability carrier, who is arguing that your neglect has turned to fraud because you've continued in your policies and procedures for so long that there's no way that they can show that the neglect you've shown are children. You have been noticed.
Thank you, ma'am.
And you've been re-noticed.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Johnny Ventura. I wish more. They didn't have to leave, but they left. Anyway, I've been here before complaining about the numbers on the street, I got a letter from in October 2005, and I came here armed. There's a council ordinance. Want to look it up? I got the book right here. All right, 1993. All address numbers for any structure must be clearly visible from the street or private drive to which can be seen within the structure that it is erected on. You know, driving around, I'm sure you're going to agree with me. I wish I had another 500 people here. They'll agree with me too. Thank you. Anyway, you're driving along, you're looking for 321 something or other. And you look, oh, it's 200, it's the next block. Next block is right there. You know, the streets are numbered like they're numbered. Not really right. But anyway, I'm hoping that the council will either appoint somebody, work on it, and have people put their street numbers on their premises, especially businesses. Very simply put. I've been in business before. On my business I had, I have numbers on about as big as, well, big, 6 inches. It's in the book. It's in your ordinance, 1993, for revisions of guidelines and requirements for the naming of streets and the assignment of addresses. And I want to thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Arcani, for the calendars. And she got a good idea. She got yearly calendars. And happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura.
God bless.
You bet.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North IT Street. Johnny's got a point. Those county islands in there, a lot of those county islands have different addresses than the city blocks do. But
Mr. Farlow, we don't have any money.
But I'm here because I want the strip mobile back. That's what maybe some of those unemployed clerks, there's some good lickings up there. Can't you get crank that thing up and get it back on the street? We can get some. We can get them employed.
I was out in the county. You got to go to the county commission meeting.
Can't you talk them into that?
No. My wife wouldn't appreciate it.
Bruce Snyder, General Counsel for the Las Vegas City Employees Association. I hope to not be so colorful. I'm here today because, as you know, Tommy Ricketts retired from the city, and Don King had hoped to be here today, but as it got later and later in the day, he had other commitments to go to, so I'm here to talk for a couple minutes. Last January, when the city asked the labor organizations for concessions, the Las Vegas City Employees Association was the first union to step up to the plate. And we agreed at that time to give the city what it asked for, which was 1%. In the last January, that's what the city said they needed, and I recall the council asking, was this going to be enough? And they said yes. Other unions also stepped up to the plate, but none of them gave 1%. The city's own numbers that we received showed that they gave something, but it was never 1%. Now there's been layoffs in the meantime. There's been 2 rounds of layoffs in building and safety due to lack of work and a deficit running in that fund. The bus drivers were laid off a few months ago. Those were also our employees. And now, tomorrow, there will be 20 more people laid off, 16 of them represented by our union. So we have a stake in the game. We understand the financial situation the city is in. I listened intently to Mr. Restrepo's talk and to Mark Vincent's talk, and frankly, there was much for us to, for me at least, to agree with. We don't dispute that there was bad times here in the valley. But one of our concerns that we raised a year ago when we had the fundamental service review was that we wanted everybody, like you said, Councilman Reese, to be in the boat together. And we've heard a lot from our members so far that we believe that we've done more than everybody else. And so there's the concern, is the city really going to insist that everybody be in the boat together, or is it going to just be our boat? And that's the dilemma our membership's facing. To that end, we have scheduled a membership meeting in this room for December 9th so that we could hear from our 1,600 members, or 1,600 people we represent, to see what they want done. We would encourage you to look at all avenues, not just cuts, but also raises in revenue. Your own citizen survey showed that a majority of your residents would prefer to have revenues raised than cuts that would impact the services they want. So don't necessarily be timid thinking that you might lose votes if you were to raise revenues. We understand that there is $10 to $13 million the city could do to increase property taxes. That alone could sizably reduce the $60 million you are short. We believe still that everybody should be in the boat together. If I could have a few more minutes, because I think this is a very important issue. Just a couple comments. There was a chart about how public sector employment had stayed the same or maybe even ticked up a little bit, while the private sector jobs in the valley decreased a lot. But that chart was for all public sector employers in the valley. That wasn't Las Vegas City. The number of employees in the city of Las Vegas has already declined significantly. We were up, I believe, at a high about 3,000. With these 74 cuts here, we would probably be around 2,700, is my guess. The largest public sector employers are the schools. And despite what the economy is, you have to educate the children. So just because the economy goes bad doesn't necessarily mean you're going to cut a lot of teachers. If the enrollment is roughly the same, which it is down, I think, 1% this year, you're not going to have a big change in the number of teachers. There was also discussion about collective bargaining is a driving force in this, in that as compared to the private sector. But you well know that Las Vegas, in the valley as a whole, has a significant union presence, even in the private sector. Many of the strip casinos are unionized, for example. State law gives to management the right to determine what services to offer and how many employees to have. There's nothing in our collective bargaining agreement that says you must have 47 widget makers or 22 of this job.
Right.
So the point I'm trying to make here is that we as a union are willing to listen to our membership to do what's in our best interest, but hopefully we can find common ground to work with you in resolving this problem. We recognize the problem. We're willing to work with you, but we have to do what's best for our membership. There may be some things we would want in return based upon what we hear from our members. We don't view management as the enemy. We know Betsy and Mark and all the staff is working a lot of hours. We get phone calls late in the day just like you do. And so we're trying to find common ground where we can work together on this. We hope we will in the future. But one of the things we really insist on is that everybody be in the boat together. That includes all the other employees in the city. That includes the public. And that includes, top management, etc. I do want to make one comment. A couple of you raised the new employee. A suggestion. If the new employee is a good concept, you have control today over one group of employees that don't have collective bargaining. And that's the executives and the appointives. So, if you are insisting on trying out a new employee, maybe you want to experiment there and see how well it works. So, any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Thank you. We'll get to you in just a second, okay?
Huh?
Just stick around.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I do have one quick question for the gentleman.
We'll keep him around, okay? We can't do under citizen participation. We can't take any action on this.
No, I don't want an action. I just have a question for him.
Well, I'm going to keep him around, okay?
Okay.
Let's just go to the next order of business here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wish to speak under citizen participation? See no one, we'll close citizen participation. Our next item is item number 4, which is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Mr. Barlow.
Yes, thank you, sir. Number one, this coming Saturday is the Ward 5 Harvest Fest, which is November 21st, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So I invite all residents, not only of Ward 5, but the city of Las Vegas as a whole, to please come on out. We're going to have a good time with the Harvest Festival out at Lorenzi Park this Saturday, November 21st, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. In addition to that, my office, the Ward 5 office, in conjunction with Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, will be feeding 100 families at Booker Elementary. So if your child attends Booker Elementary, please see their dear principal, Ms. Beverly Mathis or Paul Cooks, to get your name on the list for your Thanksgiving basket. On December 1st, the Southern Nevada Enterprise Community Board meeting will take place at the Grant Sawyer Building, the State Building, December 1st at 6 p.m. So for those residents in Ward 5 that are interested in attending those board meetings, it will be December 1st at 6 p.m. at the State Building, right at Washington and Las Vegas Boulevard in room 4401. And lastly, December 3rd, Coffee with the Councilman, myself, from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. on December 3rd, and we will be at the Starbucks located at the corner of Lake Mead and Rainbow. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for the opportunity.
Do you have a question for this young man out there?
Yes, you had mentioned the date of your meeting here in the council chambers. What was the date and time again?
Yeah, it's December 9th, starting at 4 p.m. To approximately 7 p.m. Employees who are members of our union are entitled to come anytime during that time, speak to our 7 board members who will be sitting up where you're sitting, and to offer their suggestions as to how the city can address its $60 million shortfall, and to what extent they might want to give some concessions to the city versus not give concessions to the city, even knowing that doing nothing could result in layoffs.
Okay, and this is December 9th, 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Okay, great. Right here in the council chambers.
We got about 1,100 members in our bargaining units, and they're all invited.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to just make a couple comments here real quick. You mentioned the school district, and my wife happens to be a school teacher, and she did get a letter, and she doesn't have a contract for next year. Okay, they are going to lay off teachers. She's getting no raise, no COLA, no nothing next year, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing the schools could do is continue to raise student-teacher ratios, which are already very high.
I don't know what they're doing, but they are cutting salaries next year.
Okay.
Okay, and also I want to, while I got the mic, in Ward 3 at the East Las Vegas Community Center on Stewart and Eastern next Monday from 12 to 2, we are going to have our annual Turkey Fest for our seniors. And I must say that this might be the last one we have for a couple of years. So I hope the seniors all come out and enjoy it, because it'll probably be the last one. Council members, any other? Councilman Tarkanian?
I was just going to reply to what you said, and I was going to mention something about the teachers, too. You're absolutely right. Up until this point, they haven't laid off, but what has happened, they've increased the student-teacher ratio, which to an incredibly large extent in some cases. And now they have sent out letters to some teachers that they may not have their contract next year. I've said before, and I will say it again, I respected the fact you were the first to step up. Nobody made a move. Nobody else made a vocal peep until you guys stepped up and did what you did. And I greatly respect that, and I agree totally with you. We're in the same boat, and we should evenly distribute what we have to carry. And I also have 4 different Thanksgiving dinners in my ward, and I must say that's what I was thinking about this year, Councilman Reese. I said, oh my goodness, how many more, 4 to 5 a year, because we give the Christmas dinners too for the
Yes.
seniors, and you
Be
begin to
the last ones.
But I wanted to say thank you for your efforts and ask you, can others than members come to this meeting on the 9th just to hear what people say and think?
No, our bylaws prohibit anybody but a LVCA member from attending our meetings.
Oh my, then
No
we would
outsiders
get
are allowed.
kicked out, I guess, huh?
That's it.
So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay,
I
and last but
just
not
need to
least.
correct real quick. Councilman Tarkanian, I didn't want to have you get the idea that my wife wasn't going to get her contract. She's going to get her contract, but she is not going to get any raise at all of any kind next year.
But some are not getting
yes,
the contract.
yes,
They
yes.
send out a blanket number, but not all of them will
Yes,
not come back, but some of them will not.
Where are you going, Betsy? We're not done. I'm not going anywhere. We're not done. I got a question for Mr. Snyder.
We're going till midnight.
Excuse me out there, please. Let's join our council meeting up here.
Some of us
Please.
have been working 12 and 14 hours today.
Mr. Snyder, don't walk off. We got one more speaker up here.
and-
Councilman Wolfson,
and
please.
I'm going to be pretty short and to the point. Mr. Snyder, I appreciate you coming down today.
Okay.
And Councilwoman Tarkanian kind of stole my thunder when she said that we are mindful of the fact that your union came to us first and that there are opinions as to whether or not your union made more concessions than others. We are very mindful of that's how you feel, and we're carrying that mindset into the next few months. Okay?
And we appreciate that.
Okay. You made a comment about my comment about the new employee, and you said that maybe by way of example we could start with the appointives and the electives. What did you mean by that? I don't
Well,
understand.
it's just that we hear quite often, and not just from the council, but a lot from staff about the new employee concept. Has the new employee concept been addressed to the other unions? Has the new employee concept been addressed to the executives and appointives? Sometimes we get the impression that the new employee concept is directed solely towards our union.
Okay. Now
And we don't
I
like
understand, and let me say this, because I understand your point. From my perspective, and I've been talking about this for a couple of years now, it's directed at any future city employee, not just one group, not just one union, but any future city employee. Because what I've been told over the few years I've been here is one of the things that we need to get a handle on is our retirement system. Its salary is one thing because they work hand in hand, but it's the retirement system. So I'm not just talking about a CEA employee, a fireman, a policeman, a detention officer, an appointive or an elective on the 10th floor. I'm talking about any future city employee.
And where we might take exception, although we are not privy to everything.
Mr. Snyder, we're going to get into that discussion, please.
Okay. Maybe we'll call your office next week.
Absolutely, and I welcome a discussion because I learned from you, and we're going to end on a high note. And the high note we're going to end on is tomorrow I am very, very proud to be able to be out at the Silver Sky Assisted Living Facility in Ward 2. It's a fairly new facility. It's been up for about 3 years, and tomorrow I am sponsoring for the second year in a row what I'm calling an early Thanksgiving lunch, where about 70 senior citizens are going to have a great turkey feast courtesy of me. The city is not paying for it. I am. And it's just a lot of fun because we have 70 seniors out there getting an early turkey dinner, and we give souvenirs away, and we have drawings and the light and the sparkle in their faces. It's kind of a way to start Thanksgiving early. So that's only for Silver Sky Assisted Living residents. I look forward to it tomorrow, November 19th, about 11:30 in the morning. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments?
No, I just was going to ask him if he calls and shares that information with Councilman Wolfson, if he'd also let me know. I don't know if, I'm just interested in your thoughts on that, and I just know so many appointees with whom I speak wish they could join your union. So anyway,
Thank you. Hearing no one else, no any other comments, we're adjourned.
We haven't gone this long in months, right? It's all David Riggleman's fault.
it's David.
Yeah, it was
David.
great. Then David came back.
Just a second. Oh, you have to take it over. God, they were so proud. Just tell me. I hope I think everything was. But anyway, I always appreciate your help, so thank you.
Hi.
Hey.
What are you doing here?
Hanging out till you're done.
Okay, great.
Audrey, he said you're going to send me a copy.